5,000 soul jades. That little turd is messing with us. Which family is willing to spend so much to get a rival junior killed, when they can hire assassins for 100 times cheaper than that price? FAQ, that little bastard. You assholes. Did you find any friends or relatives of that bastard or not? Let's see if he will be laughing then. Kimball Wong's elder brother Eddie Wong yelled at his subordinates. Though it appeared as if he was frustrated and worried for his brother, but truth was that he was very delighted with the current outcome, as he was the anonymous person who sent 1,500 soul jades to Wyatt's account for Kimball's death. After all, with Kimball out of the picture, he would be next in line to become the Wong family leader. Are out of your mind. That little bastard's relatives and friends are under the Southern Emperor's protection. Acting against them will only lead to the destruction of our Wong family. Shut up and transfer another 4,100 soul jades to his bank account fast. Liam Wong scolded his eldest son for his stupidity. But father, what if that little bastard keeps the soul jades and kills little brother? Eddie was not worried about his little brother, but losing 5,100 soul jades. Shut up. First focus on saving your brother. Other matters can be handled later. Let alone 5,100 soul jades. Kimball is worth 10 times that. Money can be earned, but a genius like Kimball is only born once a millennium. How could Eddie's petty thoughts escape his father's eyes? But still Liam chose to ignore it. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 10:24. Location: Sky Blossom City, Sky Blossom Card Stadium, Second Round Arena 2. Ignoring the glaring Kimball, I addressed the audience and updated them on the current bids. Dear audience, Wong family has bid 1,000 soul jades for Kimball's life, but sadly an anonymous bidder has bid 5,000 soul jades for Kimball's death. So Wong family, what is it going to be? 2 minutes, 45 seconds before the bidding ends. I did not lie, as I did receive a bid of 5,000 soul jades for Kimball's death, though it's entirely another thing that it was a spam bid. It did not matter if I was lying or telling the truth. If the Wong family wanted Kimball to live, they had to bid higher. As expected, soon I received another notification from my bank. Mr. Liam Wong has transferred 4,100 soul jades your Lion King National Bank account, ending with XXXX. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wong family has raised their bid to 5,100 soul jades for Kimball's life. 2 minutes 10 seconds remaining till the bid closes. Reading the notification, I updated the audience with the new leading bid. Soon my message page once again flooded with spam and bank statements. Message for unsaved contact. Read: I am willing to transfer 50,000 soul jades to your bank account. Kill that bastard. Kim Seo-jun has transferred $121,000 to your Lion King National Bank account, ending with XXXX. Message for unsaved contact. Read: that is all my savings. I could not sell my house on the spot, but I will transfer another $100,000 to you soon, and if you are willing, I will serve as your slave. Please kill him and let my daughter and her husband's souls rest in peace. Regards, grieving mother, Kim Seo-jun. Anonymous has transferred $7,678 to your Lion King National Bank account, ending with XXXX. Janice Wheeler has transferred $43,000 to your Lion King National Bank account, ending with XXXX. Message for unsaved contact. Read: I am willing to transfer 5,200 soul jades to your bank account. Please give that killer a gruesome death. Seeing that the Wong family would win the bid, all the victims transferred all their savings to my account, pleading for revenge. The grievance of Kimball's victims was boundless. Most of them were abused females and grieving relatives. They all knew that the amount they sent was nothing compared to what the Wong family promised me, but they offered to be my slaves in return for Kimball's head. Seeing the lengths the victims and their relatives were going to seek revenge for themselves or their loved ones, I decided to end the sham and kill Kimball then and there. The bidding will be closed early, as an anonymous bidder has bid 50,000 soul jades for Kimball's death right away, saying that I used stone manipulation to tighten the grip of stone wrap bounding Kimball and completely crush him. Under the pressure of the stone wrap, Kimball's upper skull popped like a bubbly's crock, and his blood pumped out, forming a bloodstone fountain. Card name: Parasitic Green Astral Algae. Card type: Origin card. Card rank: Unique grade. Card rating: //. Card durability: //. Card effect: Parasitic green astral algae is a symbiotic parasite and the rarest form of algae found in the astral realm. Parasitic green astral algae are the favorite food of young astral void whales, as this parasitic green astral algae helps them awaken their void bloodline faster. Parasitic green astral algae are so important for young astral void whales that they can smell these parasitic green astral algae across realms and void wrap to its location under a second. Additional effect: masking hormone, astral eyes, astral blessing, bond, multiple. Note: astral void whales are not the only predators of parasite green astral algae. Many other astral beings can sense parasite green astral algae across realms, but the astral void whales are the fastest. Masking hormone. Parasitic green astral algae is a symbiotic parasite. When growing inside a living host, it secretes a hormone that helps it and the host hide their smell and presence from the predators. Astral eyes. The eyes of the parasitic green astral algae's host gain the ability to see astral beings. Bond. Parasitic green astral algae can attach to any form of matter and energy. Note: any matter or energy attached with parasitic green astral algae will gain astral blessing. Astral blessing. The astral blessing allows the physical body of any being or objects to enter the astral realm. Note: physical bodies blessed by astral blessing will also become visible to astral beings. Multiple. Parasitic green astral algae can reproduce at high speed depending upon the soul energy provided by the host. Note: a card soldier can multiply the parasitic green astral algae 100 times before exhausting his soul energy. Card name: finger gun. Card type: skill card. Card rank: B rank grade. Card rating: 14 stars. Card durability: 98/100. Card effect: the card gives the user the ability to shoot projectiles from finger guns made using his/her hands. Addition effect: homing, range 500 meters, code word trigger. Note: the projectiles to shot should be sacrificed to the card by the user. Code word trigger allows the host to shoot the projectiles through his finger gun using a predetermined code word. Kimball Wong would multiply parasitic green astral algae and sacrifice them as projectiles to his finger gun card and shoot the green astral algae at his opponents. With the bond ability, the algae would attach to any surface. Following the smell of the algae, the astral void whale would swallow the enemy unit bond by the algae. Second round, Arena 5 winner Corey Bright. Second round, Arena 7 winner Pax Whitebone. Second round, Arena 13 winner Ed Bright. Second round, Arena 21 winner Courtney Ress. Second round, Arena 26 loser Jaya Keith. Second round, Arena 27 loser Nick Bright. Returning to box number 1, I checked the results of the other contestants. It seems except for Jaya and Ed, everyone else won their card duels. Jaya lost because of the abnormal status we conflicted on her in first round. And Ed lost an irregular named Mike Madison. External participant, Mike Madison. Age, 17 years old. Realm, card soldier. Grimoire, silver grade. Faction, Madison family, homeschooled. Caution, black. Origin card, clown coffin. Combat type, summoner. Second round, Arena 27 Mike Madison versus Nick Bright. One of my Calamity Daughter core losing was a huge shock to me, so I watched the recap of the second round Arena 27 card duel. Watching the video, I understood what had transpired and the reason behind Nick's loss. Mike's origin card clown coffin. 3, 2, 1 fight. Summon armament. Mountain gauntlets. As the match began, Nick did not hesitate and knew one-time use summon armament given to him by the referee. Clown coffin, clown flood. With Mike's command, a colorful coffin was summoned. Its lid opened and numerous corpses dressed as clowns crawled out of the coffin. Those clown crops rushed towards Nick. Nick, being armed with summon armament, mountain gauntlets, single-punched the first few corpses. Soon the smashed clown corpses started to pile up, completely covering Nick's side of the arena. Seeing that he was cornered, Nick wanted to execute meteorite jump. But unfortunately, he was one step too late. Seeing Nick up to something, Mike revealed the final move. Clown fulmination. Boom. With the force from the exploding corpse, Nick was thrown out the arena bounds. Mike's victory against Nick was justified, but one thing did not sit right with me. Where did Mike get so many human corpses to make an exploding clown corpse army? In the duel against Nick alone, Mike must have used about 73 corpses out, with 57 of them were human corpses. Mike's origin card raised alarm in my head, not because it was a threat to be, but because it was too heinous and evil. If he was my opponent, I would have killed him. Lucky him he was not. Second round. Arena 27 winner Mile Madison. Card name, Clown Coffin. Card type, Origin card. Card rank, Unique grade. Card rating, --. Card durability, --. Card effect. The host can summon a clown coffin, which can turn any living or corpses of a being into undead clown corpses. Additional effect, Clown Car, Clown Fulmination. Note, the corpse to be converted into undead clown corpses should be sacrificed to the card by the host. Monsters can also be clowns and corpses at the same time. Clown Car. The host can stuff as an indefinite number of clown corpses in the clown coffin. Clown Fulmination. The clown corpses will explode with the host's command. 5,100 soul jades from the Wong family plus 1,500 soul jades from an anonymous person. In total, I had made 6,600 soul jades in round 2 of the tournament. I did not count money transferred to me by Kimball's victims and relatives, because I was planning on returning their money to them with an extra of $100 million as compensation from the Wong family. It was not my place or like me to do something unrelated to my life. I think in some way the messages they sent have gotten to me, as they reminded me of young Wyatt. Though what they experienced are two different things, in the end they all were victims to someone else's greed and lust. Anyway, it did not cost me much, as I only had to sell 9 soul jades at the black market for $300 million per soul jade to compensate 27 people who claimed to be victims or someone close to one of the victims and had transferred money to my account begging me to kill Kimball Wong. This may be the hypocrite in me talking, but these 9 soul jades were well spent, as I felt good. Including the compensation for the victims, in the end, I made 6,591 soul jades in total. As for the Wong family, they did demand their soul jades back, but to that, I said, no refunds. The Wong family did not dare to threaten me, as that meant they were undermining the Southern Emperor and her authority. Very soon the results of second round of the tournament were announced. 4 points, 27 contestants. 3 points, 6 contestants. 2 points, 27 contestants. This meant that out of 30 card duels held in the second tournament, 27 card duels had clear victories, while 3 card duels ended in a draw. Later it was announced that 7 winners out of 27 round 2 winners had forfeited the tournament, as their injuries were very critical and were not in shape to continue participating in the tournament. So it was decided that for the third round of the tournament, 10 duels will be held simultaneously with 20 contestants. So the 30 arenas in the stadium were replaced with 10 huge arenas. These new arenas were 4 times the size of the arenas earlier. And it was also decided that the third round of the tournament will be held at 10:35, and this round the time limit on the card duels will be removed. Pretty soon the contestants of the third round of the tournament received messages informing them of their allocated arena and opponent for the third round. Third round, Arena 2 Dalton Wyatt versus Mike Madison. Third round, Arena 4 Corey Bright versus Ed Bright. Third round, Arena 5 Courtney Ress versus Pax Whiteburn. Date, March 27th, 2321. Time, 10:35. Location, Sky Blossom City, Sky Blossom Card Stadium. Third round, Arena 2. Third round, Arena 2 Dalton Wyatt versus Mike Madison. 3, 2, 1 start. Clown Flood. Mike did not waste time trash-talking like my previous 2 opponents. Maybe because he knew his exploding corpse army was not a match for my stone elemental army. Stone Voltronian, I chose you. Spiked Stone Dome. Summoning 4 stone Voltronians and enclosing all 5 of us in a spiked stone dome to protect ourselves from exploding clown corpses, I addressed Mike, asking the one question bugging me the most. Where did you get so many human corpses? Mike did not bother to answer. He just summoned more clown corpses and piled them on the spiked stone dome. It seems he is trying to gather as many corpses as possible to blow up the time dome and me inside it. These corpses are not from the graveyard. They are rot-free and too fresh to be graveyard corpses. Not only that, all of them are in perfect condition, good-looking, and well-presented. If not for their corpse, stench one would not notice that they are zombies. I narrated everything I had speculated from the appearance of the corpses. You have a keen eye? Yes, they are not graveyard corpses. I personally created all these corpses. I sewed their torn bodies and put makeup on their pale skin to make them look alive and presentable. I have a dampened sense of smell, so I do not smell the stench you speak of. Mike took my speculation as me praising his handcrafts. All these corpses are young and healthy. No way they died of natural causes. Mike, where did you get them? Hearing Mike, it became clear to me that he is a psychopath. Back on Earth, a study suggested that a poor sense of smell may be a marker for psychopathic traits. But in Mike's case, his cruel origin card was evidence enough that this faker was not human. I did not get them, they came to me. When they come to me, they all are so noisy and disobedient, but once they enter my clown coffin, they become honest and disciplined. See, no, they all do what I ask them to. Saying that Mike summoned a female corpse from the clown coffin. This female corpse was dressed in a red clown bikini. The female clown stood next to Mike while he started to grope her pun scrupulously as he yelled, "See this? Itch." First, when I proposed to her to become my girlfriend, she slapped me and called me a creep. But after entering my clown coffin, she does everything I ask her to honestly. Getting the answer to my question, I no longer engaged in conversation with this necrophiliac psychopath. I could have just killed him earlier, but what can I do? I am a slave to my curiosity. Stone floor. I commanded one of the stone elementals to create a stone floor for the dome such that I can execute my final move, spiked spinning top, aiming at Mike Madison directly, as with him gone, all these corpses will be unsummoned. So there was no point in killing them. It took me 15 seconds to break through the piles of clown corpses. It would have taken me longer to pass through the corpse wall thanks to Mike, who detonated all the corpses seeing the dome, trying to move towards him. But unfortunately for him, during the chaos of the explosion, the spiked spinning top claimed his life, as a bunch of C-rank explosions couldn't even leave starch on the A-rank stone dome. Third round, Arena 2, winner Dalton Wyatt. Location, Sky Blossom City, Sky Blossom Card Stadium. Third round, Arena 4. Third round, Arena 4, Corey Bright versus Ed Bright. 3, 2, 1, fight. Cousin, I won't hold back. So you better go all out. Summon, Mud Golem. Activate field card, Hazard Mud Swamp. EB warned Corey. Though he admired Corey's fabulous victory against Tammy, he believed that her swordsmanship was not enough to handle his Mud Golem army. Good, I won't either. As an appreciation to your strength, I will use one of my strongest moves, summon 7th Hell, the Eternal Agony. Corey did recognize that EB was strong, but unfortunately for him, she was stronger. Corey knew destroying EB's mud golems was not a solution to win his duel, as he could create infinite of them, as long as he has enough mud and soul energy. Therefore, instead of depending on her swordsmanship, Corey used her origin card titled Demon Core, Eternal Flames of Agony. After summoning the Mud Swamp, Ed was about to create mud golems, but before he could do so, his hazard Mud Swamp field was incinerated by dark red flames. For the flames to incinerate the mud, its temperature must be unbelievably high, but Ed did not know of any dark red-colored flame hot enough to incinerate mud. Was it even possible? It is the opposite of the fire-heat color code that he was taught. The dark red flame not only incinerated his mud swamp, but also his summoned mud golem. Right now, Ed was defenselessly surrounded by dark red flames. Interestingly, they did not harm him in any way. Ed glanced at the arena covered in the dark flame, which would make a desperate crying and wailing sound every time it flickered with the passing wind. Ed's gaze finally landed on Corey, the one who summoned this eerie field of dark flames. Ed was not a fool to think that the flames which can incinerate mud could not harm him. It was Corey, thanks to her mercy, the flames did not harm him in the slightest. "Surrender. I do not want my cousin's blood on my hands," advised Corey, feeling Ed's gaze landing on her. Surrender. Ed did not have his word in mind right now. His lord has asked him to step out arena triumphant. Then that's what he planned to do, even if it meant he could lose his life. Tainted One. Corey could see the unyielding fire in Ed's eyes, as if he wanted to prove something or to someone. More like, he didn't want to disappoint someone. Seeing that her cousin would not surrender even if it meant dying, Corey sighed and summoned the sword Tainted One. Veil Lord's Mercy. Veil Slash. Before Ed could even react, Corey made use of another one of Corey Park's swordsmanship, Veil Lord's Sword Arts. CRRYYY. As the veil/passed Trout, the dark red flames, a high-pitched cry sounded as the flames flickered. Ed, who was asking Hive AI permission to use the second transformation of Calamity Daughter, Core, suddenly felt an accelerating wind carry him out of the arena bounds. Third round arena 4 winner Corey Bright. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 10:35. Location: Sky Blossom City, Sky Blossom Card Stadium. Third round arena 5. Third round arena 5 Courtney Ress versus Pax Whitebun. 3, 2, 1 fight. Go all out at the very start of the duel. Despite her looks, that Lut is incredibly strong. This is what Pax was advised by his sister Amy, who lost to Courtney in the second round of the tournament. Pax repeated his sister's advice. Transform Tier 3, Iron Flesh. Aren't you that fire elemental chick's little brother? Looks like both of you are destined to. Wow, that is awesome. It looks cooler from up close. Courtney was about to taunt Pax, but seeing him transport into a tall iron golem, Courtney could help but exclaim in surprise and marvel. Being a hoverbike enthusiast, Courtney instantly fell in love with the giant iron golem in front of her. She wanted one for herself. Iron Flesh, takeoff. Using giant summon was restricted in the tournament after the first round, but if the summon was a flight-type summon, then there were some exceptions. But they had to follow certain rules. 1. Flight-type summons is required to land within the arena bounds. If they or any part of the summons lands out of the arena, they are disqualified. 2. The maximum height that flight-type summons can fly is 100 meters. Anything more than that, then, they will be disqualified. Freaking awesome. Courtney yelled again, watching Iron Flesh spread its wings and take off into the sky. Courtney had already seen Iron Flesh in action during the first round, but seeing it up close, her heartbeats raced at an alarming rate. This moment was similar to the first time she saw a hoverbike up close. Active weapon system. Weapon system online. Left shoulder-mounted laser cannon, active. Right shoulder-mounted Gatling machine gun, active. Twin upper wrist-mounted laser cannons, active. Twin under wrist hidden laser blades, active. Hidden fusion chest Gatling cannon, active. Active insight forecast, target Corey Bright. Insight forecast online, target Corey Bright locked. Fire. With Pax's command, the left shoulder-mounted laser cannon fired a thick beam of laser. The right shoulder-mounted Gatling machine gun shoot about 150 rounds of energy shells per SEC. Twin upper wrist-mounted laser cannons fired a widespread beam of lasers aiming at the entire arena, and hidden fusion chest Gatling cannon fired 150 energy shells. All these weapons fired at once, aiming at Corey. The accumulated area of effect of these weapons covered the entire arena number 5. Hence leaving Courtney with two choices: either face the incoming assault head-on or dodge it by going out of the arena bounds. Pax displayed the complete firepower of the Iron Flesh, heeding the advice of his sister. Pax was also worried that he might even end up killing Courtney, but then he soon realized it was up to Courtney. If she goes out arena bounds, she lives. If she stays, then she must have enough confidence in her strength. Debt Possession, Shrimp Lord. Dark Tide. Courtney chose to face the barrage of Iron Flesh head-on. In the face of incoming energy shells and laser beams, Courtney stood firm and waved her arm towards them. A wave of dark energy poured out of Courtney's arm and headed towards the incoming strike. Coming in contact with the strike, the dark wave did not disappear. Instead, it started to swallow the energy shells and beams. Swallowing energy ammunition, the dark wave did not stop. Instead, it fattened and turned into a dark tide and accelerated towards Iron Flesh. Seeing the dark wave swallow all of his attacks, Pax marveled in surprise. In response to the incoming dark tide, Pax activated the defense system. Activate Energy Shield. Soon the dark tide met with the energy of a shield and swallowed the energy shield and landed on Iron Flesh. Coming in contact with Iron Flesh, the dark tide exploded. Warning. Caution. Alert. Many prompts sounded from Iron Flesh and Pax's mind, getting caught in the dark tide's explosion, but Pax did not even get the opportunity to read the prompt and fell unconscious under the impact of the explosion. Under the wreck of the explosion, Iron Flesh was about to fall on the arena number 8, but soon, with Pax losing his conscience, the Iron Flesh disappeared, leaving unconscious Pax free, falling on the arena number 8. Thankfully, the referee of that arena reacted in time and stopped him from adding unnecessary turmoil to the duel in Arena number 8. Third round, Arena 5, winner Courtney Ress. Winning my duel against Mike Madison, I returned to the VIP box, and only to meet Courtney, Corey, and Ed on the way. It seems I was not the only one who defeated my opponent with ease. You could have gone easy on Pax. Corey yelled at Courtney, knowing that Pax was sent to Medic Bay. Though there were no visible injuries on Pax's body, the medic was afraid that Pax might have sustained internal injuries leading to him losing consciousness. I wanted to, but he was the one who started it. I just defended. Courtney was not offended by Corey for yelling at her. You call that defending? Your attack was of card overlord level. With your strength, you could easily defend against card master level attacks. Corey furiously argued. She seemed to care about Pax as he was her friend Beth's half-brother. Why should I? Courtney was confused by Corey's flawed argument, as everybody knew what they were signing up for when they signed the liability waiver. Don't you have any compassion? Corey knew she was being that annoying BTCH, but she was in the deep end. So she argued for the sake of arguing. Compassion? Where was it when the 4-year-old me along with other orphans were starving in the orphanage because one of the orphanage staff embezzled all the orphanage's funds and donations? Where was it when the newborn in the orphanage died of the common cold, as we did not even have enough money to provide them with the basic medicine? Compassion? Don't you dare throw that word on my face. If you are expecting me to show compassion, you better hope I am not your opponent in the semifinal, because I do not know how to show compassion. After narrating her dark childhood, Courtney made it clear she did not think anybody is worthy of her compassion. I hope we meet in the semifinals, since the world has not shown you compassion. Not only will I show you compassion, but teach you how to show others compassion. Courtney's orphanage story did not faze Corey, instead angered her. Corey Park was sold to and raised by demons, yet she turned out okay, and even after spending a century in the dark realm, she still managed to keep her humanity till the end. Blaming your past and the society for your present and cruelty, only cowards did that. Seeing Corey and Courtney argue in front of me, I was perplexed, not knowing what to do. Do I intervene, or do I pick a side and bully the other side, or just walk away? My relationship with both Corey and Courtney was not that good, but enough to not ignore their existence. I looked at Ed, asking him what to do. Without hesitation, he stood on Corey's side. Due to my relationship with both of them, I did not have the luxury to just walk away or to side with one of them. Leaving me with the only choice is to step in and mediate their differences like a good friend. But I was not their good friend if I think carefully. Both of them want to kill me for one or the other reason. Courtney wants to kill me because she was ordered by her mother and the circle to do so. Corey recently has exhibited unprecedented hate towards me for some unknown reason. As for me being an adult reincarnated into a child's body, I find their behavior cute. Do not get me wrong. If they try to harm me, they have a lot of pain coming their way, but spending time with each of them and trying to understand them, I have grown a fondness for them, making me not like the idea of either of us getting hurt or ending up dead. So I decided to do what real boys, friends with a couple of beautiful girls, would do. Watch how it ends. Girls fight, let's get it on. Unfortunately, another annoying female voice just when I was about to get some popcorn and watch Courtney and Corey get it on. Father, you are going the wrong way. The medic bay is the other way. That way is the exit. It was Beth. It seems that Jack Whitebin and his 3 daughters Eliza, Amy, and Beth were headed to the medic bay to check on Pax's condition. Eliza, you are in charge now. Attend the tournament in my stead. I will be heading home early as some rats have infiltrated our house. It seems that the city has forgotten why the Whitebin Manor is referred to as the Wild. I go and remind them. Receiving a distress call from the manor, Jack headed home, leaving his eldest daughter Eliza in charge of the tournament affairs and keeping the public appearance on his behalf. Amy and Pax were not the only ones that participated in the tournament under the Whitebin family banner. There were others too, and now Eliza was in charge of them. After the final duel for first rank in the Young Heroes list, other duels would be held depending upon the points to compete for the Young Heroes ranking. Hearing their father, Beth, Amy, and Eliza's face became serious. It seems somebody in the city still dared to act against their family and were courageous enough to directly attack the Whitebin Manor. I will not disappoint you, father. Eliza respectfully took the role assigned by her father. And make sure no expense is spared in case Pax's recovery requires them. These sentences and their order made his priority clear. For him, first came his family, then children, a typical honorable family lord. Yes, father. I will make sure all the needs of the family participants and packs are met. The young heroes list is a big deal for the big families and clans of Sky Blossom City. It was a way of showing others their clan or family's strength and prospects. And the Whitebin family juniors were not doing that great this year, as even a single family member was able to make it into the semi-finals of the tournament. Being the top family of Sky Blossom City, their results were quite embarrassing. If even a single of them falls under top 25 of the young heroes ranking this year, send directly to the family's outpost at the Catherine Field dungeon, including Pax and Amy. As expected, this year's results displayed by his family juniors disappointed Jack. What was more disappointing is that 2 of his children participated, and even then Whitebin family could not make it to the top 3 of the young heroes list. On the other hand, even the Bright family's spoiled princess made it to the semifinals. In some ways, Jack was happy that he received the distress call from the manor, saving him the shame and embarrassment of seeing the smug face of old geezer William. Yes, father. If even one of the family juniors falls below the top 25 rankings of the young heroes list, Elle will accompany them to train them at the Catherine Field dungeon. Eliza assured her father as he summoned his gold grimoire and vanished with the wind. The Whitebin family's loud discussion brought an awkward pause to Corey and Courtney's argument. Before Jack left, he shot a gaze at Courtney, the person who sent his only son to a medic. Because of Jack's gaze, Courtney's face paled before she snorted at Corey and left towards the VIP box area. Courtney, who is suspected of displaying card overlord prowess during the tournament for some reason, was frightened by a peak card lord's mere gaze. As expected of the patriarch of the city's first Frank family, I knew having card lord power was not enough to challenge Jack, William, or any other patriarch of the top-ranking families. If the top families hold this much power, then the power of the circle rule over the city can only be imagined. The cards and ingredients these families and the circle have accumulated over the decades is not something I can reckon with. This is why I wanted to accumulate as many named Calamity Daughter cores as possible before declaring war on the circle. So what if a peak card king is backing the circle? I have a family of card demigods backing me. I am just waiting to gather enough power to uproot the circle completely, as Anna and her family have made clear that they will not help me or be part of my mundane revenge story. Wyatt, congrats on making it to the semifinals. Beth congratulated me shyly with red cheeks. Yeah, thanks. I felt awkward as this was not the Beth I knew. The Beth I knew was rude and said the first thing that came to her mind without caring for the other person's feelings. Really, Beth? Our brother is lying unconscious in the emergency medic ward, and you are busy snagging a man for yourself. Have you no shame? Amy yelled at Beth, who was busy acting cute and shy in front of me. Hearing Amy, both Corey and Courtney's ears twitched in interest. What do you mean? I was just congratulating him on his win. Getting caught red-handed by her twin, Beth hurriedly explained with a mortified red face. Hearing the twins' argument, I scratched the back of my head. You climb down from your cloud 9. She only wants to court you because you are a talented card creationist with good strength and an orphan with no background, which makes you an easy-to-control house husband and will also help her get rid of the elders who want to marry her off for family relations. Come to think, this is a very smart plan on Beth's part. Seeing me laugh foolishly as I scratched the back of my head, Amy explained the elaborate plan behind her twins' change. Finally understanding the reason behind the weird Beth shaking my head, I followed the Whitebin siblings and Corey to the emergency medic ward to check on Pax. Results of third round. 6 points, 5 contestants. 5 points, 10 contestants. 4 points, 13 contestants. 3 points, 5 contestants. 2 points, 27 contestants. 1 points, 300 contestants. 0 points, 60 contestants. Dalton Wyatt 6 points. Corey Bright 6 points. Courtney Rest 6 points. Lucy Roberts 6 points. Raymond Sanchez 6 points. Contest: Raymond Sanchez forfeiting 4th round / semifinals of the tournament due to injuries. Semifinals: Courtney Rest versus Lucy Robert. Semifinals: Dalton Wyatt versus Corey Bright. During the 3rd round of the tournament, out of 10 card duels, 5 ended with clear victories and 5 ended in a draw, while one of the winners of 3rd round, Raymond Sanchez, had to forfeit 4th round. Here, stuff the corpse in this, and use the disguise cards to disguise one of the medic's staff. I will disguise as the head medic, said the head cleric dressed in white robes. Master, the number of female medic staff is larger in ratio. Do we have to disguise ourselves as a female medic? A young crusader asked the head cleric. Despite his young age, the crusader was of card grandmaster realm. Splash. A bright light flashed in the medic ward and blood splashed over the wall of the medic ward. Anybody else with silly doubts? If rescuing the Lord requires you to become a eunuch, you become a eunuch, let alone disguise as a woman. Add his body to the same pile of heretics' bodies. A blasphemer like him does not deserve to join us in the holy mission to rescue and bring our Lord back home. Hearing the young crusader ask silly questions, the head cleric was enraged so much so that he beheaded the young crusader with a holy light blade. The rest of the crusaders and cleric were not alarmed by the head cleric's decision to kill the young crusader for something so meaningless. Instead, they seemed to agree with the head cleric and acted as if it were normal. Their faith in their Lord and his servant, the head cleric, seemed to have reached blind faith level. Head cleric, I do trust those guys from the circle, and do not think that they will hold up their end of the bargain. The senior crusader addressed the head cleric with his doubts. You are right. Even I do not trust them. I do trust their greed for what we have promised them in return for their help in our mission. So do not worry, as long as we pay them enough, these heretics will do anything we ask, or even slay their siblings. Unlike the senior crusader, who was having a hard time trusting their outside help, the head cleric did not seem to be bothered with things like trust, as he believed that as long as they were greedy enough, they would get the work done. Haha, you are correct, head cleric. Cough, head medic. These heretics do anything for money. Hearing the head cleric, finally the senior crusader laughed in assurance. Head medic, everything is set. The tournament will commence in 3 minutes. One of the clerics disguised as a junior medic reported to the head cleric. Good. Everyone heal the injured contestants as soon as possible and send them packing. Do not crowd the medic ward. I want this mission to be as quiet as possible. Nobody should realize what happened, at least until we teleport Lord to the Empire. Remember, no mistakes will be tolerated. No only will you lose your life, but your whole family and anybody related to you and their families will be killed as punishment. The head cleric warned the bunch of clerics and crusaders disguised as medic staff. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 9:08. Location: Sky Blossom City, Sky Blossom Card Stadium, Stadium Field, Emergency Medic Bay. Benjamin Johnson, a young and talented cleric, hailed as a genius by the Empire for reaching the Card Grandmaster realm by the age of 25. Due to his talent, he was required as in the secret spy force of the Empire. A few days ago, Benjamin and 3 other of his friends from the secret spy force were assigned their first spy mission. This spy mission was big deal. It was one of those career-making, career-ending type of mission. Being young, Benjamin and his friends did not hesitate to go on the spy mission. But spending few days on the road to accomplish the mission, Benjamin and his friends have come to know that spies are not as romantic as they are sound to make by the recruiters of the secret spy services. On the road to the Sky Blossom City, lost 2 of his friends to the mode swings of the head cleric, who would not blink twice, killing his comrades. Today, Benjamin lost another of his friends for asking a valid, yet meaningless question. They were supposed to disguise as the medic staff of the tournament, but a problem raised as the ratio of females in the medic staff was greater than the ratio of females in his group. All the male senior clerics and crusaders disguised themselves as the limited available male medic staff, leaving the female medic staff despise Benjamin and his friends. How can their seniors expect a couple of hot-blooded males to disguise as females? They were religious fanatics who were citizens of an empire that was founded on one of the notions to ban homosexuality. Now that very same empire was asking them to disguise themselves as female magic staff. When one of them raised his concerns, he was beheaded mercilessly. Hopelessly, Benjamin and his friends discussed as female medic staff. If it was just disguising as a female medic, then they could emulate this situation for their lord, but since the tournament began, many contestants have visited the medic ward for treatment and hit on all of them disguised as female medics. Benjamin himself has been flirted with 43 times and groped 3 times. Benjamin and his friends finally knew the pain of their opposite sex. Feet up, Benjamin transferred to field emergency medic duty from medical ward duty, where his nightmare began. Medic. Medic. A contestant seeking help called for the medical staff assigned to oversee the injured participants. Hearing the call of the contestant, Benjamin headed to Arena 31. Arena 31. Winner Nathan Buck, the referee of Arena 31, announced the winner while the loser cried out loud seeking medical help. Upon reaching the arena, Benjamin looked at the contestant who called for help, but he was completely fine. Puzzled, Benjamin still performed the duty of medical staff and carried a completely fine fat contestant on the stretcher. As Benjamin was checking the fat contestant's condition, the contestant asked him, "Miss, when will I get my participation certificate? I can no longer continue to participate in the tournament due to my condition." Unable to find the medical condition of the participant in front of him was seeking help for, Benjamin used his medic scan card, which showed that Kindle Cho, the fat contestant, was completely fine, but Benjamin did not think too much into it and answered Kindle Cho as taught by his seniors. The participation certificate will be sent to your grimoire after the tournament ends and the young heroes ranking list is prepared. After a while, to Benjamin's, the fat participant Cho combed his oily hair with his bare sausage hands and, putting on the most charming smile the chinless face of his could spread, Fatty looked at him and said, "Beauty, I am ranked 420th on the Sky Blossom Young Heroes list. Would you like to grab a coffee next week?" "No. I just decided to cut back on my caffeine intake." Hearing about 50 sloppy pick lines from morning, Benjamin was no longer surprised or angry getting hit on by the fatty. Instead, he looked at Cho with scorn and rejected him as bluntly as possible, but also not being too obvious. This type of reaction scared some dumb fucks, but it did not work against thick-skinned ones, and the fatty seemed to be one of them. "How about some English tea at Prestige Cafe?" Yep, a single rejection did not stop the fatty from hitting once again on Benjamin. Benjamin was frustrated with ugly, pimple-faced teenage boys repeatedly hitting on him with the same filthy pickup lines. He wanted to kill to lessen the frustration and the humiliation he was feeling right now. But he soon remembered the cruel warning of the head cleric and the ruthless deed of his comrades as evidence. So Benjamin continued to maintain his calm and did not blow up his cover. So what if he could not kill this fatty or anyone who flirted with? There are many other ways to hurt a person. Thinking of this, Benjamin no longer cared about pretending to be cute and innocent female medic. Instead of killing the fatty, he decided to brutally butcher the fatty with his words. With his face cramped out of anger, he rejected Cho mercilessly. "How about the slaughterhouse, you pig?" Just as Benjamin was waiting for Cho's dumb reply so that he can continue to rip on him, he heard the most unexpected response from Fatty Cho, which he could have never predicted. "No thanks, your taste is too heavy for me." Seeing the fatty's genuinely troubled and concerned face after Fatty indirectly mocked him, Benjamin did not know how one will rebuttal to such a response. He was completely speechless. Angered and speechless, Benjamin mimicked a female medic's action he had practiced and stomped his foot on the ground like a female and left towards the emergency medic ward hurriedly. "Corey, I never knew you were so powerful and skilled with swords." Father was right. The Bright family is not to be underestimated. Surprisingly, Eliza complimented Corey. It seems the change in Corey has gathered a lot of attention on her and the Bright family. If I did not know why Corey changed so much so soon, I guess I would also be impressed. She is just a cheater like me. An origin card that allows one to remember past life memories. This card world never ceases to surprise me. Corey, you liar. You told me that some with our status do not need to work hard, but enjoy. But you were secretly working on your skills and card creation. Beth yelled at Corey. Hearing Beth's statement, Amy and Eliza glared at Corey. "Did I? Sorry, I do not remember saying that." Feeling the glares of Eliza and Amy, Corey feigned ignorance, unable to meet the Whitebin sisters' eyes. As she clearly remembers years ago visiting Whitebin Manor to play with Beth and saying the same words and quite a few other words to young, naive, and innocent Beth, who was genuinely practicing Whitebin family martial arts. Come to think of it, old Corey influenced naive and ignorant Beth a lot into the current Beth. Tisk, no wonder Beth would rebel every time after you visited her. I would train, guide her to the correct path, but soon she would derail. I had my doubts, but Corey, you BTCH, it was you all along. Give me back my toy twin sister. Amy went berserk and yelled at Corey. If not for me intervening and helping Beth, you would have turned her into your pet, or worse, a toy. Now at least she has her own free will and does not fear you. If Corey was guilty of influencing Beth badly, then Amy was guilty of trying to micromanage and control every little detail of Beth's life. Come to think of it, Corey is right. Amy, you always lied to me to get me to do things your way. You said that if I did not practice hard, our father would stop talking to me, and if I do not eat vegetables, the monsters under my bed and inside the closet will eat me. Even the part about making Wyatt my husband candidate, it was you. Your intention said that if someone like Wyatt was my husband, our father would be happy and the family elders would be off my back. Beth angrily yelled at her twin, remembering all the things she did to her. You were the one who told her about the bed and closet monsters. She slept in my room for 3 years. Wait, wasn't that around the time you fought with our father demanding a separate room? It was suspicious that you suddenly stopped demanding a separate room. No wonder. How could you do that to your twin? Eliza was finally enlightened. She thought her little sister Beth was a troubled child, but it turns out she was the victim of Amy and Corey's shenanigans. Jack wanted his twin daughter to deepen their bond, so he had them sleep in the same room until they were 13 years old. Come on, you liked it. You were the one who always complained that Beth does not talk with you, so I sent her to you. Being caught, Amy did not feel guilt or deny her crimes. She doesn't mind sharing a room with her twin, but Beth talks a lot, and a lot of it is just nonsense or repetitive content. Hump. I was going to wish for you to get into the top 10 ranks in the tournament, but now I will not. Beth snorted at her twin and then turned to me, with a charming smile said, Wyatt, I know you will win the tournament. With your stone elemental army, you can easily defeat Corey and what's her name, but I will still wish for you to win the tournament. Hey, thank you, Beth. I felt awkward seeing a 17-year-old trying to court me. The young me would fall for a real-life beautiful princess like Beth, but what the heck am I thinking? Hearing the conversation between me and Beth, Amy sneered as her plan worked flawlessly. Amy knew that Beth was dumb and things were left as they are now. Soon the elders of the family would once again start forcing their father into selling Beth in an arranged marriage for family relations. Their father was a good patriarch first and a good father next. So the chances are that under the pressure of elders one day their father might sacrifice their sister Beth in an arranged marriage for the prosperity of the family and its members. Big families like Whiteburn and Brights viewed their offerings as a commodity to invest in now and reap from later. Someone like Beth with zero achievements and contribution towards family was bound to be used as goods for the family benefit. Therefore, Amy came up with a plan that is to marry her sister off with some she deemed worthy and trust her sister with, and Wyatt fit the bill. He was talented and a genius among geniuses, and far more mature and intelligent than their peers. Most important of all, his character was trustworthy. He was not like other males who act gentlemanly and turn into dogs in front of beautiful women. Not to mention, after the news that they received about Wyatt today morning, the family elders readily agreed to her idea of marrying Beth to Wyatt. This is the reason why the Whiteburn family did not participate in killing Wyatt to gain the Southern Emperor's favor like the rest of the families, bureaucrats of the Sky Blossom City. Being tasked by the family elders to act as the matchmaker between Beth and Wyatt, Amy had prepared a stepwise plan. Step 1. To seed Beth with the idea that Wyatt is the ideal man for her. Being Beth's twin, this step was the easiest one for Amy to achieve. Step 2. To make dense Wyatt see Beth as a woman, beautiful, charming, and hormone-stirring woman. If it was any other man, Amy would have skipped this step, as she knew no real man would resist her twin's charm and the wealthy, powerful family behind her. This part was tricky, as someone as dense as Wyatt would not even realize that Beth is trying to court him. Therefore, she intentionally exposed Beth's thoughts to Wyatt, so that he realizes what Beth wants from him and starts seeing Beth as a woman rather than a friend. Step 3. Let nature take its course. Knowing Beth, once she likes something, she will not stop until she gets it. Seeing all her steps fall in place and work effectively, Amy sneered, thinking she won't have to use the other steps she prepared. Good job, Courtney. Next, similarly execute Wyatt. And bring back the 2 false relics to the circle. Let the fools know that the circle does not do losing deals. Said a skinny old man dressed in gray robe as he greedily glanced over Courtney's voluptuous body. Old bones. Keep your eyes where they should be, otherwise I will fix them for you. And you do not need to tell me, I know how to do my job. Courtney would have already killed this creepy old man if he was not her mother's immediate superior. Her mother did promise her strength and power, but she forgot to mention the shackles that came with them. Feisty, like mother like daughter. I tamed your mother. Soon I will tame you too. Saying that, the old man stretched out his long and wide tongue and licked his lips in vulgar fashion. As the old man harassed her daughter, the clown mask just stood quietly by the door keeping guard. Courtney was already numb to disappointment from her mother's actions, but she cannot leave her mother as she will become alone again, which she did not want as she was afraid of being alone. Master, the package has safely been delivered to the customer. They are preparing to leave. The customer said that the payment will be paid after they leave the city. A staff courteously reported to the skinny old man. That is not what they promised. The deal was we deliver the white bin boy and they give us false relics. Damn those fanatics, what are they up to now? The skinny old man was infuriated on hearing the report given by the staff. Master, they said they cannot trust heretics and will only give the relics once they safely leave the city. Answered the staff. I remember they said they were going to teleport that boy out of her. What happened? The skinny old man clearly remembered that the deal was once to exchange the white bin family boy for false relics on the spot, as they would be teleporting out of the city. Master, the space surrounding the whole city is locked. Those fanatics cannot use teleportation in the city. At first, they almost went on a killing spree thinking that we double-crossed them. Now they have agreed to give the relics once they are safely out of the locked space. The staff explained patiently, as a single misunderstanding could have very serious adverse effects on the relationship between the Circle and the church running the empire. Who dares to lock the space of the entire city? The old man furiously inquired, having understood the reason for the delay in their plans. Master, my guess is it's the Whitebin family. They have declared martial order as fanatics also attacked the Whitebin manor. So the Whitebin family's attention is focused elsewhere as the fanatics kidnapped their offspring. The staff elaborated the plan of the fanatics from the empire. Why wasn't I aware that they planned to attack the Whitebin manor? Damn those fanatics. Where do they think they are? This is not their empire. Here in the Sky Blossom City, everything happens with the permission of the Circle. Don't they know that? The skinny old man yelled at his subordinates in frustration as he could not do the same to the Michelangelo Godson church fanatics. Master, they said you asked them to do whatever they want during their stay in the Sky Blossom City, and you will cover for them. The staff repeated the argument of the fanatics for their behavior. It seems I did say that, but I did not mean they could fucking raid the Whitebin manor. Fuck. Move all the servants. Clean up all the mess. Make sure that nothing connects back to the Circle. Clown, deal with the loose ends. It doesn't matter even if they are small-ranking members of the Circle. Damn, dealing with these religious nuts always ends up biting me in the butt. What can I do? They have the type of woman I like the most. Finally, the old man displayed his true self, which was the complete opposite of the arrogant self he showcased earlier. But soon remembering the nun that visited his room yesterday night, the old man laughed lewdly. Yes, master. The staff and the clown bowed to the old man and hurried left to make arrangements. The Whitebin family's influence on the city may be less compared to the Circle, but it was not something to look down on, especially their influence on the black market. With enough time, the Whitebin family was bound to connect dots to the Circle and their involvement. The Circle was doing now to only delay them at most. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 10:52. Location: Sky Blossom City, Sky Blossom Card Stadium, Stadium Medic Ward. Is this the Medic Ward? Fool. Can't you with the red plus symbol and the bold italic characters on the door, which reads Medic Ward on the door? Amy said, hearing Beth's question. I was being rhetorical. Why do you always have to belittle me? Does it make you feel good? Does hurting my feelings and fighting with me make you happy? Why can't we be like other normal twins? Hearing Beth, Corey, Amy, Eliza, and I were surprised. This was not like Beth. Previously, at such insults from Amy or Pax, Beth would be like, I will tell our father. I will tell my big sister. When did she become so courageous and smart? You dumb twin of mine. Amy was about to retort to Beth, but was interrupted by someone whom she did not expect to. Hey, can you stop? We are here to visit Pax, aren't we? Let's head in. WTF did I just do? Corey, Amy, and Eliza were looking at me with surprised expressions. That was to be expected as they mistook my annoyance as me stepping in to defend Beth. Was it just my annoyance, or was I flattered being courted by a gorgeous and charming teenager? Seeing Beth look at me with big and charming anime eyes, I started to doubt my intentions. Embarrassed, I tried to push the door of the medic ward only to find out that it was locked from inside. Why is this locked? Are you sure Pax was sent to the medic ward? Step aside. Let me try. Hearing me, Eliza was alarmed, and she hurried try to unlock the door, but it did not. So she shouted, "Anybody in there?" "Hello." Eliza knocked hard on the door, but nobody answered. The door was reinforced, so it did not budge despite the force applied to it. "Amy, go contact the stadium management." "Beth, call the family elders." "I go check with the medic on the stadium field." "Help. Big sister Eliza, help." A loud voice similar to a pig squeaking sound was heard from within the medic ward, halting all of us in our steps. "Shut up, you damned fatty." Bang. Soon the medic ward door opened, and all 5 of us were surrounded by a dozen fierce men dressed in women. "If you care for your friend's well-being, do not make any noise and peacefully enter the medic ward. If we find anything suspicious, we will kill all of you on the spot." One of the cross-dressing men surrounding us threatened us to not resist and follow them into the medic ward. Not knowing Pax's current status, we decide to listen to these cross-dressing men. As of right now, the safety of Pax and other captives was the top priority. So, the girls and I quietly follow our apprehenders into the medic ward. Entering the medic ward, we see a young man cross-dressed as a woman thrashing a fat figure lying on the floor, who despite being thrashed so brutally showed no sign of defense or struggle. Except he seemed to be yelling some profanity, but thanks to the gag on his mouth, only loud weird sounds sounded quite similar to the squeaking of a fat pig. "Onik, Onik, Onike, shut up you fat pig. I should have killed you earlier." The young cross-dresser vented his anger on the fat figure lying on the ground. "That's enough, Benjamin. He might actually. We do not want the Cho family as our enemies, now do we?" A skinny old man ordered Benjamin to stop as he seemed to be worried about the family of the fatty who had been beaten to a red pulp almost resembling a sunbathed pink pig. "Yes, head cleric." Benjamin stopped venting on the fatty and bowed to the head cleric, showing his compliance. "You guys are from the Empire. How dare you conduct such an atrocity in our city? Do you think you can get away with this? No chances." Hearing Benjamin address the skinny old man as head cleric, Eliza deduced the background of our apprehenders. They belonged to the Empire. Realizing that the people holding us hostage were from the Empire, Eliza finally got a clear picture of what was happening here. After the kidnap incident during the life-slash-death duel at Whitebin Manor, Eliza would be stupid not to realize that people of the Empire were here to kidnap her little brother Pax. Ding, ding. You are correct. We are from the Empire. And here's your prize for interrupting head cleric and speaking before you were asked to. A middle-aged man dressed in senior medic uniform confirmed Eliza's guess and punched her in the gut for speaking before she was asked to and interrupting the head cleric. Cough, cough, vomit, cough, taking a hard fist to her gut by a peak card lord. Unprepared, Eliza coughed violently and vomited a mouthful of blood. Seeing Eliza's condition, Amy and Beth cried out in panic as they supported their elder sister. "Sister. Okay, listen up, you little SHDS. No one speaks or makes any sounds unless they are spoken to. The faster you understand your present situation, the better. Otherwise, hee, the middle-aged man warned the girls and me. Senior Crusader, what about that fatty? He seems to have broken a few ribs in his right arm from Benjamin's thrashing." One of the cross-dressing men reported to the middle-aged man about the noisy fatty who was squeaking in pain with a few broken ribs and an arm. "Let him be. Those squeaks are pleasant to hear. It reminds me of my ranch back home." The Senior Crusader nonchalantly ordered. "Senior Crusader, how about we treat the fatty's broken ribs except for his broken arm? That fatty does not deserve punishment. He deserves our thanks. Because of his shenanigans, we have a VIP and our benefactor among us." As the head cleric said that, he turned towards the girls and me. Glancing at us, his eyes shone brightly. "Head cleric, what do you mean?" asked the Senior Crusader, following the head cleric's line of sight. "I am Benson Barnard III, and it is an honor to meet the hand of the god, Master Wyatt." When the head cleric said VIP, I thought he was talking about Corey and Eliza, as they both were prime heirs of their families. Both Willem and Jake would be willing to pay any amount of ransom for their beloved daughters and granddaughter. It seems the head cleric did not seem to care about them. Instead, he addressed me. What? I was puzzled by the words of the head cleric. Our Lord, demigod Michelangelo Godson, used you as his hands to create an origin card in his image for Lord Pax to guide us to his last and only descendant in this world, making you the benefactor and the VIP of our empire. It seems me using demigod Michelangelo Godson's image for Iron Flesh's appearance is being misunderstood and misinterpreted by these religious nuts, and they have started to treat me as the hands of the demigod they worship. If these people are reacting so much just because Iron Flesh looks like demigod Michelangelo Godson, what would happen if they knew about the demigod bestowal skill? Insight forecast. Oh, that. I did not do much. Pax's fated ingredient was a demigod Michelangelo Godson pendant. I answered humbly to buy as much time as possible, because even after scanning the whole medic ward thrice with my soul pupils, I still could not find any trace of Pax. Instead, I found that there are a dozen more strong card apprentices from the Empire hidden in shadows aside from the card apprentices in the medical ward. How dare you address our Lord's name so casually from your filthy mouth? The senior crusader thundered, hearing me casually call Pax by his name. Slap, crash, thud. Senior crusader, know your place. Master Wyatt is the hand of our Lord and close friend of Lord Pax. He has the right to call Lord Pax's name dearly. You, on the other hand, be prepared to face the consequences of threatening the hand of our Lord. Now, apologies to the God Hand. In response to the senior crusader's threat to me, Benson slapped him so hard that he crashed into a wooden closet and fell to the floor in a daze. It seems that despite his skinny and old body frame, the head cleric is packing some serious power. Please accept my apologies, God Hand, Master Wyatt. Hearing the head cleric, the senior crusader hurriedly got up from the floor as he cleaned the blood at the corner of his mouth with the white medic coat sleeves. Performing a deep bow to me, the senior crusader apologized. Fuck, these bastards are crazy and brutal. No matter how cruel I am, I would never belittle my trusted subordinates in the presence of a company. Escaping from these people unharmed was not a challenge for me, but that would put the life of the girls and that fatty Cho in danger. As for Pax, by the amount of respect shown by these people while addressing Pan's name, I knew they did not dare to harm Pax, even if they were to lose their life. For me to create an escape plan, first I will have to locate Pax, which I failed to do till now despite my soul pupils. It's okay, Senior Crusader. You were just being protective of your faith. Head Cleric, if you do not mind, let me ask you where Pax is? He seemed to be injured in his previous duel. I asked, trying to seem as genuine as possible and not attract the head cleric's suspicion. Escaping here was not a concern for me, but finding Pax's whereabouts was troubling me right now. Do not worry, God Hand. Lord Pax is all right. He is resting in the crystal coffin, said the head cleric as he unveiled the white cloth covering the crystal coffin. I checked the crystal coffin half a dozen times with my soul pupil. It was empty. Even now with the naked eye it appeared empty. It seems even the Empire's card apprentice also realized that the crystal coffin was empty as they stared dumbfoundedly at the empty crystal coffin in shock. Soon a senior cleric recovered from the shock and yelled furiously, "We have been duped. Those damned heretics never planned on keeping their end of the bargain. No wonder the teleportation card did not work. Did we walk into their trap?" Hearing the senior cleric's furious shout, other fanatics came to their senses and started to panic, unable to find their Lord Pax. The more they thought, the more what senior cleric's words made sense. Even the head cleric started to think that the senior cleric's argument seemed to answer all the issues they were facing. First, the issue with teleportation. Now their Lord is missing. The current situation was starting to seem more like a trap than a deal that went bad. Seeing that the religious fanatics did not have their brother, the Whiteboon sisters rejoiced, but soon panicked considering the question that loomed over their heads. If they do not have Pax, then where is Pax? The moment I and the girls were surrounded by the cross-dressing card grandmasters, I sent a distress signal to Van and Fred via the Hive AI of the Calamity Soul Core, as some kind of disturbance was stopping me from using the Grimoire call, chat, and email functions by cutting off my Grimoire's access to the Grimoire network. Van, Fred, hurry to the Stadium Medic Ward. Some fishy is going on here. Hide in the shadows until I call for your help. Yes, Master, we will be there. It took 30 seconds for both Van and Fred to reach the Stadium Medic Ward in stealth at their full speed, without alerting the Empire's card apprentice and those hiding in the shadow. Their presence gave me the confidence that I could easily escape these Empire's card grandmasters and card lords unharmed as long as I wanted to. After contacting Van and Fred, I contacted Ed Bright and Sarah, who were in the VIP box number 1 with Elliot. After informing them of the situation, I asked them to get Elliot up to speed and ask him to call Anna and seek her assistance. According to the rumors, Anna the Southern Emperor was out to get me. So why was I trying to get help? Would she help me? Who fooled her? Was I that naive to believe that Anna liked me and would help me? The answer here was not whether I was naive or Anna was a saint, but a soul contract between me and Anna, which forced her to protect me. Right now, I was up against people from the Empire who did not fear or respect the Southern Emperor of her demigod family. So the Empire would not hesitate to kill, unlike the clans, families, and bureaucrats of the Sky Blossom City who had to abide by the soul contract between me and the Southern Emperor if they wanted to survive in the southern region, that is. I trusted in Calamity Daughter Core Van and named Calamity Daughter Core Fred's ability, but the protection of a card emperor was way more assuring than the protection of 2 Calamity card lords. Having heard the entire situation from Sarah and Bright Brothers, Elliot hurriedly tried to contact Anna, but contact out of coverage area, please try again later. Contact out of coverage area, please try again later. For some unknown reason, Elliot was unable to reach Anna. Panicked, Elliot decided to get some outside help, but the Bright Brothers and Sarah stopped him from doing so following my instruction. I stopped Elliot from getting outside help because I thought somebody from inside was helping the Empire's card apprentice for them to be able to so easily blend in and disguise as the stadium medic. This was an elaborated and pre-planned incident which the Empire would not be able to pull off without help from somebody inside. This somebody should have considerable power and influence within Sky Blossom City to dare to collude with the Empire and do something like this. So my obvious suspects were the City Hall and the Circle. As both the Bright family and Whitebin family could not be the suspects because of obvious reasons. Narrowing down the suspects to City Hall and the Circle, I contacted my spy within the City Hall, one of the private guards of the City Lord, Ted Martinez. Yep, the same Ted Martinez who tried to assassinate Ben Francis with help of Viper yesterday night at the cemetery. Instead of killing Ted, I added him to my collection. There was nothing impressive about him except his position in City Hall as the trusted aide of City Lord. Ted, did the City Hall help the mad dogs of the Empire to infiltrate the card stadium as medic personals? I informed Ted about the Empire and their card apprentice trying to kidnap Pax to confirm whether the City Hall was the one that helped the Empire card apprentices. No, Master. To the best of my knowledge, the City Hall would not dare to plan against the Whitebin family, but I will ask around. Ted hurriedly answered, but it turns out the City Hall was not behind this incident, leaving the Circle as the only suspects. It had to be them because in the entire Sky Blossom City, only they would dare to go against the Whitebin family and collude with the religious fanatics like the Empire. No need. I think the Circle should be behind the incident. You stay put. I can handle this. I stopped Ted from investigating further into this matter, as that was unnecessary right now and it may draw suspicion to his cover. Yes, Master, Ted responded mentally as he stood behind the City Lord in the VIP box number 3. Concluding that the Circle was involved, I knew that Van and Fred will not be enough. I had to involve outside help as Anna was out of reach. And the best candidate for help would be the Bright family, since the Whitebin family is right now under martial order and fighting the enemies invading their manor. I believe the enemies invading the Whitebin manor should also be Empire card apprentices, and that did that as a distraction to draw Jack and other Whitebin family elders away from the card stadium when they kidnapped Pax. Deciding to call for outside help, I asked the Bright brothers to contact their patriarch, William. As of right now, I could only trust the Whitebin family and the Bright family that they were not involved with the Empire and the Circle. Since the Whitebin family was unavailable for known reasons, the Bright family was the next best option to call for help, as this matter involved their Princess Corey, and also the chances of them being the one helping the Empire's forces were low. The Bright brothers contacted William as I asked them to. Thankfully, William was a sly old fox who knew how to work in the shadows. Hearing that his precious granddaughter was in trouble, he did not go berserk or mobilize the entire Whitebin family forces. Instead, he gathered a few trusted Bright family elders and stood in the shadows along with Van and Fred awaiting my signal. All the preparations were done, though it was unfortunate that I could not get hold of Anna. Still, with the current preparation, I was confident that I could rescue the girls and the fatty Cho. As for Pax, his whereabouts were still unknown despite how many times I scanned the entire medic ward and nearby rooms with my soul pupils. But it became clear that even the Empire's card apprentice did not have him, so I saw no point in delaying the inevitable. I choose you, Stone Voltronian. As the demigod worshippers were in chaos, seeing the empty crystal coffin, I saw an opening and signaled Van, Fred, William, and Bright family elders to take action. As I summoned all 5 of the Stone Voltronians captured in my monster orb. I choose you, Stone Voltronian. Transform, second form, Calamity Titan form. As soon as the 5 giant A-rank Stone Voltronians were summoned inside the medic ward, the whole section of the card stadium where the medic ward was located started to crumble. Thankfully, the section above the medic ward was the stadium power and control rooms, so there were 0 casualties. Enemy attack. As the roof of the medic ward started to collapse, one of the cross-dressing men yelled hurriedly, trying to gain the attention of his comrades and focus on countering the enemies, then panicking for their missing Lord Pax. The card apprentices of the Empire were already in turmoil due to missing Pax, and with the roof of the medic ward falling, they were caught unprepared and the chaos grew. Unknown to them, some of their comrades had already been eliminated by the enemies. With my signal, William sprinted from the shadow. He was hiding to the side of his beloved granddaughter. Reaching Corey, William unbridled attacked all the fanatics nearby. Following his example, the Bright family elders started to eliminate the weak fanatics amidst the chaos, seeing their family young miss was secured by their patriarch. While William and his cronies were immersed in the onslaught of the demigod worshippers, I had Van and Fred secure Fatty Cho and the Whitebin girls. Holy might! Soon a bright light flashed brilliantly in the collapsing medic ward, and all the collapsing card stadium rubles cleared, giving the fanatics and their leader a clear line of sight to spot their enemies and allies. The reason demigod worshippers were slaughtered single-sided was that there were too many of them, while their enemies were in single-digit, who hid among their comrades, behind the 5 giant stone elementals and the collapsing floors of the stadium as they launched attacks. Cautioned that they would hurt their comrades, the demigod worshippers could only defend themselves as they watched their comrades fall one by one. You mongrels, you dare to betray us. Holy smite! Casting the holy light to take care of falling rubles, head cleric activated another card aiming at the 5 giant stone elementals, the root of this havoc. Before I could react, I saw 5 arrays of lightning falling on each of the giant stone elementals. Being bombarded with lightning, the Stone Voltronians stood like immovable mountains as lightning washed all over their giant stone bodies. The lightning had 0 effect on the Stone Voltronians. Was the head cleric dumb to use a lightning attack against stone elementals? No. Holy smite and no ordinary lightning. Their true purpose is to purge the souls of the target. Had it been any other stone elemental, they would have crumbled at the first strike of the holy smite. But Stone Voltronians are different. They have Calamity Daughter core protecting their soul, hence they were unaffected by the killer effect of the holy smite. Impossible. How can these lesser beings withstand the wrath of the demigod? Seeing the stone elementals withstand one of his finishing moves, the head cleric shouted in disbelief. While the head cleric was busy taking care of the giant stone elementals, the other demigod worshippers engaged the enemies, bringing the one-sided slaughter to a halt. The 3 elders of the Bright family that Willem brought with him now had to defend against 2 card lords and a half-dozen of card grandmasters each. Despite fighting against enemies 7 times their number, the elders of the Bright family could still hold their ground. So to level the numbers, I yelled, Stone Voltronian, summon minions. Soon 50 A rank and 300 B rank Stone Voltronians appeared. With the appearance of the summoned elementals, the demigod worshippers started to panic, but then the senior crusader yelled, Summon, Crusaders of Light. Soon 50 A-rank light elements, shaped as humanoid knights mounted on horses similar to cavalry, were summoned. Thankfully, the head cleric had obliterated the entire medic ward section with his Holy Might card, giving enough space for my 350 stone elementals and the senior crusader's 50 light elementals. Following the senior crusader, another demigod worshipper, a senior cleric, yelled, Summon the sinners of Lord. And another 500 undead-type monsters were summoned, but these monsters were weak and their strength varied between D rank and B rank, but their numbers were enough to make up for the lack of their strength and bring the fight to an equilibrium. While the Bright family elders led by William and the demigod worshippers focused on massacring each other, I had 4 A-rank stone Voltronians build a stone dome to cover me, Fatty, and the girls. That's what appeared on the surface, but I had each of the stone elementals dig 4 different underground tunnels in 4 different directions to escape from this hellhole and get to a safe place, preferably the VIP box. While the other 3 tunnels served as a decoy if my plans were seen through, the girls, Fatty, and I took the shortest tunnel to the VIP section of the stadium. Why the VIP section of all places? The VIP section currently housed 1/5 of the strongest card apprentices of the city who could buy us some time if needed. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 11:02. Location: Sky Blossom City, Sky Blossom Card Stadium, VIP box number 2. Boom! With a loud sound the stadium shook. What the fuck is happening? Report, damn it. Report. Hearing the disturbance stem from the medic section of the stadium, the skin old man jumped in distress. Not knowing what was going on, he yelled at his subordinates for information regarding the sound. Reporting, Master, the medic ward section of the stadium has collapsed. The cause seems to be the appearance of 5 giant stone elementals. One of the cronies next to the skinny old man reported hurriedly. You fool, can't I see that from here? Report what is going on there on the ground. That's Holy Might, the head cleric's card. Go, find out who the demigod worshippers are fighting with. Wait, contact the clown mask and ask her to eliminate all the demigod worshippers. Not one of those fanatics should be captured alive. Kill them all. If they were to speak, then it's over for us. Go. Hurry, go. The skinny old man frantically yelled at his subordinates. The circle may rule the Sky Blossom City, but the southern region was another matter. Even the small children of the southern region knew colluding with the demigod worshippers was a crime punishable by death. Though so many decades after the war it may appear that both sides are trying to mend the relationship with each other, the people of both regions still hated the other side and blamed each other for the atrocities committed by each side on the other side during the war. If it was known that the circle had colluded with the demigod worshippers, then it was the end for the skinny old man, as the circle would use him as the scapegoat to calm the public anger and escape any backlash coming their way. Knowing this, the skinny old man grew frantic. Haha, weren't you high and mighty a while ago? What happened, you creep? Corey, who was seated in one of the corners of the VIP box, laughed watching the skinny old man suffer. Shut up, you cheap slut. If I die, I will take you, your mother, and everyone else with me. If you hold your life and your mother's life dear, then leave and make sure that not even one of the demigod worshippers is captured alive. Fuck me and my big mouth, thought Corey, hearing the skinny old man's threat and orders. Where are you taking us? We should be searching for packs right now. Amy asked me as I hurried towards the VIP balcony. As 2 of my stone Voltronians carried half-dead Fatty Cho and seriously injured Eliza to the Cho family VIP section. If you have any clue to where Pax is, you can go find him. As for me, I will get these 2 treated. Fatty looks like he is already half-step in death's doorstep. And even though your sister is putting on a brave face, a point-blank attack from a peak card lord is deadly even for a peak card master such as her. Getting this Fatty and Eliza treated was my priority, and also I do not want to fight the demigod worshippers trying to find Pax. If Pax is as important to them as the demigod worshippers portrayed earlier, then there is no way that the Empire would have sent just a bunch of card lords and card grandmasters to kidnap him. There have to be a few stronger card apprentices hiding in the shadows. It's about time they made their debut, seeing how all the plans of the Empire failed. Fine, I will do that. As Amy was about to argue, Eliza interpreted her with her weak and nearly audible voice. Amy, stop it. I have already informed our father about the situation here. The family has put the city under martial order, so do not worry about Pax. We will find him soon. Amy, let's get Big Sis healed first. Then we can go to find Pax together. Beth persuaded Amy with red and teary eyes. Beth also wanted to find her brother as soon as possible, but she did not want to see her other siblings get injured in the process. Okay, fine. But once his sister gets healed, we will search for Pax. Seeing the concern in her twin's eyes, and the barely conscious elder sister Amy decided to stick with her sisters for now. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 11:11. Location: Sky Blossom City, Sky Blossom Card Stadium, VIP balcony, Cho family. Matriarch: Young Master Kindle is not responding to our calls. I worry that he is stuck in the medic ward. Shall I send a few of our family experts to secure the young master? A formally dressed Cho family head maid reported to the Cho family matriarch Misha Cho. No need. Cho family expert's time is too precious to be wasted on that worthless son of mine. He can't die anyway. Let this be a lesson for him. Hearing the matriarch, the head maid sighed in desperation. As Kindle was the only direct line heir of the Cho family, if anything were to happen to him, Kindle did not have any siblings to fill his position. Meaning, the Cho family main bloodline would end with Kindle Cho death, as the matriarch was already too old to bear any more heirs for the family. Though normal means cannot kill the young master, as he is practically immortal, there are obvious side effects to the young master's origin card which a keen eye can easily exploit. Yes, madam. Then I will ask the elders to find and assist the young master. The current head maid used to serve as the nanny of the matriarch during her young age, and she knew Misha Cho very well. Despite her stone-cold exterior and cruel words, she has a needle-sized soft spot in her heart for very few special people in her life. And her only son Kindle Cho was the top one among them. But the matriarch and the young master, despite being mother and son, both were opposite to each other. To put it in layman's terms, matriarch was an achiever and the young master was a pushover. The only thing they both had in common was their stubborn and obstinate opinions, which made it so that the matriarch would not openly show any kind of concern for the young master, her precious and only disappointment. Whatever, the matriarch replied nonchalantly, while in her mind she thought, family experts. You want to send people who can barely protect themselves to protect my son? You must be kidding me. Send those old geezers. All they do is sit on their ass and boss around the family juniors with their elder title. Fuck. If there is even a single screech on my son's body, I will cut their 1 month's salary and incentives for every scratch. Just as the head maid was about to relay the orders of the matriarch to the elders, she saw a boy accompanied by 2 girls and 2 stone elementals carrying 2 injured bodies. Upon inspecting closely, the head maid realized that one of the injured figures carried by the stone elementals was her versatile young master. Young master? The head maid screamed in panic, seeing the bloodied young master. Being a professional maid for more than 5 decades, it was unlike the head maid to scream and behave so unprofessionally. The head maid could not control herself because in her eyes the matriarch and the young master were like her daughter and grandchild. Hearing the head maid's panicked scream, the whole balcony turned to find the source of the scream, especially the Cho family members, as they recognized the scream as the scream of their family head maid. Young master. As we neared the Cho family, I saw an old lady look at unconscious bloodied fatty and scream in panic. Her scream attracted a lot of curious gazes on me and the girls. Why are you being so dramatic, Aunt? He is alive, isn't he? Rejuvenating cloud. The head maid was the only servant in the Cho family worthy to be addressed as aunt by the family matriarch. The matriarch nonchalantly glanced at her half-dead son and activated a card summoning her grimoire. Hearing the matriarch's emotionless words, I was shocked. I never thought that a mother could be so indifferent to her son, who was half-step in the death's doorstep. My shock died as I saw a green cloud cover Fatty Cho and Eliza as it rapidly healed their wounds. Right now I was speechless and a little awkward, not knowing what to do now, as the Cho family matriarch healed Eliza and Cho without an explanation. The demigod worshippers are attacking the city. Please help. Our brother is missing. Beth shouted, looking at the Cho family matriarch, and begged for her help. Okay, I did not know we could do that. It seems knowing when to ask for help and whom to ask for help is an important lesson I still have to learn. Matriarch, where are you going? Young master, he. The head maid called out to the matriarch, who was heading out of the VIP balcony, but was interrupted by the matriarch midway. Didn't you hear the girl? The demigod worshippers are attacking the city? What are you guys waiting for? An invitation. Have you forgotten your duty towards the city and its people? The matriarch yelled at the nearby prominent families who were watching a show despite knowing what was happening while neglecting their duties towards the city. Location, Sky Blossom City, Sky Blossom Card Stadium, somewhere in the sky. How long are you planning to stay hidden? All of your subordinates will be slaughtered soon. Anna leisurely stood 1,700 meters above the card stadium in the sky. Old geezer, come out, I can smell your rotten cunt all the way up here, Anna yelled at the empty sky. My, it seems the rumors about the Southern Emperor lacking proper manners due to a lack of father figure is true. Let me teach you some manners in your father's stead. A mysterious husky voice sounded in the sky in response to Anna's taunt. Oh really? Then you won't mind me calling you Daddy, right Daddy? Anna playfully called the mysterious voice, Daddy. Haha, your voice is more seducing than a siren's. Come baby girl, let Daddy teach you some grown-up stuff. The mysterious voice sounded more excited and louder as a figure of an old man dressed in a white cassock revealed himself, seated on a throne made of clouds. I'm coming, Daddy. Damned arena. Reaching within a 1-kilometer radius of the old man, Anna activated a card. And the next second Anna and the old man vanished from the sky above the card stadium. Fuck. Where's this goddamn place? I cannot feel an ounce of soul energy in the atmosphere. The old man in a white cassock yelled in anger, seeing his surroundings change to a gladiator arena from a beautiful serene sky. Daddy, this is one of my field cards, damned arena. Here neither you nor I can make use of our grimoire or soul energy. Anna answered the old man. Fuck. I really can't summon my grimoire or feel soul energy in here. You crazy BTCH, why would you do this? How do I get out of this forsaken place? The old man did not believe Anna's words, so tried summoning his memoir and mobilizing his soul energy. Realizing what Anna said was true and understanding the dangerous situation he was in, the old man finally lost his composure and grew frantic. What happened, Daddy? I thought you were going to teach me some grown-up stuff. So I found a place where nobody would interrupt us. Anna teased the agitated old man. Shut up, you cheap lut. I command you to send me out of this place right now. The old man tried various ways to mobilize his soul energy or call upon his grimoire, but all his efforts yielded no results. The old man finally became desperate and no longer knew what he was saying. Right now the old man felt like a fish out of water. Having spent his entire life leading and mastering soul energy has become more like addiction to the old man. The old man was so dependent on soul energy, cards and grimoire, that right now he was showcasing withdrawal symptoms similar to a drug addict. Though both Anna and the old man were of Card Emperor realm, Anna was young and had a few more centuries to live while the old man was nearing his final years. This is why the appearance of Anna looked as if she was in her 20s and the old man looked like he was at least 80 years old. Having lived centuries dependent on soul energy and cards, right now the old man was desperate and grew hysterical like a junkie who was denied his last smoke. Send me out of here. Send me out of her, you itch. Send me out of here. The old man was no longer sane. He completely lost his reason and common sense as he ran towards Anna, trying to attack her. Thud, cough, cough. Anna balled her fist and slammed into the face of the incoming old geezer's throat, knocking him to the ground. The old geezer coughed uncontrollably, finding it hard to breathe, and gasped to breathe in as much air as possible. Daddy, have patience. Do ruin my fun by dying so easily. Anna walked to the walls of the arena where different kinds of weapons were stacked for the gladiators to use. Picking up a sword and a hammer, Anna returned next to the trembling old man, who just kept mumbling, Send me back. Send me back. Send me back. Here, take this sword, Daddy. As long as one of us is dead, the other person can leave this place, Daddy. Now pick up the sword and kill me if you want to go back. Anna finally showed the old man the way to leave this damned arena. The old man, who seemed to have lost all reasoning, finally found some hope hearing Anna's words. His eyes glowed fiercely as he picked up the sword and sang it at Anna. Anna dodged all the old man's advances easily. Swinging his sword 16 times, the old man was exhausted. Losing connection to soul energy and grimoire, old man was now immortal, and his strength was right now equal to an 80 years old human male. The sword was about 5.5 kilograms. It was already so prestigious that the old man was able to swing it 16 times continuously. Daddy, why are you so weak? Are you one of those domesticated card apprentices, and a range type at that? Sigh, such a letdown. No wonder you acted like a fish out of water, losing contact with the grimoire. And here I was expecting to have a true duel between us. Anna sighed in disappointment, realizing that the old man was a domesticated card apprentice. Southern Emperor, I am sorry. Please let me go. I will give you all of my possessions in return for my life. Please forgive my sin and leave a way for me to live. Slowly adapting to his new environment, the old man changed some reasoning and started begging for his life, realizing that he could never defeat Anna in this damned arena. That's not possible, Daddy. All the people who visited this arena are dead. Oh, looks like more guests have arrived. Daddy, I have to go welcome them. So I will make this quick. Anna started to hammer the old man into a meat patty, sensing the arrival of the new foes outside in the real world. How dare you capital garbage step in my territory? Wasn't I clear last time? Coming out of the damned arena, Anna thundered at the incoming hovercar. Hearing Anna's voice, the hovercar came to a halt. And within the hovercar, Brandon and his uncle's face became unsightly. What the fuck is she doing here? Was our mission leaked? Brandon asked his uncle in distress. Lady Sansa, not good. Not good. A middle-aged maid rushed into an elegant and grandiose library whose walls were lined with countless vintage and precious books. Kim, how many times do I have to warn you about disturbing me while I am in the library? I guess it has become a habit. Not something a little punishment can't fix. A graceful middle-aged lady with youthful charm and a curvaceous body warned the maid who rushed into the library. I am sorry, miss. I wouldn't have been so audacious if the situation did not warrant it. Hearing her master's threat, the maid bowed and apologized. I see. Let's hear your reason for your behavior, and then I will decide on your punishment. The glamorous lady, hearing the maid's plea, decided to give the maid a chance at redemption. Madam, I visit the Harrah's card boutique to collect your armor card for tonight's hunting banquet. There I ran into one of the maids from the Duskborn family. We got to talking, and I was able to extract some information from her mouth. The maid overemphasized her role in getting the news from the Duskborn family, made to escape the punishment her master spoke of. Stop exaggerating and get to the point. The maid's little thoughts did not escape Sansa's eyes. Yes, madam, I was getting there. According to the Duskborn family maid, the Duskborn family is planning on bringing Elend's only son back home. Not only that, if everything goes according to their plan, they also plan on adding Elend, her husband and son, to the Duskborn family ancestry book, and give her son the right to use the Duskborn family name. She said that young Master Brandon and Fire Fist Emperor have left to the southern region to bring back Elend's son a few hours ago. Reporting the information, the maid humbly stood for her master's instruction. Good job, Kim. I heard your son has graduated from the Card University and has applied to serve as Baylor Family Guard. Here, take this golden grimoire to increase his chances of getting recruited. Now leave. Handing the maid the golden grimoire, Sansa asked her to leave. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thanking her master, the maid excused herself. Seeing the maid leave, Sansa summoned her grimoire and made a call. Your Highness, how can this slave be of service? And a deep male voice answered the call. What happened to getting rid of the boy? It's been 2 months since I handed you the mission, and you had the gall to demand full payment for a half-finished, sloppy job. Sansa yelled at the deep voice, blaming him for collecting full payment and not delivering what was promised. That BTCHU asked us to assassinate had stolen something of ours and hid it. With her and her husband dead, the boy was our only clue left, so we did not kill him. Now that we have confirmed that the boy is in possession of our goods, we were about to handle him for good. Despite the things getting complicated right now due to the involvement of the Southern Emperor, we will complete the task we have taken. By today afternoon, you can expect to hear the good news. The male voice explained to Sansa why the task she has assigned to them has not been completed yet. Cut the crap. I did not pay you to hear your bull SHD. Get the job done by today afternoon, or else get ready to cough every single penny I paid you. Sansa did not care for the explanation of the male voice. All she wanted was results, a cold corpse of her rival's last spawn. Yes, madam, trust me. I will contact you once the task is completed. The male voice tried to assure Sansa, but Sansa hung up the call, as any promise without results is an empty promise. I cannot trust these fools to take care of the boy. It seems I will have to use someone else. Hanging up the call, Sansa went into deep thought, as she knew she could not count on a third-rate organization that was stupid enough to name itself the Circle to complete the task. Contemplating for a few minutes, Sansa's eyes shined brilliantly as she hurriedly made another call. The sun must have risen due west today for stunning Sansa to call me. Has your impotent husband left for another dungeon raid? Will you come over, or should we meet at the regular place? A playful male voice sounded from the other end of the call. Norman, there is a time and place for that. This time I called you to talk about business. Sansa was not offended by the vulgar words of Norman, indicating that Norman and Sansa's relation was that of taboo nature between a married woman and a single man. We can always talk about the business before we do it, while we are doing it, or after we did it a couple of times. So how about we meet at the regular place? You crave dragon meat, right? My men just caught a mature dragon in a dungeon raid. If you come to the usual place, we can eat it, we can do it, and talk about the business. 1 arrow and 3 birds, sweet right? Norman did not give up with a single no. Otherwise, how could he bed the wife of the youngest demigod in human history? First, listen to what I have to say, then you can decide whether we meet at the usual place. Sansa knew Norman better than himself. Therefore, instead of getting angry, she decided to let him decide whether they should meet at the usual place to do it today or not. Interesting, it must be something substantial for you to be so confident. But I have a condition. Norman was not a fool. He knew what Sansa was doing. Yet he decided to play along in exchange for a condition. What I am going to say will benefit both you and your family. If anything, I should be the one demanding conditions. Sansa argued. Whatever, I don't care. I have to taste you today. Norman threw a tantrum. Fine, you big baby. What is it? Sansa asked impatiently. Next time we do it, we will try the Titan's Big Dipper position. You always reject it whenever I bring it up. Norman complained as he mentioned his condition. Fuck you, you son of a freak. How many times should I remind you that position is too humiliating and demeaning? Any self-respecting woman will not do that. Sansa cursed and yelled at Norman in anger. Okay, calm down. Didn't you say you had some urgent business you wanted to talk about? Let's talk. Hearing Sansa go berserk, Norman gave up and tried to switch the topic. Good. Let's talk business. Sansa smiled mischievously, seeing Norman fall for her act. You little minx. Fine, it's your win. I give up. What has that got you so riled up? Norman gave up trying to take advantage of Sansa. Have you heard about silver milk powder? Asked Sansa seriously. Who hasn't? Silver milk powder. A powder that helps mortals cultivate their active soul control. The hot discovery of the Southern royal family, Heatsend family. Name they got themselves a golden goose. Norman answered Sansa with everything he knew about silver milk powder. Correction, the silver milk powder is not the discovery of the Heatsend family, but a backwater third-grade city boy. The Heatsend family only owns the complete rights for its production and supply. Sansa corrected Norman. This was the core part of what she was going to talk about. Potato, who cares about that ant? A fool who could not even protect what is rightfully his. Norman said in disgust. What if I say that ant that you look down on is key to our downfall? If things continue as they are, our doom is near. Sansa prophesied. Sansa, do you know what you are implying? Our families participated in the founding of the current government and are the current pillars of the capital. Do you know even if the whole capital comes together, it will be difficult for them to erase our families? How can a mere ant lead to the collapse of our families with thousands of years of history? Norman thought Sansa was an alarmist and did not take her words seriously. What if the ant that you despise is actually the son of Ellen Duskborn and one of the heirs of the Duskborn family? Sansa finally revealed the reason for the call to Norman. What? Norman exclaimed in surprise. Yes, you heard right. The discoverer and 25% royalty owner of silver milk powder is the spawn of Ellen Duskborn. Sansa repeated herself. How do you know this? How accurate is your info? Norman inquired. You do not need to know that. What you need to know is that the Fire Fist Emperor and Axe Emperor of the Duskborn family are on their way to bring that evil spawn back to the Duskborn family. You can imagine what will happen next. Sansa dodged Norman's question and cautioned him about the plans of the Duskborn family. I am surprised that Ellen and her husband are still alive and have a son together. I never thought that they would be able to escape the hunt of your husband and Duskborn family. So, what if that child owns 25% of silver milk powder? That is still not enough for a big family like the Duskborn family to get back on its feet. I do not know what makes you think that this will change anything. Norman knew what Sansa was trying to achieve by giving this information to him and agitating him with her alarmist claims. Ellen never escaped the hunt of my husband and her family, as they were the ones who helped her escape. My husband's love for Ellen runs very deep, so he could not bring himself to kill her and her love. With the help of her father, my husband orchestrated a fake manhunt while they helped Ellen escape and build a happy life for herself somewhere safe. Sansa revealed something she was hoping to take with her to her grave. No wonder you did not hesitate when I first hit on you. And here I thought it was because of my charm. Wait, how do you know all these? Knowing your husband, he is known to do things perfectly. There is no way he would let you know this matter knowing your history with Ellen. Norman asked the one question that Sansa was hoping he would not ask. No, silly. I chose you because you dared to hit on me despite knowing my husband's reputation, while others still do not dare to glance at me for more than 3 seconds. In a way, I did fall for your charm. Sansa answered, hoping to divert Norman's attention. Thank you, but you still haven't answered me? How do you know all this? And why do you think that Aunt's arrival will affect our families? Haven't I earned your trust yet? Unfortunately, Sansa's efforts of diverting Norman's attention did not pan out. Fine. But first, let me correct you. Ellen and her husband died 2 months ago, and I had them killed. I also wanted to get her son killed, but due to some complications he still lives. Like the rest of the capital, I thought Ellen was on the run until 2 months ago when I eavesdropped on my husband conversing with Ellen's father. I always wondered, despite all that happened, why my husband still maintains a deep relationship with the Duskborn family. After hearing their conversation, it became clear to me. As for why I think that evil spawn will be able to hurt our families is not because of the 25% royalty of silver milk powder in his possession, but the people backing him, the southern region royalty, the Heatsend family. If the Duskborn family are able to bring that evil spawn to their side, it is equal to winning over the support of the Heatsend family. With that, the family that was losing the rat race in the capital will suddenly jump to the front with help of the southern royalty. Now I do not have to remind you where that leaves our families. Not to mention the grudge between us and the Duskborn family. Do you think they will let us off once they get the chance to? Sansa slowly revealed her secret and pointed Norman in the direction she wanted to. All your speculations will only happen if the boy is willing to return to the Duskborn family. Considering what they had put his father and mother through, if I were that boy, I would hate Duskborn enough to burn it down. Even though Ellen's father helped her in her escape, it still does not make up for all the atrocious things that the Duskborn family has put that boy's parents through. I do not have a thing to worry about. I will watch as the boy gets his revenge on all those that wronged his parents with the help of the Heatsend family. Oh wait, doesn't that involve you? After listening to Sansa's dirty secret, Norman finally knew why Sansa called him. She wanted to use him as a spearhead to get rid of her troubles. I thought I could trust you, said Sansa with a grimacing tone. This is the reason Sansa wanted to take her secrets to her grave. But to think she would fall prey to one of her tricks. Yes, you can. Your secret is safe with me. But if you want to get rid of your garbage, then that is another thing. You know why the Heatsend family is called the Southern Royalty, right? With them watching over that boy, nobody in the world would be foolish enough to touch that boy. This price is too much to pay for one of my side hoes. Norman put it as bluntly as possible. He was addicted to Sansa's body, but the name Heatsend was enough to make him sober. A side hoe? To think that I, Sansa Baylor, would someday be called by that name. Norman Jones, is that what I am to you? Sansa became emotional and asked her lover if he ever really liked her. Sansa, come on. No feeling involved, remember? Isn't that what you used to say to me ever I expressed my love for you? It seems I finally got what you meant. Norman gloated as he reminded Sansa of the words she once told him. I have taught you well. Then you would not mind what I am going to do next. Sansa said mysteriously. Norman fell speechless hearing Sansa, unable to understand where her confidence stemmed from. Norman, in the past I never asked you about other girls you have been dating, but today I feel like it. So tell me, what was it like to taste the young bride of Demigod Demon's song? Was she fresh and juice for a young virgin? I heard she has a special physique and Demigod Demon's song has been saving her for a special occasion. Sansa finally revealed her trump card. You? How do you know that? Norman's voice was no longer playful. He became serious. As his relationship with Demigod Demon Song's young bride was not something even his trusted aide knew of, so how did Sansa know this? Haha, what about Lady Jade? I bet her husband would be pissed to find out that someone has been swimming in his personal swimming pool. The widow of the Stark family recently seemed to be glowing as if she is getting her weekly dose of proteins from somewhere, despite her husband being dead. Norman, you freak. You will fuck anything that moves and has a husband, won't you? Sansa listed Norman's dark secret one by one. How? How do you know all this? Even those women do not know that I was the one they were having an affair with. Norman freaked out seeing Sansa reveal his dark secrets one by one. Right now, only one thought was going on in his mind. How did she know all this? How much does she know? Does she know about that too? Midnight Flower Plunderer, Sansa said 3 words, each of which exploded like bombs in Norman's head and led to the following thought in his mind: she knows. How? How did you find out? My ocean mask is untraceable. Even a demigod will not be able to trace my whereabouts while I wear that mask. So how were you able to gather all this info about me? Norman was unable to deduce how Sansa knew about all of his adventures as the Midnight Flower Plunderer. Haha, you were the one who informed me about all your endeavors. Sansa laughed hard as she answered Norman. Impossible, I would never do such a thing. I do not remember ever telling you those secrets. Norman found it hard to believe Sansa's words as he does not remember doing so. Slave Dog Number 7, Memory Release. Sansa commanded her origin card. With that, Norman gained access to a huge amount of suppressed memories in his mind. You? What have you done to me? What have you made me do? So all my memories about us were fake? No, I did not do those things. That isn't me. That isn't me. You made me do that. You BTCH, how could you? How could be so heartless? She was just a child. Remembering all the suppressed memories, Norman spiraled. You fool. How in the hell did you think that I, Sansa Baylor, would ever have an affair and dare to cheat on my beloved? For my beloved, I crippled the Duskborn family. For my beloved, I killed my mother. For my beloved, had my best friend killed. What made you think that I would cheat on my beloved with a low-life rapist such as yourself? How much I regret hitting on you on that unfortunate evening. Having received his suppressed memories, Norman realized that all the memories of his affair with Sansa were fake. According to the real memories, every time he met with Sansa at their rendezvous point, she would release his memories and blackmail him into doing things even a demon would feel shy of. At first, she intimidated him into doing small things, but some of these small things accumulated into something inexplicable. With this, her control over him grew larger, where she had him do unjustifiable deeds. You know it's your fault. It's okay for you to hit on me, blame my charm. But to belittle my beloved, how dare you? I will perish, but no longer be controlled by you. Norman yelled in anger. Despite knowing how this threat would end, Norman could not help but threaten Sansa with suicide. Norman, search your memories. You know how this will end. Like always, you will try to commit suicide, and I will stop by saying, if you dared to commit suicide, I will reveal the atrocities you did to the world. Unable to get their revenge on you, people will turn to your family and loved ones who will bear the burden of your sins. Sansa reminded Norman that this was not the first time, and he had no way out of it. They are not my sins, you made me do that. Norman yelled to make himself feel good and convince himself that he had no other choice. But deep in his heart, he knew there were other choices, but he was too much of a coward to make those choices. Fine. If that helps you to be a good slave dog, follow my command and complete the tasks I assigned you, then feel free to believe whatever works for you. As long as you get the results I want, I do not care. Sansa did not argue with Norman, as it did not matter as long as he followed her will. Norman tried to think of many ways to solve the predicament he was in right now, but it felt like he was repeating the same thing again and again. Reading his memories carefully, he realized his past self, like the current self, he always tried to think of ways to escape Sansa's clutches, but they all failed. Not because he was not smart enough or Sansa was too devious, but he did not have enough time and know whom to trust, as Sansa had many spies planted around him to keep in check. You know, it did not have to come to this. If only your previous self was a good boy and followed my arrangements, I would not have to release your memories, and you would have to go through all this again. Sansa blamed Norman for being a smartass. Yes, it was my fault, said Norman sarcastically. Good. Now that we both are on the same page, let's talk about your next task. I have sent you the latest picture of Elend's only spawn. You have to assassinate him. I know you are a thief, but your origin card ocean mask is best for assassination. It will be a waste to not put it to its intended use. He will be surrounded by the Axe Emperor, Fire Fist Emperor, and even the Southern Emperor and her aides. So you will need a team for this task. I will send you a set of coordinates. Go there and meet up with my other slaves and your temporary team for this task. They all are powerful people in Emperor rank. They can buy you enough time for you to achieve your part of the task of assassinating the boy. While those card emperors are distracting the card emperors surrounding the boy, you assassinate him. Sansa explained to Norman his role in the upcoming task in detail. How many people have you enslaved? How are you still unnoticed by those powerful demigods? Especially your husband. Considering his strength, he should have long seen through you. Thanks to his new memories, Norman knew he was not the only one being used by Sansa. There were others, but what puzzled him was how none of the mighty demigods had noticed what was happening in the backyard of the capital. That's not for your small head to think about. Just complete the task assigned to you, and everything will go back to how it was a few minutes ago. You will once again become the lover of Sansa Baylor and no longer have to bear the weight of carrying the burden of your sins. Sansa reminded Norman of his reward for completing the task assigned to him. To go back to being an ignorant fool who thought that he bedded the wife of the youngest demigod Baylor. Can you not do that? Please, I beg of you, let me bear the burden of those sins. I no longer want to run away from them. Let me bear them, so please do not suppress my memories after I complete this task. Norman begged with the most aggrieved voice he could think of. Norman, try being a smartass once again, and I will make you regret it. Do you think I am a fool? I know what you are planning. You are not the only one to think of that. Just remember, those who try to outsmart me have feet worse than a dog's death. Do not forget I control your memories. You cannot hide anything from me. Sansa knew what Norman was trying to do. Norman was trying to buy himself enough time to think of ways to escape Sansa's clutches and execute them properly. One of the reasons Sansa was able to control many superpowers with something like blackmail was because after getting what she wanted, she would suppress their memories, not giving her victim a chance to retaliate against her. But not everyone is a coward and idiot like Norman. In their case, she had to go to the extreme, like erasing and editing some of their rebellious memories. Suppressing memories is not a long-term solution, as over time the suppressed memories accumulate enough for her slaves to come up with plans to rebel against her. There she regularly checks the slaves' memories and erases some and edits some, so that they are stuck in an infinite loop of thinking and doing the same thing over and over again without them realizing. This also allowed Sansa to be one step ahead of her slaves, as she knew what her slaves would do in a particular environment, as they would have done exactly the same thing before, but have no recollection of that memory, as it was erased or edited by her. Your Highness, Southern Emperor. I, Axe Emperor Brandon Duskborn, extend my greetings to you. Your Highness, Southern Emperor. I, Fire Fist Emperor of the Duskborn family, extend my greetings to you. Brandon and his uncle extended their greetings to Anna as they descended the hover car. Though all three of them were card emperors, their status varied with a huge gap. Anna was royalty and the only heir of the Heatsend royal family, while Brandon and his uncle were nobody from an average family among numerous families in the capital. USHDS, what did I ask you, and what are you blabbering? 3 seconds. Give me a good reason to spare your life. Otherwise, you better run. Anna did not greet back or accept the uncle and nephew duo's greetings. Your Highness, you cannot kill us. We are Dalton's family members by blood. I think you are forgetting something. You are bound by the soul contract from harming us, and if the situation presents itself, you even have to protect us. Brandon was aggravated with Anna's attitude towards them, so he no longer remained polite and showed his trump card, and one of the motives behind their trip to Sky Blossom City. You guys finally revealed your true faces. On the contrary, you dumbass, I think you're forgetting something. Anna suddenly vanished from the spot where she was standing. The Duskborn family card emperor duo did not even realize Anna had vanished because of the perfect mirror image she left behind in her place. Watch out. Realizing something was amiss, the Fire Fist Emperor pushed aside his nephew, but soon fresh blood sprinkled on clueless Brandon's face. Uncle! Brandon cried in anguish as he watched his uncle soaked in blood, missing his left arm. I will keep this as a price of your insolence. Next moment Anna appeared where she had left her mirror image with a torn and bloodied limb. Soon the bloodied arm turned to dust as she said, So as I was saying, the soul contract penalty only applies when Wyatt knows about the incident and demands for it. So USHDS, I can kill you right here without having to worry about the soul contract penalty. So, you better behave if you want to live. That is not how a soul contract works. A soul contract is absolute and impartial. Brandon yelled, feeling he was being cheated. You dumb fuck. Do not raise your voice in front of me. Believe it or not, I will show you to a place worse than hell. Anna snapped. Brandon, enough. What was the family thinking by sending you for something as sensitive as this? We are here to bring back your nephew, my grandnephew, back home, and thank the Southern employer for taking care of our family child. The Fire Fist Emperor tried hard to regrow his limb, but an untraceable energy was blocking him from doing so. Getting himself together from the shock of losing a limb, he reprimanded Brandon for overplaying their hand. The plan was to be humble and get Ellen's child in their possession while increasing his goodwill towards the family and gaining his trust. Once the kid was in their palms, then they would set their plans and ambition in motion. This plan also involved gaining the Heatsend royalties' trust along the side, but his stupid nephew ruined any chance of gaining their trust, but a temporary alliance was still possible. It all depended on their performance henceforth. My apologies, Your Highness. It seems our family's teachings are not enough. If it takes one of my hands to calm your anger, then so be it. Our only goal is to bring the lost child of our family back home. Fire Fist Emperor knew Anna had no intention of giving back his limb or allow him to regrow it, so he decided not to bring it up and use it to smoothen the relationship between them. You sly SHD. The day I signed the soul contract with Wyatt, I checked his background. Do you think I do not know what your relationship with Wyatt is? What gives you the guts to show your shameless faces here in the first place? Once Wyatt knows the history between you and his parents, there is no telling what he is going to do or give up for revenge. If he gives up 30% or just 20% of the silver milk powder royalty in his hand, I will not hesitate to lead the Southern Watch to the capital and flatten your family. If that's what he wants. Anna's cheeks turned red because the one who performed the background check was her mother while she was celebrating with Elliot, not knowing that Wyatt had made a fool out of her. Your Highness, every family member is equal in the Duskborn family's eyes. Ellen had betrayed the family's trust and made a grave mistake, which she made up for by being banished from the family and the capital. Now her child has earned enough merits to redeem his parents' mistake and once again join the Duskborn family. And Your Highness, this is Duskborn family internal matters. Please do not interfere in it. The Fire Fist Emperor repeated what he was confined in by the family elders. You are going with that bull SHD? My God, you people are dumber than I thought. You guys may still have the chance to make peace with Wyatt. Compensate him and beg for his forgiveness. Send someone meaningful like his grandfather to negotiate instead of a nobody dumbass like that cunt standing next to you. Anna advised Fire Fist Emperor as she knew in the near future Wyatt would need all the help he could get. The world has not witnessed the miracle of the silver milk powder like she and her family. Therefore, they underestimate the worth of silver milk powder, but once the silver milk powder is released and spread in the market, there is no telling what kind of waves it will stir up. For Anna, compared to Wyatt's survival, his parents' grievance with the Duskborn family was trivial. Thank Your Highness for your guidance, but the family law is absolute. And same for everyone. Merits are awarded and mistakes are punished. There is nothing that the family needs to apologize for. I think Ellen's child will understand this and would like his parents to rest with their predecessors in the Duskborn family ancestral graveyard. The Fire Fist Emperor finally revealed where the family's confidence stemmed from. Haha. So you are going to offer 2 spots in your ancestral graveyard in exchange for the royalty of silver milk powder and Wyatt joining your family. Aren't you guys geniuses? Let's see how it works out for you guys. Yo, Wyatt. As I was busy discussing with the Whitebin sisters about our next step to finding missing packs, I did not notice Courtney walk towards me until she greeted me. What the hell are you doing here? You. Beth lashed out at Courtney but was struck, unable to decide a fitting curse word to use. You get lost before or else. Amy followed Beth and threatened Courtney. Unlike Annie and Beth, Eliza remained silent, but her eyes remained on Courtney and did not blink. Or else what? You 3 together are not my match. TSK, I am not here to argue with you. I need to speak with Wyatt. Courtney interrupted Amy and started her purpose. What is it? I asked Courtney in annoyance, frustrated, unable to trace Pax's whereabouts. The circle delivered Pax to the demigod worshippers, there is no doubt about it, but the demigod worshippers did not have Pax. No, they had Pax at one point before he went missing again. Because when the head cleric showed the crystal coffin to be, he was very confident that Pax was in it. And he, along with his cronies, genuinely seemed surprised to find the crystal coffin empty and Pax missing. So much so that they thought the circle double-crossed them. As far as I know, the Circle has no reason to double-cross the demigod worshippers. They knew better than that. As the saying goes, do not steal money from a merchant, do not steal the weapon from the warrior, and do not steal their lord from the demigod worshippers. They will follow you till the end of the world to get what's theirs, revenge. So if the demigod worshippers and the Circle do not have Pax, then where did he go? Or the demigod worshippers are just faking it while their comrades are smuggling Pax to the Empire as we speak. Fuck. I was frustrated as I did not even know where to start the investigation and search for Pax. With the area of the incident torn to rubbles and becoming a war zone between the demigod worshippers and the city's best and brightest card apprentices. Hey, I am here to do you a solid. So, you better mind your attitude, Courtney said, feeling the annoyance in my voice. Fine. Madam Courtney, what are you doing here? I asked Courtney sarcastically, knowing she was one of the culprits who handed Pax to the demigod worshippers discussed as medics. Sigh, not cleaning up my mother's immediate superior's mess. You might have already guessed the Circle was the one that helped the demigod worshippers. I am supposed to kill all the demigod worshippers before they are captured by the city's card apprentice. My job is to erase any evidence pointing towards the Circle. Courtney sighed, hearing the sarcasm in my tone before revealing what she ordered to do. So, why are you not cleaning up the mess? I was confused. Why is Courtney telling me this, and why in the hell do I care? Being a gangster and hired assassin is one thing, but helping them erase the evidence about their involvement with demigod worshippers will make me a traitor and enemy of the state. Courtney explained her predicament and the reason behind her choice. Aren't you already? After all, you did help the Circle deliver Pax to the demigod worshippers. I asked, not expecting an answer from Courtney. Wow, slow your roll, buddy. I just won fair and square against Pax. It's not my concern what the Circle and demigod worshippers did with unconscious Pax. Courtney hurriedly explained that she had zero involvement in Pax's kidnapping, in any that is completely coincidental. Good for you, I guess. I was speechless. One thing is for sure, Courtney had very fat and thick facial skin. She lied her ass off having zero involvement in Pax's kidnapping and helping the Circle without the slightest hint of embarrassment. I knew speaking to you would make me feel good about ditching my mother when she needs me most. You are a good friend, Wyatt. Now it's my turn. Monchi, spit him out. Courtney felt as if a huge weight was off her shoulder after confiding in me. With Courtney's order, a huge chameleon-shaped wraith surfaced from the floor of the balcony. Letting out a growl, the chameleon started vomiting. First, its stomach contents and digestive juices came out, followed by a human body. Vomiting the slime human body, the huge chameleon wraith disappeared. Pax, the Whiteboon sister trio, shouted in unison, noticing the human body was none other than their little brother Pax. Is he all right? I asked, seeing Pax's unmoving body. He was too still for a living person. Do not worry, he is just unconscious. I had Monchi rescue him from the crystal coffin. I was going to hand him to you after the demigod worshippers left the city. Seeing things as they are now, I decided to hand him to you right away. I guess I am the hero here. Courtney answered smugly. Hearing Courtney, Eliza and the twins move unconscious Pax next to Kindle Cho. Thank you. I thanked Courtney for going out of her way and rescuing Pax. You can thank me by treating me to lunch. Courtney seemed more cheerful compared to the morning when I told her that I would be killing her mother for my revenge. I do not think I can eat anything after seeing something so disgusting, I said, referring to the abomination of wraith chameleon vomiting out of Pax. Not right now, silly. At the afternoon, that's when you were supposed to have lunch. Yep, Courtney was completely different from the one I went to in the morning. Something has changed. I thought you were going to kill me. If she is making plans with me for the afternoon, does it mean she gave up on killing me, or did she mean to have lunch with my corpse? I have to kill you, Courtney said grimly, maintaining her charming smile. Nope, nothing changed. Thank you, after handing over Pax to Cho family medics. Eliza and the twins thanked Courtney gratefully and in embarrassment, as they never thought that the person to help them in their dire need would be Courtney, who pushed them into the dire situation in the first place. Do not thank me. I did not do this for you people. I did it for Wyatt. Courtney has seen and noted all the people who entered the VIP box one with me. Being a seasoned street hustler, she could tell who was close to me and who was not. Pax, being the one who helped me fulfill my dream of building a mecha, was indeed close to me compared to his sister. Noticing that Courtney, who for some reason thinks we are friends, decided to help me rescue Pax. As Pax was being carried by the fake medics, Courtney attached her chameleon wraith to Pax, which when nobody was noticing swallowed unconscious Pax from the crystal coffin and returned to Courtney. Anyway, we are grateful for your help. Eliza did not seem to have forgotten that they were in the current predicament because of Courtney in the first place. Whatever. Courtney did not care for Eliza and the twins' gratefulness and grudges. Did we come at the wrong time, guys? As the atmosphere turned awkward with the Cold War between the girls, Elliot, Susan, and the rest of the gang came to check on us. Nope, what is happening? Will the tournament semifinals and finals be postponed? Any news? I asked, trying to talk about something that everyone can participate in. You would want that, wouldn't you? You coward. The tournament will continue. As usual, the demigod worshippers are killed by Grandpa and other city leaders. You can withdraw your summons. They are an eyesore. I received the answer from Corey, who just entered the VIP balcony in search of Susan. Okay, that's it. I thought ignoring you would be best, but it seems like you have mistaken my patience as my weakness. What's your problem? What do you want from me? I snapped at Corey. What's my problem? How dare you talk to me like that? Don't you know what I want? I want big sis Susan. Give her to me, you mother-stealing rogue. Corey, as if waiting for this moment, went berserk. How many times do I have to remind you, dumbass? I will not give Susan to you. She is mine. How dare you covert what's mine? You crybaby. Two can play at that game. I wasn't backing down or just ignore her thinking that it was beneath me, like the previous times. I had to make clear to this dumbass that Susan was an important part of the card empire I was dreaming to build. You rogue. How can you claim an unmarried young woman as your property? Big sis Susan C. Did I not warn you that you cannot trust this guy? He is dangerous. Immediately resign and come work with me as my partner. Hearing my words, Corey smirked and her eyes smiled brilliantly. Then she began making false accusations against me and persuading Susan to resign from working for me, while seducing her by offering her a better offer to work with her. This itch, I cursed Corey in my mind and turned to see Susan. Her face was bright red, and when our eyes met she shyly said, I am too old for you. I understood that my words earlier were misinterpreted by Corey, and people followed her narration and misunderstood what I was trying to imply by saying Susan is mine. I wanted to explain myself, but the moment had passed, and speaking now would only hurt Susan's feelings. Big sis, see, he is not even denying it. Wyatt, how shameless and brazen can you be to covet your female employees? You beast. Yep, my silence only paved the way for Corey to slander me endlessly. This BTCH had to be taught a lesson. Just as was I going to go berserk on Corey, Susan spoke up. Corey, enough. Wyatt is a good boss and good person. Do not slander him. Did I not warn you not to do something like this? It's my choice where I work, and I chose to work with Wyatt. If you continue further with your shenanigans, I will not speak to you anymore. Susan glared at Corey like a mama bear covering for her baby. But big sis, he clearly has ill intentions towards you. Overstated Corey, but seeing no change in Susan's stance, she turned to me and yelled, You are only good at hiding behind a woman. Corey, stop it. You look pathetic. Since you so desperately want Susan to work in your card studio, it's almost as if you are the one coveting Susan. I was comfortable with my gender enough to have women fight my battles. Beauty, brain, and brawn. These are the things I appreciate in women. You. How about we make a bet? Huh? Are you man enough to bet with me? Corey tried to camp me by questioning my masculinity. Depends on how and what we are betting on. I was interested in betting with Corey, as I had long wanted to teach this BTCH a lesson. We bet on our upcoming card duel. The winner gets to work with big sis Susan. So, what do you say, deal or no deal? Corey's desire of having Susan work with her in her card studio seems to have not died, with Susan making it clear that she prefers to work for me. Nope, first, of whom Susan chooses to work with is not up to me to decide, and secondly, I stand to gain nothing from this bet. If I lose, I will lose a trusted employee and friend, but if I win, I get nothing, as Susan is already working for me. This is basically an unfair and unreasonable bet. Corey's appetite was large. She wanted to take Susan while betting nothing in return. Ain't she a genius? Corey, how could you say that despite me warning you so many times? Why don't you understand? Susan asked Corey after me, rejecting Corey's proposal to bet Susan as stakes for our upcoming card fight. Big sis, I want to work with you. Why don't you understand? Together we can run my card studio. Why do you always keep choosing him over me? Am I not important to you? Do you not care for me? Corey broke into tears as if she was wrong despite being the one who started all this drama. You silly girl, I do care for you, and I am not always choosing him over you. I am doing just what feels right. And also I owe Wyatt a lot. The Susan you know would not exist if not for him trusting in me and helping in my desperate times. You are too young to understand it. But for now, please do not be stubborn and be a good girl, will you? Crying Corey caused Susan's anger to subside. Then Susan hugged Corey and started consoling her, similar to a mother pampering her attention and love-seeking child. But I want to work with you, big sis. Doing stuff together, you teaching new things every day. Tell each other what we did last night. I want to spend time with you. Lifting her head buried in Susan's shoulder, teary Corey winked at me. Fuck. This. It was all an act. Seeing Susan get mad, Corey. She used fake tears to calm Susan down and gain her sympathy. I could not even yell, she is faking it, otherwise people would be like, what's wrong with you, boy? How about this? We will bet as you proposed easily on the upcoming card fight between you and Wyatt, but stakes need to be changed. If you win, I come work with you, but if Wyatt wins, he gets your card studio, and you work for him for 3 years. Reasonable, right? Either way, we both will work together. Falling for Corey's performance, Susan accepted Corey's bet proposal with new stakes. Really? I am game. Corey's eyes shined brightly as he answered enthusiastically and celebrated as if she had already won. Corey was not worried that she would lose, since she had survived 100 years in neither realm and fought the 7 nether princes. Wyatt, teach that little girl a lesson for me, will you? Fake tears, I majored in it. Let her know she should not mess with her seniors. Convincing Corey to bet with new stakes, Susan passed by me as she whispered in my ears. Hearing Susan, I was surprised, but soon realizing that I can finally get back at Corey, I was seething for vengeance and whispered back to Susan. Just wait and watch. For me, Corey and her fancy card studio were not worth the same as Susan. After all, Susan was someone I could trust and count on. As for Corey, she is a spoiled princess with mental issues in her card studio. I could build a fancier and better one with my current wealth. But still, I agreed with the unfair stakes as Susan, as one of the stakes herself, proposed them. And honestly, I felt like I had no say in this. After all, Susan was the one paying if I lost. Old man William, you sure your daughter is not a lesbian? And here I thought she would make a good daughter-in-law. I do not mind, but I do not have a daughter for her. Matriarch Cho taunted old man William as they watched the younger generation. I don't know, but that girl is acting weird lately. Maybe I should ask Melinda or your aunt to have the talk with her once again. William was not offended by Misha's remark, but rather somewhat agreed with her as his granddaughter was acting weird lately. Talking about aunt, I heard you retired and handed the family to the aunt. After fighting with her for power for decades, did you finally choose to give up? Knowing aunt's nature, she should be pissed. Misha spoke about the mysterious matriarch of the Bright family. Hee. Where are you going with this little girl? I may have chosen to retire. I ain't senile yet. William warned Misha to choose her next words carefully. Can't a junior show concern for her senior's life? Misha laughed off William's warning. You can if you don't have alternate motives. Talk clearly. William did not buy into Misha's bullshit. Being able to become the matriarch of the Cho family at a young age, she was slyer and scarier than beasts. I will, but you sure you retired? You sure don't act like it. Having tested the water, Misha was ready to talk about what she was planning on. Haha. You are right, I am retired. I should act like it. You discuss with your aunt. She is the one increase of the Bright family now. What she decides goes. But let me warn you one first. That boy is more than what meets the eyes. If I were you, I would wait a few more days before whatever you are planning on doing. I think he will surprise you. William agreed with Misha. Since he is retired, he should stay retired. I have never seen you praise a younger generation like this before. What gives? I saw in the betting pool that you bet on his win before every round. Whom will you bet on next match? Your lovely granddaughter or your personal favorite champ, Dalton Wyatt? Misha was confused seeing William appreciate a younger generation so much. Especially since except for his granddaughter, all the other juniors are expendable and disposable. So him pleasing someone other than his granddaughter was almost surreal. Do you have to ask? Of course, my granddaughter. I would bet the complete Bright family on her if possible. Even if I lost, I would not regret. Yes, if it's her, I would regret anything she does. William did not bother to hide his sick granddaughter Khan sighed in front of Misha. This sick, perverted old man. Misha cursed William in her mind after listening to his answer. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 11:29. Location: Sky Blossom City, Sky Blossom Card Stadium, VIP Box Number 2. Slam. The door of VIP Box Number 2 opened hard, slamming on the wall, and the clown mask entered the VIP box. Fuck. It's you. Yuich. Don't you know to knock before coming in? You almost gave me a scare. The skinny old man has been sweating bullets ever since he knew that deal with the Empire went sideways and infiltration of demigod worshippers had come to light. He did not care who lived or who died. As long as the SHD does not blow black on him, he would count his lucky stars. The clown mask stood dumbly, being yelled at by her immediate superior. Well, report, damn it. Do I have to remind you how to do your job? Seeing the clown mask stand dumbly and not report the progress so far, the skinny old man yelled at the clown mask again. Yelling at the clown mask helped him vent and clear his mind. All the demigod worshippers in the card stadium have been massacred. As for at the White Bin Manors, and casualty was less, and many were able to escape. And lastly, 0 demigod worshippers were captured, reported the clown mask mechanically with zero emotions in her voice. What about the loose ends in our organization that participated or knew about this? The skinny old man did not celebrate early knowing all the demigod worshippers were killed or escaped, and none were captured. Instead, he asked about the people employed to help the demigod worshippers in their mission. All of them have been silenced for good. Only one is remaining, answered the clown mask with an eerie and suspicious tone. Then what are you doing here? Go take care of it. Do I even have to tell you this? I see where your daughter gets her attitude from. The skinny old man did not understand the underlying meaning behind the clown mask's words. I'm here to do exactly that. The clown mask responded. Her mechanical reply made her voice sound eerie. What? Haha. The skinny old soon laughter enlightened, knowing the meaning behind the clown mask's words. As the news sank into the old man's mind, he started yelling in anger. You can't do this to me. I gave my life to this organization. Without me, it would not be what it is today. I demand an explanation. How can the circle I built with my arms treat me like this? The inner circle is disappointed. Our friends in the Empire were displeased by how this task ended. Despite the sacrifice of all our demigod-worshipping friends, we still were not able to complete the task. The inner circle had spoken. Somebody has to take responsibility, and that somebody is you, the one in charge of this task. It seems I have to create a review board to conduct a half-decade fit city lord's check. How the hell a bunch of demigod worshippers were able to run amok in my city? Anna yelled in anger. As the current Southern Emperor, the entire South region was her property, meaning the Sky Blossom City was hers. The Sky Blossom City Lord stood in front of Anna with his head down like a frightened child. The City Lord is in a bind right now, caught between the Southern Emperor and the Circle. The City Lord had to choose between the Southern Emperor and the Circle. Any sane person would choose to side with the Southern Emperor, the ruler of the South, but the City Lord did not seem to consider that option. He knows the culprit behind the demigod worshipper incident was the Circle, but he could not report that to the Southern Emperor, as betraying the Circle would cost him more than his life. As the Circle had gathered evidence of all the atrocities his predecessor and he had committed as the City Lords of their time. This is the reason the City Hall never interfered with the business of the Circle. Damn it, answer me. Are you dumb? Anna was getting annoyed by the unresponsive City Lord. She felt like she was talking to a rock. So, she yelled in anger, as she caught him spacing out instead of answering her. No, Your Highness. Finally getting a question which he could answer, the City Lord hurriedly answered Anna. No what? No, I am not dumb, Your Highness. The City Lord hurriedly explained himself. USHD, who made you a City Lord? The city was attacked by the demigod worshippers, and as the acting City Lord, all you have to say for yourself is you are not dumb. A demigod worshipper of the Card Emperor realm was lurking in city skies. If I was not here today, he may have destroyed the entire city to get what he wants. Anna was frustrated and satisfied with the City Lord. How can that be possible? The city array did not report any anomaly. The City Lord exclaimed in surprise, hearing Anna's claims of lurking Card Emperor. The city array spoken by the city lord is one of the defensive arrays of the city which helps them detect if there are any high realm card apprentices hiding in the masses. Are you calling me a liar? Saying that Anna summoned her grimoire and threw a severed head and a platinum-grade grimoire on the city lord's face. The city lord did not dare to dodge the incoming severed head and grimoire. Instead, he scrutinized the severed head and exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's the Cloud Emperor Claude. How dare those illiterate demigod worshippers send a card emperor to a third-tier city? They are ignoring the treaty art by our ancestors. Do they want a war? Shut up, you fool. My forefathers were the ones that stepped the treaty, do not need to remind me that. As for whether they want war or not is not for someone as lowly as you to decide." Anna snapped at the city lord. According to the treaty, higher realm card apprentices are not allowed to step into the low-tier human settlement. In a third-tier city like the Sky Blossom City, the highest realm allowed for card apprentices was Card Lord. If a card apprentice breaks through to a higher realm, she would be asked to move to a high-tier city of her choice with a considerable amount of compensation. Seeing Anna get angrier, the city lord hurriedly got on his knees and bowed his head, banging it on the floor. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your saving grace. If not for you, millions of lives would have been lost due to my lacking leadership and skills. You kiss ass. Enough of your flowery words, and report me, why didn't the city array detect the presence of a card emperor in the city skies? Hasn't the High Command been sending you enough yearly grants for the maintenance of city defenses and arrays? Or have you not been putting the grants for their intended purposes?" Anna's patience was running thin. The only reason she was entertaining this fool was because of the achievements of his ancestors, who were part of the army that helped her ancestors free the southern region from dungeons and monsters and make it inhabitable for human settlements. "No, Your Highness. The city defenses and arrays are the reason we are able to step up the city in this forsaken place. This slave does not dare to play with the lives of millions of people. As for why the city array did not work, I cannot tell you anything concrete yet. Once the Card Creationist Association has looked into it, I will report to you, Your Highness." The city lord knew that Circle was also involved in this, but he chose not to report it and help Circle cover up their mess. Right now is quite afraid of how deep did the Circle infiltrated the city. He always believed City Hall and Card Creation Association were still not tainted by the Circle, but it seems he was wrong. "What fuck can you do? You better report me something useful before I decide to make an example out of you." Seeing the city lord be so tight-lipped, Anna deduced that the city lord was covering for somebody, which angered her even more. How can a master not be angry seeing her family dog be loyal to a stranger than her? "Your Highness, one thing I know for sure is that the demigod worshippers are so desperate enough to send a card emperor is related to that boy, Pax Whitebin. Not only did they try to kidnap that boy twice, but today the Whitbin family alone was attacked by demigod worshippers." The city lord recalled his take with Ted earlier in the morning, and hiding the part about Circle, he revealed the rest using Pax and Whitebin family as a scapegoat. Pax and his sisters, who were enjoying the display of Anna's might along with me, suddenly froze. By now, if they did not figure Anna's identity, they would be fools. Seeing their brother and family being thrown under the bus by the city lord, the Whitebin sister felt goosebumps raise on their entire body, especially when Anna glanced towards them with her intimidating gaze. "Old man, where are you heading? You need the Southern Emperor's permission to enter. Which family do you belong to? I have never seen you in this city," Roy Blanc, the new representative of Inner Circle, called out, seeing a bearded old man who was just about to barge into the VIP box number 1. "Sir, you cannot enter her without a prior appointment or invitation." The staff who was standing next to the VIP box no one door did not notice the old man until Roy Blanc called him out. The staff was only of the card soldier realm, which was very low compared to the realm of the old man. So low that she could not even discern the presence of the old man, even though he was passing right by her. "Oh, okay. I am the newly assigned Card Creationist Association leader. Could ask Her Highness Southern Emperor that her subordinate is here to visit," the old man politely requested the staff, as he summoned his custom-disguised grimoire so that the staff could confirm his identity. "So, you are the new Card Creationist Association leader. No wonder I do not remember seeing you in the city. Hi, I am Roy Blanc, the representative of the Inner Circle. Young lady, I will also trouble to inform Your Majesty that her subordinate requests an audience with her, Roy introduced himself to the old man as I requested the staff to relay his request. The staff headed in to report to the VIP occupying the VIP box no one. The old man ignored Roy completely. Didn't the old Card Creationist Association leader tell you about the Sky Blossom City customs? Roy Blanc was irritated and angered seeing that the old man ignored him twice. The first time it was forgivable since he did not know who he was, but the second time, the old man was provoking him. The old man still treated Roy as heir. Old man, just you wait. You stubbornness and willfulness will cost. Roy threatened the old man, but in return, he did not even receive a response from the old man. If not for being at a sensitive location, Roy would have already taught the old man a lesson on Sky Blossom City customs. You can see Her Highness, the Southern Emperor now. The staff returned and opened the door for the old man and Roy Blanc. Just as Anna was about to question Pax and his sisters, the VIP box staff reported, Your Highness, the Card Creationist Association leader and the Inner Circle representative are asking an audience with you. Send them in. Anna wanted to reject them, but remembering the Card Creationist Association was looking into the city array, Anna decided otherwise. But hearing that the Card Creationist Association leader and the Inner Circle representative had come together, Anna had no hopes that she would get any evidence against Circle this time around. Anna was so careful around the Circle and wanted to do everything by the books because their founder had a demigod behind him who provided this organization with a foreign ambassador status, which prompted Anna to hand Circle or any other organizations with a justifiable cause, because many Heat-Send family ambassadors are also stationed in the territory of various demigods and prominent families, clans, and sections. Even the Empire and other cult kingdoms are no exception. Your Highness, the Southern Emperor. The representative of the Inner Circle bowed and greeted Anna. As for the leader of the Card Creationist Guild, he just looked at her as he brushed his long beard with his hands. You brat. I knew you were one of those ungrateful ones. To think that one day I would have to wait at somebody's door to meet them. Hearing the old man address Anna as brat and call her ungrateful, the whole room gasped. Even I could not help but take a second look at the old man. The Card Creationist Association's arrogance was known to everyone, but acting like that in front of the Southern Emperor was just plain ignorance. I knew Anna's temper firsthand and knew that these words were like trigger words for her to go berserk. After all, I had my feet, an arm, and an ear cut when Anna felt the slightest hint of disrespect and provoked. This old man is senile. What were the Card Association thinking sending such a stuck-up, arrogant bum? It seems I will not get a chance to teach this old fool a lesson. Roy Blanc gloated at the old man, imagining the misfortune soon to befall him. Old man, believe it or not, I will make you kneel and beg for forgiveness. Compared to the old man's words, Anna's words came to me as a huge surprise. After a breath, I saw the old man and Anna engage in a staring contest, and I was enlightened. These two knew each other. I believe you. The first time I saw, I knew only you were capable of such a heartless thing. The old man sighed and shook his head and said, As heartless as ever I see. Your mother is so sweet and kind, she still sends presents to this old man on my birthday. And here you are, her only daughter, who dares to call her master old man. Enough, old man. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in some foreign land exploring? When did you arrive? Anna asked seriously. By now everyone in the room was clear. TSK, I arrived in about 45 minutes or so. The city array did not respond to my arrival, so I directly took charge of the local Card Creationist Association and went to check on the arrays. It seems they have been maintained poorly, but there was no evidence of tampering though. I am here because of the white powder your uncle sent me today morning. What did he call it? The silver milk powder. That powder is a miracle. I had to come meet its creator. So I used your family teleportation array and landed here. What about you? What are you doing here? The old man clicked his tongue at his disciple's lack of respect towards him and narrated the purpose of his arrival. Same as you, I also came to meet the creator of the white powder. Old man, are you sure the detection array was not tampered with? Anna checked with the old man once again. Girl, it is one thing to disrespect me, but questioning my ability as a card creationist, I will not tolerate it. The old man thundered. Old man, hold your horses. I am just double-checking as a hostile card emperor was lurking in the city. What do you mean by a hostile card emperor is lurking in the city? Are they after the founder of the white powder? The old man did not believe any card emperor would be foolish enough to break the treaty, but remembering the white powder, the old man became alert, thinking, if the white powder is involved, there is a possibility some greedy FAQs would act up. No, it was a demigod worshipper. He was after somebody else. Anna answered the old man, pointing towards the severed head of the cloud card emperor on the floor next to the city lord's feet. And then glaring at the city lord, Anna asked the old man, since there's no sign of tampering in the citywide detection array, then why was it not working? The arrays are badly maintained. It seems they were only provided with the bare minimum soul energy to self-sustain themselves. Since the arrays have been self-sustaining for a long time due to lack of soul energy, they basically stopped functioning for what they are meant for and just exist for show. With few ingredients and a large amount of soul energy, I will be able to make them as good as new. The old man explained what's wrong with city arrays and why they are not functioning. I see. So the arrays were not tampered with and the fault actually lied somewhere else. City Lord, what do you think? Why were the arrays not well maintained and lacked enough energy to function properly? Anna's glare at the City Lord intensified. This slave is guilty, Your Highness. Realizing that my actions may have cost the lives of the people I should protect and govern, I deem myself unfit to continue as the City Lord and resign, effective immediately, and await Your Highness's judgment. The City Lord did indeed steal the soul jades that were granted by the southern state allotted for the maintenance and operation of the defensive arrays. The City Lord knew he could no longer deny or act ignorant towards the crimes. If he still dared to push his luck, he might have to give up this life as a consequence. Therefore, he decided to plead guilty and hope the Southern Emperor is merciful. Turns out, even the Circle is not dumb enough to let a card emperor infiltrate the city it was leeching off. Aren't you smart? If you had begged for forgiveness or denied the crimes, I would have sentenced you to death and revoked your family privileges over this city, which would make my worker easier. Now I have to think of a fitting punishment. What to do? What to do? Old geezer, any suggestions? Anna could have just executed the City Lord for his crimes, but doing so will frighten the rest of the City Lords spread across the southern region. Who knows what those desperate corrupts will end up doing? So this matter had to be handled firmly yet carefully. What's there to think? He dared to bite the hand that fed him. Then let's send him to way beyond, to contribute to the raging skirmish against those monsters. Let him make a list of people who helped him with his crimes and send them together with him to help him earn enough contribution to redeem himself. The old man did not think much and responded with the first punishment that came to his mind. Hearing the old man planning on sending him to way beyond to contribute to the war between humanity and monsters, the City Lord's face paled. He seemed to have aged a few decades in a blink of an eye. Not just the City Lord. Even the representative of the Inner Circle, Roy, along with Elliot and the gang next to him, gasped in astonishment. I and Susan were clueless as to what way beyond was. Hasn't the war between humans and monsters been won by humans already? Old geezer, you are as cruel as I remember. Okay, then it's decided. City Lord, you heard the old man. Hand over your position to your brightest progeny and head to the way beyond with the ones that helped you in your crimes. You shall not return to the mainland until you have gathered 10,000 merits of contributions in the war. Mind you, if you involve any innocent soul in your only chance to redeem yourself, I will not only kill you but your entire family to set an example. And make sure your successor is not greedy, as you otherwise he will be the last City Lord to govern one of my cities from your family. Corey gave her verdict and warned the ex-City Lord from trying to find loopholes in her punishment for him. Yes, Your Highness. I will hand over my position to my eldest son soon and leave for the way beyond with my partners in crime. My eldest son is a much more honorable man than I am, so rest assured, Your Majesty, he will not disappoint you. This is the reason why the City Lord did not hesitate to resign as City Lord, because thanks to the privileges earned by his ancestors, his descendants would be first in line to become the City Lord after him. As for the way beyond part, it was not quite the punishment he expected, but still, he gets to keep his life for a few more days, which is way better than dying. You have to leave for the way beyond within this week. My subordinates will watch over the entire process. So for your sake, do not do anything stupid. You can leave now. I do not want to see your repulsive face anymore. Anna gave the ex-City Lord an ultimatum and sent him packing. Thank you for your mercy, Your Highness. The City Lord thanked Anna and did not dare to hold a grudge against her for pushing him to his demise. The arrogant city lord who dared to assassinate his loyal subordinates like Old Ben for petty reasons was so docile towards Anna because of the incredible gap between their status, strength, authority, and wealth. Your Highness, about the tournament? How should I proceed? Before leaving, the city lord picked up the severed head and the platinum grimoire on the floor and placed them next to Anna's feet and asked about the tournament. Only the city lord knows how much willpower it took for him to part with the platinum grimoire, something about which he dreamed day and night. With it, he could ascend to the overlord realm or even become an emperor himself. But the city lord knew if he even dared to have thoughts of Southern Emperor's belongings, he and his family would be executed without trial. Announced that the tournament will resume at 1500 hours HRS in the afternoon. That should give you enough time to clear the stadium, and it's nearing lunch hour. I bet audiences would like to enjoy a proper lunch with their loved ones. As Anna said the last sentence, her eyes lingered on me. Anna's gaze did not bother me as I was preoccupied dealing with other not-so-polite gazes which would occasionally inspect me and my body. These gazes belonged to two men that sat beside Anna. I would have asked them what their problem was, but once I used my soul pupil on them, I realized their soul energy signature was comparable to Anna's, meaning they were also of Card Emperor realm and strength. Realizing their status, I decided to ignore their rude gazes which would land up on me periodically. Yes, Your Honor. I will make arrangements. As per your plans. The city lord soon excused himself. Turning to Roy Blanc, Anna asked in a stern voice, "The leader of your organization is getting arrogant to send a representative to greet me instead of him coming in person." "No, Your Highness. You misunderstood our leader. He is not able to greet you personally as he is stuck trying to break through in his active soul control." Roy explained the absence of their leader. "Okay, then why are you here?" Anna first thought that the Circle and the Card Creationist Association were in cahoots, and they came together to act a play to display their innocence and deny any involvement in the incident. Now that it was clear that the Circle did not sabotage the city defense array, Anna wondered why Roy was here. Haha. Maybe he is here to remind you about the Sky Blossom City customs. Before Roy could reply, the old man answered her. Hearing the old man, Roy sweated bullets. Fuck. Me and my big mouth. Roy cursed himself and hurriedly summoned a storage trunk and opened it, and explained his arrival. Your Highness, it is rare for you to visit our city, so my master has asked me to extend you a warm welcome and present you with a welcome tribute. Hope it's to your liking, Your Highness. Royal purple quartz silk. Your master is a very generous man. To think that such a rare ingredient would be available in a third-tier city like yours. The old man glanced into the box and examined its contents. And turning to Anna, he said, Brad, if you do not want it, I will be taking it. I can use this silk to make a great evening gown for my granddaughter. Okay, but make one for me too. Anna was used to the shamelessness of the old man. Compared to his status, a royal purple quartz silk was not a worthy gift for either of them. And glancing at Roy, Anna said in annoyance, You can leave now. Yes. Roy was confused as to what happened, but still chose to obey Anna and left dingily. Was it a domestic card emperor? With your ability, he must have been an easy opponent, said the old man, picking up the severed head. He is too weak. His carcass is not even worthy to be used as an ingredient. Old man, that's my loot, leave it. Your tricks will not work on me. State a fair price or leave before I kick your old ass out of here. Anna knew the old man better than anyone, having fallen for way too many of his tricks. If the severed head was not useful, he wouldn't even have mentioned it. Haha. Consider it as the price for the evening gown I am making for you. The old man bargained with Anna. Old geezer, don't make me get up from this couch, Anna warned the old man. The ingredient royal purple quartz silk used to make the gown was hers to begin with. How dare he try to fool her again? Fine. Tell me what you are willing to exchange for the head, said the old man, clearly dissatisfied having to pay for the head. Forget it. The head is not for sale. I prepared it as a gift for someone. While saying these words, Anna's gaze lingered on me again. Despite how uncomfortable I felt from Anna's vulgar, compassionate gaze, I took this as an opportunity to ask all the doubts I gathered listening in on Anna's conversation with the city lord and the old man. Anna, can a card creationist use a human corpse as a card ingredient? This was a new revolution to me. It seemed very much like cannibalism. It is termed as a demonic practice, but yes, you can use the human corpse as a card ingredient. Didn't one of your opponents summon an army of human undead? And yet you ask this. But I advise you not to do that if you plan on attending the top 10 universities. Many frown upon these kinds of practices. You may even be hunted down by some people. This practice is mostly used by cult organizations. So my advice to you is, unless you have enough strength, do not even think about indulging in these kinds of practices. Anna answered my question in detail and advised me to stay far away and abandon practicing such methods until I have enough strength. Seeing Anna answer me so enthusiastically, the old man looked at me curiously, while the two men beside Anna frowned. Their frown grew deeper as Anna went into details. Who might this kid be? One of your new price? Boy, run as far as possible. Do not let her get her hands on you. She will eat you dry. I lost a few good interns to her. The old man seemed to be aware of his disciples' habits. Old geezer, do you want to die? Anna yelled at the old man in anger. Haha, whatever. Point me to the great founder of that miraculous white powder, and I will be out of your hair. The old man laughed and inquired Anna. Senior, that is not white powder. It's silver milk powder, and the person you're looking for, that would be me. I responded to the old man's inquiry. Wait, aren't you too young to be creating white powder? Yes, I am. If you do not mind me asking, what prompted you into discovering the silver milk powder? The old man asked me with great enthusiasm. Senior, this was the problem talking with smart people. They asked too many questions. I turned to Anna for help, as I didn't know how to answer him, since telling him that I remember it from my previous life was not an option. Old man, have you no shame? Trying to pry info from a kid using your seniority. First, sign an NDA and a new slave employment contract. Then we will speak. Anna was more brutal than I imagined. She went straight for the old man's jugular. Brat, I am just asking the kid about his inspiration behind such an ingenious idea of cultivating bacteria, using poisonous water, and drying them for human use. I am not prying into anything important. The old man got serious seeing Anna bud in the way, him satisfying his curiosity. He no longer joked with Anna like before. Hee, everything is important. If you want the answer to your question, just sign the damn NDA and the slave employment contract. Anna did not budge to the old man's sudden coldness, as she knew the old man would give up anything in his pursuit of knowledge. You do know that I am your grand-aunt's husband and work for your grandfather, right? The old man's status was comparable to Anna's grandfather himself. Except for Anna, nobody dared to provoke him in the southern region. And if it was anybody else, the old man would not have been so tolerating and accommodating. Old man, are you trying to threaten me? Grandaunt would love to hear about this. Either sign the contract or get out of here. Without the contract, forget about getting any answers. Anna knew how to deal with her granduncle very well and did not fall for his threat and senior card. I was shocked to see Anna act so mercilessly towards her granduncle. What do you need me for? Don't you have this kid, the founder of the white powder himself? If it was anyone else, the old man would have already signed the NDA and the contract, but becoming the subordinate of his disciple/grandniece did not sit right with him. His pride as a competent teacher would not allow it. He may die soon in the upcoming tournament card fights. So, I can't store all my eggs in one basket now, can I? Anna was blunt. She did not try to hide the fact that she knew that the tournament was arranged to kill me by the families and officials of the Sky Blossom City in order to please her. Anna could not intervene in this, as it was a test from her mother to see if Wyatt is worthy of being treated as an ally of the Heatsend family rather than a mere tool. This is the reason Anna did not intervene in the tournament and did not allow visitors from the Duskborn family to contact Wyatt. They had to wait till Wyatt wins the tournament to talk to him. The Duskborn duo had no choice but to follow Anna's arrangement, as she was stronger. So, your mother is up to her tricks again, huh? Your father messed up your mother real good. The girl I remember and your current mother are like totally two different people. Since he is going to die soon, I might as well use the remaining time to learn everything from him before it's too late. Hand me the NDA and slave contract, and also add 3 more zeros to my monthly pay. The old man had a great attitude towards learning. He did not let his age, seniority, power, or anything else come in the path of his pursuit of knowledge. He reminded me of certain somebody. Here, happy cooperation, said Anna as she shared 2 contracts to the old man's grimoire. Happy cooperation. repeated the old man as he signed the contracts and shared a copy of the contracts with Anna. After signing the contract, the old man turned to me and said, "Boy, now tell me the inspiration behind your idea to create the white powder." Senior, first of its silver milk powder, not white powder, and the discovery of the silver milk powder was total coincidence or more like a mistake. Thanks to Anna buying me enough time, I came up with a good enough cover story to answer the old man. Then turning to Anna, I asked her, "Anna, who is this senior?" "Nobody important. He is one of the trusted subordinates of the previous Southern Emperor, my grandfather. If my grandfather is the emperor of the Southern region, then this guy is like his trusted minister. Do not worry though, I am the current Southern Emperor, so in a way he is basically my subordinate whose loyalty lies with my grandfather, not me. But thanks to you now he is my slave, employee haha." Anna answered enthusiastically with her eyes glued on the employment contract signed by the old man. "What do you mean by a mistake? Explain yourself." "You are telling me the revolutionary white powder which could change the fate of humanity as we know is just a mistake. Explain yourself." Finally getting out of the shock from hearing my answer, the old man yelled frantically, as his mind could not comprehend that something which the greatest minds of mankind have been searching for their whole life was discovered by a kid due to a sheer mistake. "Old man, get it together, or do you want me to help you?" Anna warned the old man to act civil. "Yes, I apologize. Kid, could you explain what you mean by the discovery of the white powder was a mistake?" Getting himself together, the old man apologized and repeated his doubts. "Senior, please get it through the thick head of yours. It's silver milk powder, not white powder. And my name is Wyatt, not a kid. Before I answer your doubts, please introduce yourself." White powder meant cocaine back on Earth. This is why it got on my nerves whenever the old man referred to the revolutionary silver milk powder as a white powder. And seriously, who is this old fool? Anna did not bother to properly introduce him. "I am Lorenzo Lorne, ex-minister of R&D of the Southern region." "Sorry, I will be careful next time, Wyatt." Lorenzo introduced himself and apologized for referring to silver milk powder as white powder, and eagerly waited for me to answer his doubts. "Senior Lorne, I wanted to extract poison from the silver milk water of the D-rank Silvergate dungeon as a card ingredient. If I was able to successfully develop a unique and useful product from the dungeon, it would no longer be considered a waste dungeon and earn me more profits. During this process of poison extraction, I extracted that bacteria is feeding on silver milk water. I researched the bacteria thinking that it was behind the poisonous nature of the silver milk water, but I was wrong, and instead I discovered the revolutionary silver milk powder. This is what I mean by the discovery of the silver milk powder was a mistake. I was searching for one thing and found something more valuable. I narrated the fake story I concocted to Lorenzo. In a way, I was not completely lying, as silver milk powder was something I discovered as a mistake back on Earth, creating the Viltronian superhuman serum. Ha ha. I remembered an old saying, when you do not search for it, it is right in front of your eyes. But once you search for it, you can no longer find it. So many people have spent centuries and millennia searching for something similar, but failed, but a young blood such as yourself succeeded without even intending to. Heavens are so unfair. Lorenzo's beliefs were totally shaken. Depressed, he went into a dark place. "Old geezer, are you done? I have sent all of his research papers and findings on silver milk powder. Now get work. Read them and come with a plan on how to begin with the mass production of the silver milk powder." Anna did not give Lorenzo enough time to recover and handed him an enormous amount of workload. Then Anna turned to Fame me and pointed towards the severed head and the platinum grimoire. "Say," she said, "become mine, and these will be yours." After the ambush incident with demigod worshippers concluded, Pax, Eliza, Susan, and the rest of the gang followed Wyatt to the VIP box number 1, where another surprise ambushed them. Anna is the Southern Emperor. No freaking way. This was the thought that run through their mind when they saw the city lord and his entourage respectfully bow and address Anna as the Southern Emperor. If it were some other time, Eliza, Susan, Jaya, and the rest would try to leave a good impression on the Southern Emperor, but since they have already met with the Southern Emperor as unbridled and rude Anna, they did not know how to approach Her Majesty, who knew that the Southern Emperor was just another horny and spoiled brat. Therefore, they chose to just spectate and not participate in the conversation between Anna, the weird old man Lorenzo, and Wyatt. But staying quiet for too long, someone broke the silence. Guys, should we take our leave? I think our presence here is not required, whispered Beth. She was still frightened, remembering the gaze of the Southern Emperor when the city lord threw them under the bus to protect his ass. Before that, we have to clear the misunderstanding the city lord has created. Do not be afraid, we are the victims here. If we explain the truth to the Majesty, she will understand. Eliza whispered to her frightened sister, assuring her that everything is going to be all right. Eliza was waiting for the moment when Anna would ask them to explain the city lord's claims, as she knew if they left this matter as it is, all the blame will be pushed on the Whitebin family. Public opinion can be regained, but if Her Majesty forms an opinion about their family, then it will be unfavorable for her siblings and the family. Yeah, good luck with that. From the way that girl behaved earlier, I can tell you for sure that she is a cuckoo. Corey sneered at Eliza's statement, and she did not seem to care if Anna was a card emperor or the ruler of the southern region. Corey, shut up. That is the Southern Emperor you are talking about. Be more respectful. Susan whispered to Corey with a stern frown. She may be a little crude, but she is right. The Southern Emperor said it herself that she killed her sister. Now you tell me if she will be reasonable. Jaya whispered, supporting Corey's statement. Jaya was worried right now. This time she had done it. Her sister sent her to mend her relationship with Wyatt. But Jaya was not only unable to fix her relationship with Wyatt, but she offended the mother-freaking Southern Emperor, the fucking ruler of the southern region. Are you guys dumb or what? Her Majesty is a higher being in the Card Emperor realm. Don't you think she can hear you guys whispering about her? Amy whispered, reminding her siblings and friends that they were stupid to whisper about the Card Emperor right next to her. Hearing Amy, Beth, Jaya and Susan's faces turned pale. Beth was anxious for Pax, who was at the center of the demigod worshippers incident. Jaya was worried that she might have ruined any chance of leaving a good impression on the Southern Emperor. As for Susan, she was worried for Corey, who did not seem to understand the repercussions of not showing proper respect to the Southern Emperor, which she deserved. Come on, guys, you make it seem like Anna is some kind of ruthless tyrant. Well, she is, but to her friends she is the opposite. You do not have to worry. I do not think Anna will make things hard for you knowing that you are Wyatt's friend. So be comfortable. You have nothing to worry about unless you did something wrong. Seeing the girls frightened of Anna, Elliot assured them that Anna was good to her friends. Elliot's assurance only added to the worry of the girls. What does he mean by, you have nothing to worry about unless you did something wrong? Did we do something wrong? What is wrong? What are the do's and don'ts in front of the Southern Emperor? What if we do something wrong? Will she kill us? She killed her sister. She won't bat an eye killing us? Does she kill just for fun? These were the thoughts running on each of their heads. Corey grabbed worried Susan by her wrist and assured her, Big sis Sue, do not worry. I will protect you if she acts up. Someone please protect me from this loon. Susan did not reprimand Corey this time around, but let out a weak, helpless laugh. This girl used to be so timid and cute. When did she turn into such an ignorant and self-righteous brat? Cough. Seeing the girls more worried, Elliot coughed in embarrassment. You are destined to die alone, Karen commented and added salt to Elliot's wounds. No, I am not. I have you. Seeing Elliot be cheeky with her, Karen blushed and mumbled, Idiot. Elliot, ain't she your secretary? JK Ltd's heir in relationship with his secretary. Is it finding love at unexpected places, or is it just another filthy secret of big companies? This would make a good sandal, right? Jaya taunted Elliot, seeing him be affectionate with his secretary without caring for his surroundings. Is it a threat? I remember Wyatt saying he would not do any kind of business with you fine gold sisters. So why are you here? Elliot's face turned cold. Though Elliot was enjoying his new life, he still remembered his old grudges and people who did not hesitate to kick him when he was at his lowest. And Jaya was one of them. If not for her coming with Wyatt, he would have already had her thrown out of the VIP box. Well, isn't it obvious Wyatt invited me? Relax, it was not a threat, but a satire. I thought it would help lighten the mood. Elliot, your anger is justifiable, but please understand that the incident back then was just business. Right now I am here as a friend. Just put yourself in my shoes and ask yourself what would you have done as a good businessman at that point. Jaya was not offended by Elliot lashing out at her, as she understood where his anger stemmed from. Good businessman? A good businessman does not build his fortune on other businesses' carcasses. Since Wyatt invited you, I will tolerate you for now. Socializing with people he hates was not new to Elliot. Thank you. Jaya was grateful that Elliot was not making things more difficult for her than it currently is. No, sorry, I will never consider it. But could you explain to me what are the uses of the severed head? If Senior Lorne wants it, then it should not be something of little value. I rejected Anna's proposal without a thought as if it was a reflex and asked her about the uses of the severed head. Can it be used for necromancy-type cards? Will it allow one to summon the dead? According to their conversation, the severed head belongs to a card emperor. Will it be possible to use the severed head as an ingredient to summon an undead card emperor? Well, for starters, it is a card emperor's severed head, so it is very precious. Until, or unless a civil war is going on, it is hard to get one of these. Usually, a card emperor's severed head is very valuable, but the card emperor whom this head belongs to is a domesticated card emperor, so it is useless for someone of my strength. As for its uses, how about you in the tournament, and I will tell you. Knowing too much too early is not good for you. Anna explained how precious the severed head was, but acted mysteriously when it came to informing its uses. Boy, if I were you, I would accept her offer. Let me just tell you what you will be missing. With that severed head, you can easily defeat a card overlord, or even a card king if you are capable enough. I do not see why you would reject such a good deal. With this deal, not only will you be getting power, but beauty by your side. The old man seemed to be genuine, but for some reason, I felt his words were meant to mock me. Shortcuts are good, but they will cost you your future, Wyatt. Instead of listening to the shameless old man pushing you in the wrong direction, why don't you ask him what it will cost you in the long run by making use of the severed head? Just as I was guessing the intent and motives behind the old man's words, Corey spoke up. She intervened to advise me not to make use of the severed head and called Lorenzo a shameless old man. Susan, who was next to her, was fidgeting hearing Corey's bold words. While I was surprised that Corey stood up to help me, as I thought she hated me for hogging Susan, her fantasy mother. Little girl, I think you misunderstood my words. I am asking him to use the severe head to create cards, not use it on himself. Before I could speak up, Lorenzo spoke and did not seem to be offended by Corey addressing him as a shameless old man. Old man, you know, with his current realm, Wyatt can only use golden grimoire and A-rank cards at best. Even if you create a perfect card from the severed head, it would be at least of myth grade and AA or S rank, which are useless to him. You sly old man. You just want him to take the severed head from Anna so that you get your hands on the severed head under the disguise of helping him create high-grade cards. Corey once again rudely referred to Lorenzo as an old man and began to explain her claims. Corey, thank you, but can you explain what is happening here? I already knew that old man Lorenzo was planning something. Corey's words confirmed my doubts. According to Corey, the old man pushed me to accept Anna's offer in the promise of gaining the ability to defeat Card Overlord and Card King because he wanted to get his hands on the severed head in disguise of helping me. No need to thank me. After all, we are all friends here. And I could not stand the sight of the old man shamelessly trying to take advantage of you. Corey's words raised another alarm in my head, and it became clear to me that Corey was not here to help me, but herself with her following words. How about this? You take the head from her and sell it to me? In exchange, I will help make 4 rare grade cards using the head. Cough. Little girl, this old man is just doing this to make a living for himself. Cut me a little slack, will you? Hearing Corey offers 4 rare grade cards in exchange for the severed head, Lorenzo spoke up. Hee old man, that thing will be a waste on somebody of your level and age. Greed is not a good shade for your age. Why don't you let this junior handle this matter? If it was old Corey, she would not know how priceless a card emperor's intact head was. But thanks to Corey Park's memories, Corey would not let go of the chance to get her hands on a severed head of a card emperor. Haha. Little girl, do you have the qualification to make 4 rare grade cards using the severe head? Before making such bold claims, you should show your capabilities. Do you even know what a card emperor's head is worth and how to refine it? Even though the head is just a carcass, it still is a card emperor carcass. You sure you can handle it? The old fox Lorenzo was not someone without some tricks up his sleeves. Eternal flame of agony. Swoosh cry. A dark red flame formed on Corey's palm, from which dark smoke formed in the shape of a human head with hollow eyes as it let out weird wails and cries. Old man, what about now? Do you think this qualifies me to back my claims? Saying that, Corey fed more soul energy to the eternal flames of agony, intensifying the wails coming out of the hollow-eyed human face, made of the smoke. Little girl, which ego did you comprehend? It's so evil. Lorenzo was shocked by the eerie flame on Corey's palm, not just him. Everyone in the room was shocked by the sight of Corey's flame. Does it matter? I have proved my qualification. Now will you scoot? I have a business to attend to. Corey did bother to answer Oldman's question about her flames. To think that I would find someone who comprehended an ego fire in a place like this. Little girl, you are a genius, but I also have a cute genius granddaughter back home who could really use this. So, I will politely ask you to give up. Lorenzo did not hesitate to drag his granddaughter into this. Then he turned to me and said, Wyatt, I will offer you 2 myth-grade cards made using the severed head. You decide whether you will take 2 myth-grade cards or 4 rare-grade cards in exchange for the severed head. Fuck, these people are treating me as a countryside illiterate. Right now my pride was hurt badly. These people seemed to know something I did not know. And the severed head was at the center of all of my confusion. If Corey and Lorenzo can give 4 rare-grade or 2 myth-grade cards made from the severed head, then what do they stand to gain from the head? It must be something more valuable than 2 myth-grade cards. Old man, what Wyatt needs right now are strong rare-grade cards. Myth-grade cards are useless for the current him. Wyatt, I do not have to tell you what you need. You can decide for yourself. Corey wanted to smack the old man on his face for trying to outdo her. If not for her limited realm and grimoire, she would have offered 4 myth-grade cards made from the severed head. I agree with you, little girl. Wyatt knows what he needs most. After all, he can buy rare-grade cards anywhere. But myth-grade cards are hard to come by. I guess it would be wise to choose 2 myth-grade cards over 4 rare-grade cards, as he can exchange 1 myth-grade card for a dozen rare-grade cards. Lorenzo would never let a little girl outsmart him. When it came to conning, she was 370 years too late to compete with him. Babe, I love the confused look on your face. It's so cute, like a lost puppy. It makes me want to cuddle you to death. How about this? I will give you the head if let me cuddle you for a night. Before you reject my offer again, why don't you use your other set of eyes to examine the head once? Suddenly, I heard Anna's voice in my head, sending me into a state of shock. I was not shocked because Anna could use telepathy, but she seemed to know something about my eyes, or maybe she is just talking about aura pupils, which I claimed as my origin card. Heeding Anna's words, I ignore Corey and Lorenzo's blabber and used my soul pupils to see what makes the severed head of a card emperor so valuable that a prestigious card emperor like Lorenzo would stoop so low to dupe a junior such as myself. As I activated my soul pupils and scanned the severed head, I noticed a small gem in the center of the severed head's eyebrows. Under the soul pathways of the skin, skull among the soul pathways of the brain, I found a small gem of the size of a bean. I focused my soul pupils to check what it was, and suddenly my consciousness was dragged into the bean-sized head. Inside the bean-sized gem, there was an endless space. As my conscious drifted into this space, I saw 6 bright suns in it. Each sun had its own different color: red, blue, green, black, yellow, purple. My consciousness was drifting towards these suns, which gave me a huge scare. Was I going to crash on one of these suns? What will happen to my consciousness if I crash in any one of these suns? I did not know, but slowly my consciousness neared these suns. And at some point, without me realizing, I was at the center, surrounded by all the 6 suns. Not knowing what was going on, I tried using my soul pupils to examine these suns for answers, only to be dumbfounded by the sight that greeted me. Location: Sky Blossom City, Sky Blossom Card Stadium, VIP box number 1. My eyes. By God, what did I just see? Delete. 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 I yelled in disbelief as I saw 6 naked old men flexing their loose and sagging muscles at me. Thankfully, each of them seemed to be missing their male genitalia, as they appeared to be remnant spirits. These 6 old men were none other than the 6 different colored suns that had surrounded me. They appeared as the sun to my naked eyes, as naked eyes could not see past the bright rays of light emitted by the weird inscriptions on each of their foreheads. Each of the inscriptions read different and glowed in different colors: red, blue, green, black, yellow, and purple. Old people, stop flexing your baggy skin. It's disgusting. I addressed the old fellows, unable to bear the disgusting sight of them flex their unsightly baggy skin. Old Green, did that little guy just talk to us? Asked the old man with the blue-colored inscription in astonishment, hearing me address them. Yes, Mr. Blue, old man. I was talking to you guys. What is this place? Who are you guys, and what are the glowing interceptions on your foreheads? Since I did not know the current situation I was in, I decided to be a bit low-key. Fuck, that brat is really talking to us, cried out the old man with green-colored inscription. Fool, that is old news. He says he can see the inscriptions on our foreheads, exclaimed the old man with blue-colored inscription in shock. I called dibs. He is mine, claimed the old man with the yellow-colored inscription on his forehead. I found him first, so he is mine, yelled the old man with the blue-colored inscription. I am the oldest one, so it is only fair I have the boy, said the old man with the green-colored inscription. Shut up, you old fools. Your seniority is nothing in front of my might. The boy is mine, exclaimed the old man with the purple-colored inscription on his forehead. He did not seem to care about the seniority or first come first serve. He felt only the mighty had the right to pick first. Silence, the boy is mine. I will kill you all if I have to, yelled the old man with the red-colored inscription, intimidating the rest of the old man. As the old men were busy fighting to make me their property, I silently analyzed them. Soon I noticed that the glow of each of the inscriptions was different in intensity. The red-colored inscription was the brightest, next came purple, followed by green, blue, yellow, and black. Surprisingly, the old man with the black-colored inscription seemed familiar. After scrutinizing him keenly, I realized that the face on the severed head and the old man with black color inscription were the same. The severed head belonged to the old man with black-colored inscription. With my observations, I made 4 assumptions. 1. The strength of the old men was proportional to the intensity of the glow of the inscription on their forehead. 2. The old man with the black-colored inscription on his forehead was the card emperor who was slain by Anna. 3. All these old men have the strength of a card emperor at the least. 4. These old men were not hiding the fact that they had plans for me. Whether the said plans were good for me or bad was yet to be confirmed. Speculating all these, I started to look for a way out, but felt different colored light rays lock me to my current position, unable to move a step backwards or forward. Experiencing all these events, even a fool would know these old men had no good intention towards me. I was not stupid enough to believe that I was fortunate enough to find a mysterious space in the severed head, and the old men were fighting to make me their disciple. Old Red, you may be strong, but if all 5 of us gang up on you, even you will not be our match. What do you say, old fellows? The old man with the green-colored inscription. Yes. The rest of the 4 old fogies agreed in unison. But while you, though, little black, you will be the first to die if you join these guys. The old man with the red-colored inscription agreed with the old man with green-colored inscription. 5 of them were too many for him to handle. So, he intimidated the old man with the black inscription to not have any thoughts of joining the other guys in rebellion against him. Leave me out of this. I am still recovering and getting used to this new state, unlike you old guys. The old man with the black inscription chose to stay neutral as he was still in a recovery period, having died a few hours ago. Unlike the other old men who have spent nearly 5 centuries adjusting to his ego temple, he was still a greenhorn. So what? We were never counting on him to make any worthy contribution. Better him not participate than become a liability. The old man with purple inscription on his forehead believed that his strength was enough to make up for 2 of them, himself and the old man with black-colored inscription. Come on then, what are you waiting for? An invitation. The old man with the red-colored inscription seemed to be very confident of his strength and looked down on the other 4 card emperors. Old Red, you seem to be forgetting something. This is no longer a battle of might and prowess. Instead, it is going to be a battle of iteration. Who is going to outlast the other? No matter how strong you are you confident that you can outlast us 4? The old man with the green-colored inscription explained the situation to the old man with the red-colored inscription. Old Green, I know you. Someone as cunning as you are not dumb to leak your info to your enemy unless you want to and plan something else. What are you up to, Old Green? The old man with the red-colored inscription was confident in his strength to defeat the other 4 of his competitors, but he was not confident that he had enough stamina to fight a battle of iteration with all 4 of them. Therefore, he finally calmed down and was willing to listen to the old man with green-colored inscription. Simple. How about we take turns with the boy? As the strongest among us, you will be the first, followed by purple, me, blue, yellow, and finally black. After all, we all have been together for centuries in this blank space. Why waste such camaraderie by fighting among ourselves over a little boy? The old man with green-colored inscription proposed that they all will share me based on each other's strength. What the fuck are these old fogies planning? The more I hear them, the faster my heart races in fear of me losing my spiritual butthole to 6 ugly old men. The one thing assuring me that I may have misunderstood their interaction right now is that they do not have male genitalia. Despite my worries and fears, I could do nothing being locked at the same spot as a statue under the influence of the ray of light emitted by the various colored inscriptions. Old Green, it seems you have misunderstood something? I want the boy completely for myself. There is no compromise there. And if you back off now for old time's sake, I will let you guys live in the old black's severed head. Otherwise, do not blame me. It seems the old man with the red-colored inscription never planned to share the bounty with his friends, and even dared to go as far as murdering all of his friends to get what he wants, and have a monopoly over me. Old Red, don't be cocky. No matter how strong you are, even you can't fight and win all 4 of us at once. This doesn't have to be like this. Let's peacefully resolve this. The old man with the green-colored inscription wanted to avoid going on war against the old man with the red inscription, as he knew even if all 4 of them were able to defeat the old man with the red-colored inscription, they would not come out unscathed. And once the old man with the red-colored inscription is taken care of, he doesn't believe his allies will continue to stay allied. Something is wrong with Wyatt. He has been staring at the severed head for 5 minutes, and he is not responding. Susan noticed that Wyatt has been staring at the severed head for quite a while now. Worried, she called out to him. Receiving no response from him, Susan asked for help. Wyatt, Wyatt, Wyatt. Elliot and the rest tried calling him, but they too did not get a response and finally realized the anomaly in Wyatt's silence. What a baby. Is he so frightened by a severed head that he turned dumb? Mocked Jaya, looking at the lifeless statue like Wyatt. You shut up. If you do not know how to be helpful, at least know the time and place to make your bad jokes. Elliot rebuked Jaya for untimely humor, while Jaya felt that Elliot was waiting for a chance to rebuke her. Looks like he found the dead card emperor's ego gem. Corey imparted the obvious known to her from Wyatt's current condition. I do not know whether to call the kid lucky or unlucky for having found the ego gem. Did you help him? Aren't you cruel? Lorenzo blamed Anna for revealing the location of the ego gem to Wyatt even though he was not prepared enough. Anna remained silent towards Lorenzo's accusation. She just wanted Wyatt to realize how important the severed head was by using his aura sight. But she never expected for his consciousness to be full in the ego gem of the Cloud Emperor Claude. Old Green did not want to go to war with Old Red because he knew that his alliance with the other 3 prevailed due to the presence of a bigger threat, Old Red. With the Old Red out of the picture, there was no longer a need for the alliance to exist. If he was the strongest of the other 3, then he would not mind killing Old Red, but he was not the strongest after Old Red. It was Old Purple. Right now, if he got rid of Old Red, then Old Purple would fill his shoes. So, allying with the other 3 to kill the Old Red would all be in vain. Seeing how Old Purple is arrogant of his might, Old Green was sure that killing Old Red will only result in replacing a tyrant with another one. Therefore, at any cost, Old Green wanted to avoid going to war with Old Red and convince him into a comparison. Old Green, what are you waiting for? Let's smoke this red fool, said Old Purple eagerly, seeing Old Green engage in a staring contest with Old Red. Old Red, it doesn't have to be like this. Old Green ignored Old Purple and continued to persuade Old Red to share the boy. Enough, do not blame me. Having said that, the inscription on the forehead of the old man glowed brighter, as if he was preparing to attack. Fuck this. Old Blue, Old Yellow, cover me. Raging Thunder Fist. This is the new move I came up with within a few decades. I will make you regret your decision. Old Purple decided to act on his own accord and not wait for Old Green's command. Now you're speaking, Blood Fiend. Old Red enthusiastically shouted and took on Old Purple's incoming fist head-on. Whirlpool at Old Blue's command, a huge water-blue whirlpool formed under Old Red, slowing his moment down and making him unable to dodge incoming attacks. Divine Might. A bright light was summoned by Old Yellow, and he showered it on Old Purple, giving a huge boost to him in terms of speed, defense, and speed. You fools, stop it. Old Green yelled in alarm, but he was too late. That impulsive old bastard Purple had already begun, and Old Blue and Old Yellow followed in suit. Seeing none of them heeds his words and his allies being suppressed by Old Red, Old Green clenched his fist and shouted, "Screw it, Typhoon." As the 5 spirits Red, Purple, Blue, Green, and Yellow were busy confronting each other, Old Black, who said he would not participate, suddenly turned into a blurry shadow and hurried towards me before even I could shout for help and alert the other spirits. Old Black came next to me and said, "To think that me dying would result in a blessing to get my hands on genius who can see rules." "Old Black, what are you doing?" yelled Old Red in anger, seeing Old Black standing next to me. "Haha, you suckers. You guys are the dumbest people I have ever seen. You were so busy fighting for the loot that you guys lost sight of the loot. Haha, you guys were my BTCH before, and you will continue to be my BTCH again." Old Black laughed maniacally, unlike his previous suppressed self. "With this new body, I will be able to control you. Itches even better. No, maybe I won't need you old fools. I can comprehend my own rules, and do not have to depend on your broken rules left behind by your past self. Those damned fools would always mock me that I was a domesticated card emperor, homegrown by feeding broken rules of the fallen card apprentice. I will show those bastards who is the domesticated pig. With this new body, I may even reach the fabled demigod realm. Yes, I can reach card emperor realm in a decade and card demigod realm in a century, and even become the youngest demigod ever." Old Black seemed to be lost in his fantasy, forgetting what he was set out to do. Lightning charge. Old Purple did not hesitate to take action, seeing Old Black lose his focus. Old Red followed his example and attacked distracted Old Black, Blood Lance. "Sayonara, suckers. Become mine, engulf." Old Black was not a fool to let go of the bone in his mouth. When he saw Old Red and Purple attacking him, Old Black took his cue to exit the stage. "No!" All the spirits yelled and raced towards me at their fastest speed they could fathom. Engulf. Old Black turned into a pitch-black cloud that wrapped me completely from head to toe into himself. Before everything went dark, I saw desperate faces of the old spirits trying to reach me before it was too late. Just when I thought that's the end of me, several notifications sounded in my head from the grimoire. Calamity Soul Core detected a threat to the host consciousness. Calamity Soul Core activating. Calamity Soul Core active. Host Soul returning to Calamity Soul Core. Calamity Soul Core engaging the threat. Calamity Soul Core eliminated remnant spirit, Claude. Threat neutralized. Calamity Soul Core swallowed a broken rune cloud. Broken rune cloud now available in Calamity Soul Core. Calamity Soul Core seeking host's permission to sacrifice broken rune. Will you allow it? Yes/no. Fuck. That was dangerous. I yelled as I opened my eyes hurriedly, only to be greeted by the worried faces of Susan, Elliot, and others. "Wyatt, you are awake," exclaimed everyone, seeing me finally snap out of the dazed state. "Incredible. Not only were you able to enter a dead man's ego gem, but also returned unharmed, despite not having an ego gem of your own. Interesting," Lorenzo commented, witnessing me make it back alive from the damned empty space. "I thought you were gone for good, and I would no longer have to share Mama, Big Sis Susan, with you. Damn it. Why didn't you get possessed, you cockroach?" Corey bawled, expressing her sadness at me coming alive from the empty space instead of being possessed. "Anna, what was that godforsaken place? I almost got killed there." I ignored Corey and Lorenzo and directly questioned Anna as she had directed me to that empty space. "Yeah, how did you make it back?" On a more serious note, how were you able to enter the ego gem without opening your ego gem? Instead of answering me, Anna interrogated me. Lorenzo and Corey looked at me very intently, waiting to hear my answer. Thankfully, it cleared one of my suspicions about Anna and her loyalty towards me. It seems she did not send me to that space knowing the dangers in them. It was my soul pupils. It seems the bean-sized gem I found in the Cloud Emperor's head is termed as Ego Gem, and one can enter it if only they have opened their ego gem. Forget it, it's your secret. You can tell me when you start to trust me. What matters is that you are back alive. Anna did not force me to answer the questions she asked me earlier. Thank you for being so understanding. Now, will you explain to me what an ego gem is? And who were the people inside it? Thanking Anna for not prying into my secrets, I asked her about the questions that continued to bother me even after my return from the empty space. Though Anna was willing to give up preying on my secrets, that doesn't mean others would do the same. No, not Corey and Lorenzo. Corey recently started acting too proud, so she does not care about my secret. Lorenzo was Anna's slave, employee, so he would do anything against her wishes. The ones that gained my suspicions were the two card emperors seated beside Anna. They have been staring at me intently. If for the presence of Anna and Lorenzo, I bet they would have already acted on the ideas that they were cooking up in their minds. It seems I wasn't the only one that felt their intent towards me. Lorenzo would be kind enough to entertain these two guests from Central to lunch. Anna ordered Lorenzo to take the two card emperors from Central somewhere else before she and I would start talking about Ego Gem, my experience in the Ego Gem, rules, and broken runes. Out of all these, my experience in the Ego Gem was of confidential nature. Happy to oblige, Your Majesty. Lorenzo bowed and accepted Anna's orders without a bit of delay or hint of dissatisfaction. Turning to the two card emperors, Lorenzo barked, "You Central Region snoods, follow me. I will show you guys what an authentic Southern 36-course meal looks like. If you are well behaved, I may even let you taste it." Lorenzo was not worried his unbridled worlds would hurt the visitors. He was a prideful person after all. Having served an entire family of demigods and their descendants, the heat sends. Lorenzo thought it was beneath him to serve some no-name card emperors from the Central Region who were known to look down on anybody who wasn't from or belonged to the Central Region. Brandon wanted to teach this old card emperor some manners, but was held back by his uncle. In anger, he mentally asked his uncle, "Uncle, why did you hold me back? Let me kill this old fool. How dare he disrespect us and treat us like some kind of inferior being? Control yourself, my dear stupid nephew. Who do you think that old man is? He is the reigning alchemist. He single-handedly cleared not one, not two, but 4 SS rank field dungeons. Do you know what that means? Field dungeons are more difficult compared to the gate dungeons. They have an army of monsters in them. Do you even know how many SS rank monsters are in a single SS rank field dungeon? Do you know the kind of power it takes to defeat an army of high-level monsters with about 100 or so SS rank monsters and 1 SS rank boss monster? There is a rumor going on about him in the Central Region that even some in the demigod realm fear him. We together can barely handle Anna, let alone taking on reigning alchemist and Anna simultaneously. Stay put and do as they say. Do not forget our mission. If your ego gets in the way of our mission, I will cripple you myself." Brandon's uncle mentally warned him and reminded him that the family mission was the priority, not his petty grievances. Hearing his uncle's warning, Brandon was dumbfounded and stared at the carefree old man Lorenzo in front of him at high alert. As he quietly followed Lorenzo, he thought, "Fuck, what kind of monster is he to threaten someone in the demigod realm? First that BTCH and now this old fool. How about we head out for lunch too? Just the two of us. I will explain everything to you in explicit details." Anna ended her sentence with a small moan. Was it intentional? Knowing her, it must have been, as people do not simply moan in a room full of people. "Big sis, come on, let's go. Let's give them some privacy." Corey gave Anna a thumbs up and dragged Susan out of the VIP room. The rest did not need an invitation. They followed Susan and Corey out. I ordered Sarah and other daughter cores to follow Susan. "Your Majesty, about the wit." The Whitebin siblings stayed behind to consult Anna on the matter earlier, but before Eliza could complete her sentence, Anna interrupted her and said, "You guys have nothing to worry about. I will meet your family leader to put an end to this matter. Go enjoy your lunch." "Thank you, Your Eminence." Eliza, Pax, Amy, and Beth hurriedly thanked Anna and vacated the VIP box no one, leaving me and Anna alone in it. "So what would you like to have for lunch?" Anna asked me while ringing the staff beeper, calling for the staff to take our orders. "Double cheese pizza with mushroom topping." Narrating my order to the staff who just walked in, I looked at Anna and said, "While I am waiting, mushroom and pepperoni for me." Anna reported her order and added, "What the rush? At least keep the severed head out of my sight," I said, looking at the severed head and platinum grimoire of Card Emperor Claude. "Fine." Stuffing the head in her space storage, Anna said, "Wait a second, let me make sure that nobody is eavesdropping." Saying that, Anna summoned her diamond grimoire and activated a card. And soon a blue hollow circled the room and formed a type of energy coating on the floor, ceiling, and the four walls. You can start now. Begin from how you entered the ego gem, what you experienced within the ego gem, and why were you able to escape the ego gem. I thought you were not going to ask me how and why. Anna had promised me that she would not pry into my secrets a few minutes ago, yet here she was praying into my secrets. I thought you started trusting me, so I asked, "Do you trust me now?" Was she doing it on purpose? I do not know, because her expression seemed genuine enough. "No, I don't," I stated. "Wow, that hurts more than I thought it would. Why don't you trust me? Is it because of my sleeping around? I just like to have a good time. But for you, I give up on that, babe." Anna elucidated, looking as if I had wronged her. "What is happening here?" "Nope, I am not participating in this. Anna, I will walk right out of here if you do not stop these shenanigans and start explaining what I want to know." Note to mental self: never be alone in a room with a crazy woman named Anna. No matter how desperate you are. You are no fun. Well, I will forgive you as you just experienced a near-death experience. But if you dare to reject me again, I will show you what it feels like to be rejected, again and again. Got it? Anna warned me. For a second I thought I saw her eyes turn pitch black. Note to mental self: scratch that. This BTCH is possessed. If you get out of here alive, may God bless you that you do not run into her again. Understood. Now can you tell me about the ego gems? How can I get one? What was I thinking? Why did I willingly choose to stay alone with her? Or are all girls like this, Moody? For humans, ego gems are what monster cores are for the monsters. Unlike monsters who are born with a monster core, humans have to form their ego gem by solidifying their spirit. The spirit of your soul is in an ethereal state. You have to purify and refine it before you solidify your spirit into an ego gem. Anna explained, but I did not understand her. Seeing my confused look, it became clear to her that I did not understand a single thing she was talking about. Here, watch this. It will help you understand. Saying that, Anna closed her eyes, and an astral phantom appeared behind her. It looked exactly like Anna, no more majestic and stuck up than Anna. Yeah, she was also bountiful and charming than Anna herself, but the expression made by the phantom clearly expressed an unbridled disgust for all living beings. That is my solidified spirit. Don't mind her expression. She is like that to me too. You have to solidify the spirit/ego of your soul to that level, then you can form an ego gem. Anna seemed to also be worried about her spirit's unbridled disgust. I thought we already have an ego gem, and we had to open or awaken it. My wrong assumptions were the reason for me not understanding Susan. That's for animals. Once they awaken their monster core, they are termed as monsters. I am confused. How are monster core and ego gem the same? If ego gem is similar to monster core, then what about Voltronian core and its variant form Calamity Soul core that I created using Calamity Dungeon core? Before that, you have to understand what is the spirit/ego of a soul, and why do we need to solidify them. Knowing its formation and purpose, you see the similarities between ego gem and a monster core, which will help you understand why they are the same. Instead of telling the answer directly, Anna was trying to make me realize the answer. You are pro here. As you say, I am all ears. I had no complaints about Anna's approach because what she was going to narrate was privileged information that I could only learn by joining the top 10 universities. What Anna was doing now by teaching how to solidify my ego gem was equal to making top 10 colleges her enemy by breaking the laws set by them. In this world, it may seem like knowledge is free, but in reality, free knowledge is only free because that is what the people ruling this world want us to know and use that knowledge to help them control our destiny. And the actual good stuff that could help us shape our destiny is being kept far from us. As the saying goes, the master's only worry is their slaves becoming masters. Have you ever wondered who owned the first grimoire and created the first card? How were they able to create the cards? How does a monster core enable monsters to use supernatural skills like conjuring fire or teleportation? Where does all this come from? I thought Anna was going to tell me more about spirit and souls, but she started sounding like a riddler, asking me confusing questions like, which one came first, the chicken or the egg? Are you high right now? Why do you keep going off the topic? If I knew the answers to these questions, I would not be needing your assistance now, would I? It's not like I haven't thought about who owned the first grimoire or created the first card. Similar to how Alexander Graham Bell created the first telephone, there has to be someone who created the first card and grimoire. But when I searched for information on it, I found nothing. So, I left it at that. Have patience, will you? I am getting there. If you're going to be such an unruly student, then do not blame me if I end up spanking you. Anna was having fun. Yesterday, she spent so much time with Karen to pick up the perfect outfit for her first date with Wyatt. But this dense bastard did not compliment her even after her intention behind her sudden visit to Sky Blossom City was revealed by Karen and Elliot. I choose to stay mum and not respond to Anna and her taunts because whatever I said, Anna somehow managed to make it weird and awkward. So where was I? Yes, how are monsters able to conjure elements and supernatural power? And where does that power come from? You have to ask yourself these questions in order to properly understand why we solidify our soul, spirit/ego. These questions help you open up your mind to new possibilities, which in turn helps you understand what's right in front of you. You already know monsters are able to use skills through their monster core. What you have to ask yourself is, where do these skills in the core come from? Only illiterates think that they get it from birth or it's already present there. The monster's core gets the skills within them from the world. But how are the monster cores able to get these skills from the world? Asking that, Anna looked at me expecting an answer. If I had to guess, then the spirit/ego within the monster core. Wait, by chance are beast will and spirit/ego of the monster core the same? Anna's approach started to show results, and I finally began to connect some dots. Ding, ding, ding. Correct answer. As a reward, let this teacher award you with a kiss. Before I could react or respond to it, Anna got up from the couch, kissing my forehead. She returned to the couch. You, Lady Hoodlum. I wanted to curse at Anna for her bold actions more, but what she said next left me speechless. So sweet. I can get addicted to it, Anna said as her tongue licked her lips as if trying to get an aftertaste of my forehead. Seeing the vulgar expression on her face, I could not fathom a single word from my mouth as it was being swallowed with my saliva. Witnessing the breathtaking seduction of Anna, I felt dirty, yet was drawn towards her. Do you want me to continue? Anna whispered, yet I heard her loud and understood her words clearly. Why no? Anna, please behave. Otherwise, I will leave. I tried to show Anna where I stood. You can leave. It's not as if I am holding you hostage. She knew I would not leave halfway, and I never planned on leaving without getting the answers. Curiosity is bad, yet I am a slave to it. Please continue, Anna. Not Anna. When class is in session, call me Miss Anna. Please continue, Miss Anna. I felt so dirty saying this, but I had to appease Anna. Good boy. And yes, the beast will is the spirit/ego of the monster's core. They are the same, but have two different names because the leaders do not want the masses to get even a hint of how to form an ego gem. No, the question remains, how does the spirit/ego of the monster's core get the skills from the world? They do that by communicating with the world, which we humans termed as becoming one with the world. One with the world is a state in which a card apprentice can communicate with the world and learn the rules of the world. Mastering the rules of the world to a certain level, you can form runes which later are used to create cards. For a card apprentice to immerse in this state, he or she needs a solidified spirit/ego, aka an ego gem. Compared to us humans, animals have always been close to nature, so they are easily able to solidify their spirit/ego and form a monster core. With the formation of their monster core, the monsters start to gain strength and intelligence. Unlike us humans, the solidification of spirit/ego of their soul comes easily to monsters. Therefore, I said monsters awaken their monster core, while humans have to form their ego gem, explained Anna. I guess forming an ego gem is very hard then. Remembering how the 6 old spirits acted knowing I could see them and their runes. I guess forming an ego gem is a huge deal. Not many humans can form ego gems. Therefore, the predecessor found an easier way for the average human to create cards by using monster cores, carcasses, etc. as ingredients in card creation. Not all hope is lost for these people, as they have a chance of creating an ego gem at peak card lord realm before breaking through to card overlord realm. Even if you form an ego gem, it does not guarantee that one can communicate with the world by immersing in one with the world state. Here also talent comes into the picture. The one with the world stated is divided into 4 talent grades depending upon the card apprentice synchronization rate with the world. Higher the synchronization rate, higher the talent. Below 10%, poor grade ego gem. 11% to 25%, average grade ego gem. 26% to 50% good grade ego gem. Above 50% excellent grade ego gem. For a card apprentice having poor grade ego gem, it is a hopeless situation, as they can feel the rules of the world but can hardly comprehend a thing. Take the card emperor I killed. He has poor grade ego gem, and it almost took him a millennium to comprehend a single rule and to form it into a rune. Therefore, he had to resort to stuffing his ego gem with broken runes extracted from fallen card emperors, which I highly do not recommend even for my enemies. The highest synchronization rate achieved by humans up to date is 63%. The one to achieve such a high rate is none other than the youngest demigod of history, demigod Baylor. Anna explained to me how hard it is to form ego gems, and that they are divided into various grades based on the synchronization rate of a card apprentice with the world. What is your ego gem grade and synchronization rate? I asked Anna, curious about her ego gem. She should have a high-grade gem, after all she seems strong. My ego gem is of excellent grade with 51% synchronization rate. I barely made the cut. I formed mine when I was in the card master realm. Anna shared her ego gem info, as if it were common knowledge. Does she trust me that much? So, I am in the presence of genius then. I made small talk complimenting Anna's natural talent. If we are talking about genius, then it should be you. To be able to enter others' ego gem even without condensing your ego gem. And also see rules, runes, and escape spirits unscathed. How were you able to do that? I wonder what your synchronization rate will be. Anna asked the questions I wasn't ready to answer yet. Anna, I understand that a card apprentice, after comprehending rules to a level, can form runes, and once that person dies, the runes he formed in his lifetime become broken runes. Here's what I do not understand. Why don't you recommend using broken runes? The Calamity Soul Core had collected a broken rune, and I wanted to decide what to do with it based on Anna's answer. I take it that you have encountered the spirits and broken runes in Claude's ego gem. Why do you think there are 5 other spirits in his ego gem? Asked Anna. Is it because Claude used their broken runes? I knew why the spirits were present there, but I did not know how it is possible. Weren't they supposed to be dead? Yes. You must be wondering, how can the spirits of the dead be alive in someone else's ego gem, right? Simple. Those spirits you saw are not real spirits. They are just remnants that the broken runes have conjured up using the understanding of the masters that formed them. The runes are not living, but they are powerful enough to achieve something like this. If these runes were in their original dead ego gem, losing nourishment, they would have slowly broken down into rules from which they were formed, and then these rules would return to the world. But being transferred to a live ego gem, they get enough nourishment to continue to flourish. Over an accumulated period, these runes gather enough energy to form the spirits of their dead masters. Just like the ones you saw. There is no way to stop or delay this from happening. The worst of all is that the card apprentice will henceforth have to share his ego gem with other spirits. The only way to get rid of or use the broken runes is to have stronger runes that can be used to suppress and control the broken runes, and also destroy them if needed. Anna explained to me why she did not recommend using broken runes. Having multiple free mooshers in your own house who would opt for that. Other than having to share the ego gem, how do the broken runes affect the card apprentice? The side effect of using broken gems sounded more like multiple personality disorder back on Earth. The synchronization rate of your ego gem will decrease drastically, and using the existing rules and runes will become harder as your ego gem's control is split between different spirits. If the spirit is strong enough, it can also take control of the ego gem and replace the original host. That would be disastrous not just for the said card apprentice, but everyone around him. As these spirits are not the real spirits, they are just the imitation conjured up by the runes. Once they get a body to possess, they will do what the master of the rune desired when he formed it. We call them fascinated card apprentices. So using a broken rune can lead to many disastrous outcomes. But still, people choose to use them in search of power. Anna narrated why she was against using broken runes. Turns out one can lose his body to the broken rune he used, proving there is no free lunch in this world. How powerful does the broken rune have to be to possess the host? I asked, thinking of a possibility. As long as the broken runes are stronger than the host, then that is enough for them to break free of the host's control and possess her body. Anna answered my questions patiently. What if the rune is from a demigod? What then? Demigods are the apex beings of the current world. There were too many mysteries surrounding them. I had to inquire about them, then who better than Anna, who has 3 demigods just in her family? I like where your brain is headed, and yes, what you are thinking is possible. But certain conditions have to be met first. After all, resurrection is equal to cheating death. Anna easily guessed where my mind was headed with a couple of questions I asked her. So it is possible to resurrect a demigod by placing one of his broken runes in a life ego gem? I asked Anna with great enthusiasm, feeling I have stumbled on something huge. As I said, some conditions have to be met for that to happen, as nobody can withstand the transfer of a demigod's broken rune into his/her ego gem. The demigod's runes develop intelligence of their own, and they are hard to please. Because of this intelligence of the rune, it is possible to resurrect a fallen demigod. Due to their intelligence, the runes have strong loyalty and attachment to their masters. They would rather die and return to the world than go into someone else's ego gem. Even the demigods have a hard time trying to use a broken rune of a fallen demigod. But there's a way to cheat these intelligent runes, that is by making use of the bloodline of the demigod's direct descendants. For this purpose, most demigods breed as many progenies as possible. But having demigod blood isn't enough. They should also have enough bloodline purity. Therefore, the demigods favor their descendants with high bloodline purity and spare no effort to help them grow and become stronger enough to be used when needed. Anna mentioned the conditions required for the transfer of the demigod's runes. Runes having intelligence did not surprise me, as in this world every day I discover more Blizzard things. No wonder the demigod worshippers are so desperately after Pax. I bet they have a rune of demigod Michelangelo Godson, and they want Pax so that they can resurrect their lord. That is why they treated Pax with utmost respect and care. I finally figured out why the demigod worshippers were so desperately after Pax. They wanted to use him to resurrect the demigod they worship. Not to mention Sarah, the last descendant of the demigod Redfall. According to Van, Sarah has a very high bloodline purity, and the demigod Redfall kept her hidden from the world because he must have planned on using her to resurrect himself in case of his untimely demise. You know, the resurrection of the demigod would not be the best of plans, cause some of the demigods, like the great marksman Michelangelo Godson, have tirelessly fought for humanity and finally found peace in an honorable and worthy death. I do not think it's a good idea to disturb their peace. Anna's words may be true for a martyr like demigod Michael, who would not like to be disturbed. But the same could not be said for demigod Redfall. If I remember correctly, Van did say he felt like he easily escaped the massacre of his family, as if somebody was watching over him. Anna, if using broken runes is of no merits, then why did old man Lorenzo and Corey fight so hard for the severed head? Lorenzo went as far as promising me 2 myth-grade cards. From Anna's explanation, all I can get is that broken runes are nothing but trouble. If so, why were Lorenzo and Corey fighting for it so badly? They do not want to use the broken runes, but want to study them, so that they can comprehend the rules used to create those rules. That is useless for Lorenzo, but it's a huge deal for someone of his granddaughter and Corey's level. Anna revealed why Corey and Lorenzo so desperately fought over the head. What? You can comprehend rules in such a way too? Won't that have any adverse effect? Another bizarre discovery. You can. It is like you are reading from a copy of the original book. The copy is bound to have mistakes. After all, shortcuts are bound to have side effects. Therefore, I recommend you only use the broken runes just to get introduced to that particular rule, rather than using the broken rune to comprehend your own rune, as a copy of a copy will have more mistakes. Using broken runes this way allows you to find the rules much easier than immersing yourself in one with the world state. What do you mean by using the broken runes to find the rules in the world? Some of the words used by Anna just went over my head. You will understand once you form your ego gem. Now all you need to know is that depending on broken runes is bad and can lead to disastrous consequences. It seems I need to practically experience the ego gem formation and rule comprehension to understand the theoretical knowledge that Anna just unloaded on me. Can you teach me how to form ego gem, so I can experience what we just talked about? Right now I had so many other questions about ego gem, monster core, and the Voltronian core. Whether all 3 are the same or not. I could not get an answer for this from Anna, as she doesn't know about Voltronian cores, and I did not plan on revealing it to her. I can only rely on myself to uncover the secrets behind these 3 cores. To achieve that first, I would have to learn how to form an ego gem. Only by doing that will I know what is the difference between ego gem and Voltronian cores that I have been creating. And how do they relate to monster core? My dear student, up till now Miss Anna's classes were free, but now they are going to cost you. I can teach you how to form an ego gem from scratch, but how are planning to pay for the classes? Kind reminder, Miss Anna is open to all forms of payment, if know what I mean. Informed Anna as she leaned forward, emphasizing her full chest. What? You said ego gem is formed by solidifying the spirit/ego of our soul, right? How hard can it be? I decided to try forming an ego gem without Anna's guidance, but soon I realized. Where do you find the spirit/ego of your soul? And how do you solidify it? I thought you were going to do it by yourself. Go ahead, I wouldn't disturb you. Anna ignored my plea. If forming an ego gem was so easy, why would people try so hard to enter the top 10 universities? They could just from their ego gem at their homes with the help of a forum or watching a video online. You dumbass. Okay, I am sorry. Miss Anna, please teach me. Realizing the foolishness in my action, I apologized to Anna for my cockiness earlier. You are forgetting something, mister. Pay up front, no loans allowed. Satisfied with my apology, Anna asked me to pay the cost of her guidance up front. Anna, be reasonable. What can a humble orphan like me have that could make up for the guidance of the great Southern Emperor? Please be generous this once and help this poor orphan boy, will you? Call me shameless. If it helps me get what I want, I do not mind using the orphan card. Hee hee. You have a sweet mouth on you, but it's not going to work today, neither is the orphan card. If you want to learn how to form an ego gem, then I accept an appropriate compensation, or else finish your pizza and get out of here. Anna did not fall for the flattery or the orphan card. She stood her ground ruthlessly. Okay, fine. What does the great Southern Emperor want from this poor, helpless orphan boy? I choose to stick with my act till the end. Do not play the victim here. This is a fair exchange. Do you know how many people will play a limb, kidney for my guidance? Count yourself lucky that this emperor finds you cute. Anna laughed with a villainous laugh. Yes, Emperor. You concubine knows I am wrong. I said that in the heat of the moment, but soon regretted it. Come here. Let this emperor taste those plump red lips of yours. Anna vanished from her coach and pounced on her defenseless prey. What the? Moan dash. Before I could react, Anna was on top of me, pressing me against the couch. As I tried to respond to her lustful actions, she fiercely bit on my lower lip and sucked on it. I could not help but let out a moan in pleasure, pain. I tried pushing her off me, but my strength was nowhere enough to counter a praying emperor. Soft and subtle with a hint of sweetness, just the way I like it. Satisfied, Anna got off me and returns to her couch. You. Dashed. My lower lip was swollen, it hurt, as I tried to curse at Anna for her actions. Before I could complain about the swelling, my Voltronian physique healed it. You lady hoodlum, I will file a sexual harassment case against you. Have regained my ability to speak normally, I threatened Anna with a verbal sexual harassment lawsuit. Sexual harassment lawsuit. Sure, file it, but where? Go ahead, do as you please. But don't act innocent. I heard your pleasure-filled moan. It felt great, didn't it? There is more where it came from. All you have to do is just ask for it. Anna did not take my threat of suing her seriously. She was the freaking Southern Emperor who dared to question her. It wasn't. That moan was out of pain, you savage. Now that you got what you want, teach me how to form an ego gem. There is no point in fighting over the spoiled milk. I will get her back for that later, but right now I had to learn how to form an ego gem. Let's not forget what's important here. As long as I gain info on how to form the ego gem, it is my win. Except for Anna, there are only 2 places left that I know of where I can learn about ego gem formation. The first is top 10 universities, and then Corey. Getting into the top 10 universities was a long process, and as for Corey, she would definitely ask Susan in exchange. I just realized that I cannot take the upcoming duel with Corey lightly. The way she knew about the uses of the card Emperor's head, it is clear that she had an ego gem and has a proper command over the power of rules. Not to mention the ego fire that she displayed earlier. Was it a rune? How strong has she gotten in just 2 days? Fucking cheat. Her origin card is a cheat. Now that I think about it, what was the identity of Corey in her past life? Where is her past self from? This world or any other world? Seeing how she knows about ego gem, broken runes, and the way she remained unfazed after knowing Anna and Lorenzo's identity. She should have had a high level of status in her past life. Realizing that I have been underestimating Corey and should not treat the current Corey as same as the timid Corey I knew back then. I knew that the upcoming match with Corey was going to be a lot harder than I imagined. Enough about Corey, I should focus on the matter at hand to get the method to form ego gem from Anna. Anna, now that you got what you want, it's only fair that you teach me how to form the ego gem, don't you think? I repeated myself to Anna as she did not respond to my plea earlier. It was painful, was it? So you moaned out in pain. Anna fixated on my words from earlier. Yes, but forget about it, my lip has healed. Now let's talk about the formation of an ego gem. I did not know why Anna was fixated on that part of our conversation earlier, but I tried to bring her to matters at hand, but it did not work in my favor. Do you know how valuable the knowledge of the formation of an ego gem is? What makes you think that a small kiss is enough compensation for it? Anna's tone sounded a lot distant and cold, unlike previous affectionate and clingy tone. Small kiss? You bit on my lower lip and sucked on it for about 30 seconds. You dare to call that small kiss? Which part about it is a kiss, you savage? If not for my card's passive skill, my lips would still be swollen. Showcasing the bite marks the proof of your savage deeds. I exaggerated a little to guilt Anna into teaching me how to form an ego gem. I know it is low, but this was the fastest way to get the method. What a drama queen. Don't overreact, it was just a small kiss. Anna did not even react to me guilting her and dismissed my claims nonchalantly. You okay? Fine, you win. FYI, anything physical and of sexual nature is off the table. Now tell me what you want in exchange for your guidance in the creation of ego gem. I was done pussyfooting around, as my duel with Corey was at 15:00 hours, which is about 2 hours from now. I have to start preparing now if I want to defeat Corey. The consequence of losing to Corey is dire. Susan and I underestimated her and made a bet with her, which I regret right now. Otherwise, I would not have to tolerate Anna and so desperately seek her guidance. You killjoy, but still it's better than you trying to guilt me into helping you. What do you have that is worth my interest other than your body? Let's see. How does 10% of the silver milk powder royalty in your name sound? Anna had seen through me shamelessly trying to guilt her into helping me for free. Okay, I will go ask Corey, or just wait till I get into one of the top 10 colleges, having said that I immersed myself in enjoying the pizza. What? You don't think it's the appropriate price? Other than your body and the silver milk powder, what else is there on you that is as valuable as the method to form an ego gem? Even if you enter one of the top 10 colleges, you would not be given the method to form ego gem until you make it to second year, and believe me, it is not an easy task. Do you know how many rules I will be breaking just by guiding you on how to form your ego gem? With one sentence, I turned the tables with Anna. Me desperately trying to negotiate with Anna allowed her to try and swallow a huge chunk off of me. The pizza is good, right? The cheese just melts in your mouth. I ignored Anna and decided to show how uninterested I was. I know what you are trying to do, but since I want to teach you how to form an ego gem from the start, I am willing to compromise. As long as you tell the truth that you liked it. Anna was still fixated on the part where I denied that I did not like what she did. I guess this was her way to get back at me. No wonder she sounded distant and cold earlier. I was not a prude or anything. But how would you feel telling the one that sexually harassed you that you like it? I do not know about others, but I was greatly embarrassed right now. Say the 4 magic words, and you can get started with forming your ego gem. Seeing me embarrassed, Anna encouraged me, but it only added to my embarrassment. Yes, I liked it. I yelled hurriedly to be done with it. Now say you want more. Anna was having her share of fun and enjoying to the fullest at my expense. Miss Anna, now please teach me how to form an ego gem. I decided to play softball because whenever I tried to take control of the conversation, Anna would rebel and go rogue. I just had to tolerate all this till I got my hands on the method of forming an ego gem. Aren't you cute, my lovely student? Okay, fine, I'll tell you the method, so listen closely. There are 3 stages to the formation of the ego gem. 1. Realizing the spirit of your soul that is in the ethereal state. 2. Conjuring the spirit from ethereal state to reality. 3. Solidifying the spirit energy into a gem and housing the spirit in that gem stage. Anna explained that there are 3 stages to formation of an ego gem: ethereal stage, conjured stage, and gem stage. Great. How do I find the ethereal spirit? Could you be faster? I have to form the ego gem before my duel later. Seeing that I could finally begin forming my ego gem, I was eager to achieve it before my duel with Corey. What you're trying to form is an ego gem, not your everyday sugar-coated chocolate gems. For you to bake it an hour and a half. Are you sure that you haven't lost your mind? Forget creating the ego gem. It takes months for a card apprentice to find the ethereal spirit of their soul. Anna exclaimed, hearing that I wanted to form my ego gem within 1.5 hours. Hearing that it takes months for a card apprentice just to find her ethereal spirit, I was without words. As I was planning on using my ego gem in my upcoming duel against Corey, but would not just give up on forming an ego gem without attempting it first, just in case I had to ask Anna some obvious questions. Anna, you have met Corey, right? Did she form her ego gem? And that weird sinister fire of hers, was it a rule? These questions were weighing my mind, so I decided to get them cleared first. Oh, that bright family girl. She is talented just like her parents. Whenever I meet those two at the Way Beyond, they can't stop bragging about their daughter. The nerve of that bright couple to compare me to their daughter, but finally meeting her in person, I have got to say she did not disappoint me. She has already formed her ego gem. As for the sinister fire that she displayed, it was not just a rule, but a rule forged into the rune. She even surpassed me by forming an ego gem and a rune card while she is still in the card soldier realm. You know, I formed my ego gem at the card master realm and forged my first rune card in the card grandmaster realm. She will make a great addition to the Way Beyond. I remember the bright couple asking for early retirement. Now that I have found a capable and perfect replacement for them, I think I should reward their years of selfless service with early retirement as they desire. I heard they wanted retirement to be with their family. Well, they can finally meet their family soon. Ha ha ha. Anna, finishing her monologue, let out a villainous laugh. I was speechless hearing Anna. How much of a jerk can one person be? To award a selfless veteran couple by sending their only daughter to the front line in their stead. I bet hearing Anna's plans for them and their daughter, the bright couple will never dare to ask for retirement or brag about their daughter in front of Anna. Oh, sorry. I spoke my mind out loud. Seeing my complex expression, Anna realized that she spoke her thoughts out loud, which were not meant for a third party to listen. I bet the Southern Watch loves having you as their commander, I said sarcastically. Don't judge me. If every capable card apprentice keeps asking for leave and early retirement, then who will get the job done? I don't have to explain myself to you. Anna snorted, claiming her hands were tied, and she ain't the bad person here. Hey, I'm just a humble orphan. No judgment here. I did hear Corey complaining to Susan that it's been years since she met or talked to her parents. If she knew the person responsible for that is Anna, I do not know what her reaction would be. Anna rolled her eyes to my response. By the way, what is this Way Beyond? Seeing you banish the city lord to Way Beyond, I thought it was some kind of place to dispose of troublemakers, but now you say that Corey's parents are also there. What is that place anyway? From Anna's monologue earlier, Corey's parents seemed to be her subordinates. Then why send them to a place where troublemakers are banished to? First of all, I did not banish the city lord. I just gave him an opportunity to earn merits and redeem himself and his family from the crimes he has committed. Way Beyond is something only the people with a certain level of clearance know about. So, it's not for you to worry about. You will know about it when you join one of the top 10 universities anyway. If you are curious, then all you have to know is that Way Beyond is the reason our ancestors decided to come together and form the current government and community as we know. At the Way Beyond, a war is going on, and we need all hands on deck. Anna knew I was not the type to leave the things I am curious about alone, so she fed me little hints to what Way Beyond meant to humanity. Okay, I will take your word for it. How strong are rule and rune cards? Is it possible to counter them with normal cards? Since Corey has already formed her ego gem and forged her rune cards, I had to come up with precautions against them before our duel. Fighting rule and rune cards with normal cards? You crazy? It would be like using a wooden sword against a sharp steel sword. The rules and rune cards are the essence of everything you see, feel, and experience in this world. How are you going to fight with something like that with the normal cards created to imitate them? Is it about your upcoming fight with Corey? I see she doesn't seem to have a good impression of you. If she is anything like her parents, she will try her best to embarrass you so bad. If I were you, I would not even climb the arena, but directly forfeit the match. It's better to lose like a coward than be humiliated in the arena in front of a huge audience. You know, things like this can label you for life. You do not have to go through this, just give up, but then my mother will try to have you killed in other ways. Oh my, if I could be anybody, I would not want to be you. You are so miserable. But if you choose to become my husband as I proposed yesterday, I can help you out of your misery. After all, my mother will not try to have her son-in-law killed. Anna had a hearty laugh, poking at my misery. This time marrying you will also not solve my problem, as I can't forfeit this duel with Corey since I have an ongoing bet with her. Now why would you go and make a bet with someone you couldn't possibly defeat? For a man who claims to be smart, you do a lot of stupid SHD. Anna stated the obvious. I made the bet before I knew all that SHD like ego gem, rules and runes even existed. How am I supposed to know Corey has formed her ego gem and forged rune cards if I don't even know if they exist? I made an excuse for my stupidity. Whatever, fool, you are screwed royally. It's your mistake to underestimate your opponent. Anna did not buy into my excuse and blamed me for underestimating my opponent. Not if I can help it. Anna, teach me how to find my ethereal spirit. I will not give up without attempting even once. Wow, you are relentless, aren't you? Fine, but don't be disappointed if you fail to find your ethereal spirit on your first try. It took over a month for a genius like a demigod Baylor to find his spirit, so do not expect much. That doesn't mean I am asking you to give up. I say you try your best, but do not get your hopes up, as it is normal that you can't find your spirit in your first try. Asking me not to get my hopes up, Anna soon began to impart how to find the ethereal spirit of the soul to me. Following Anna's guidance, I searched my soul for my ethereal spirit in my 2 times mutated soul, which looked like a ball with 4 large bumps covering it. After all, I had 4 souls that were combined to form one huge mutated soul. Thanks to my soul pupils, I found the ethereal spirit that Anna was speaking of at the core of my soul, without any suspense. My spirit looked exactly like a replica of me, wound to every little detail except for a tiny little mutation. My spirit had 4 heads instead of 1. Quite similar to the twin-headed ogre or Cerberus monster core, I used to mutate my soul to have 3 slave consciousness and 1 master consciousness, totaling 4 consciousness. Knowing that Anna would ask to see my ethereal spirit, I started panicking about how to explain my conduit to Anna, or rather how to hide this from her. There is no way I could hide about finding my ethereal spirit if I want Anna to teach me how to achieve 2nd and 3rd state of ego gem formation. Now I was in a pickle. Now the only question that remained in my mind was, how much did I trust Anna? No, I can't give up yet. There have to be other ways. How about I make the ethereal spirit retract the 4 heads into 1? It should be possible, right? After all, only the master consciousness is in control. I can try willing it to retract the 4 heads into 1. Having thought of the solution, I decided to follow it by concentrating on my ethereal spirit to establish a connection with it. As the ethereal spirit was mine, we already had a connection. I only had to beef up the connection enough to send my thoughts to, so that it can retract the other 3 heads. After a while, I was finally able to contact my ethereal spirit. Listening to my intent, all 4 heads of my ethereal spirit opened their closed eyes, and a devious smile formed on the face of the master head, while the other heads were expressionless. Maintaining the devious expression on its face, the master head followed my intent and retracted the other 3 heads. Anna, I found my ethereal spirit and was successful in establishing a connection with it. What next? Having taken care of the problem, I enthusiastically reported my success to Anna. What? You gotta be SHTing me. Anna exclaimed in alarm. Finding the ethereal spirit on the first try, Anna was right to be alerted. This goes beyond the realm of genius to the realm of godly genius. Anna's current expression was a sight to behold, just like an alerted cat, and I was enjoying it. Did you lie just to mess with me? Anna did not seem to believe me. Yes, I lied just to mess with. Just kidding, see my ethereal spirit. An ethereal replica of me with a devious face showed in my eyes. My spirit was in an ethereal state, so I could not summon my spirit out as Anna did with hers yet. But I used my eyes to show her my ethereal spirit. You monster. Get out of here. How is it even possible? Anna's eyes almost pooped seeing my ethereal spirit. Not every day do I get to see a card emperor make cute expressions. Stop overreacting. I had already found my ethereal spirit long ago, but I did not know what it was until today. Following your guidance, I realized that the thing that I thought was a part of my soul is my ethereal spirit. I did not lie, I did find the mini-me, Similarly, I found Mini Elliot, Mini Jaya, Mini Pax using my soul pupils long ago while creating the Viltronian core. Until today, I did not know they were called ethereal spirits. No wonder. That explains a lot of the recent abnormalities related to you. Fuck. I was frightened to death by you. But still entering an ego gym should not be possible, or being able to see runes. You are getting more mysterious with every passing second. Now I am more curious about you than before. You know what they say about mysterious men. Anna started to flirt with me again, trying to establish her dynamic that she lost due to the fiasco earlier. How about we move on to the next stage of condensing my ethereal spirit to reality? I asked, trying to bring Anna back to the track. Not so fast. By discovering your ethereal spirit, you have only laid the bricks, now you need to cement them. So before we move to the second stage, you have to strengthen your bond with your ethereal spirit. You must have felt a connection with your ethereal spirit, right? Try communicating with and get a response from it. Anna did not direct me to the next stage of ego gem formation. Instead, she directed me to strengthen my foundation before I planned to build the house. Oh, about that, I have already done that. Now can I move to the second stage of ego gem formation? To get my ethereal spirit to retract 3 of its heads, I had already enhanced my connection with it and got it to retract the extra 3 heads. It felt as if I was 1 step ahead of the syllabus. I give up. How did you achieve that even before I guided you? I would not be surprised if you were to say that you already have formed your ego gem. Anna acted as if she started to get numb to my level of prodigy. Maybe it is for the good that I hid about the Viltronian core and Calamity Soul core. If ain't knew I discovered my version of Monster Core, she would flip. You didn't, right? Seeing me embarrassed by dodge her eyes, Anna asked me in skepticism. Second stage, please, I beg Anna, worried that if I left the conversation as it is, Anna might start believing her suspicions. The second stage is to conjure your ethereal spirit to reality. For that, you will need to refine your soul energy to a higher degree of purity. Ethereal spirits are your soul spirit, but they have a more refined taste when it comes to the type of energy needed for their nourishment compared to the soul. Therefore, you need pure soul energy to nourish your ethereal spirit to reality. The purer the soul energy you nourish it with, the stronger and faster it grows. If the purity of the soul energy does not meet its taste, the ethereal spirit does not utilize the soul energy, and it will go on a hunger strike, growing weaker and weaker. That's why most card apprentices refine their soul energy to a certain degree of purity before trying to find their soul's ethereal spirit. I was going to advise you the same after you failed your first try to find your soul's ethereal spirit, but I think it's not necessarily seeing the prodigy that you are. Anna gave a brief explanation of soul energy purity and the important role it plays in nursing the ethereal spirit to conjure it to reality. Why did you not start explaining something as important as this? What happens if a card apprentice's ethereal spirit goes on a hunger strike, not receiving pure soul energy? Purity of the soul energy was not a concern to me, but still, I wanted to know the consequence of not ethereal spirit growing weaker due to lack of pure soul energy. How would I know that you would find your ethereal spirit in the trial? Anna threw the ball in my court. So, is it my fault that I am a prodigy? I was narcissistic here, but it was the only thing I could annoy Anna with. You, don't forget I am the stronger one here. Anna reminded me who's the most, and added, as the ethereal spirit grows weaker, it starts feeding on the card apprentice's active soul control to continue its existence. Usually, those who can find their soul's ethereal spirit can purify their soul energy to the required degree before that happens. But if somebody still isn't able to meet the requirement, then they will just die. After all, stored stocks are going to run out someday. With such dire consequences, you did not start guiding me with that. Anyway, how do I refine my soul energy to purify it? Is there a method or potion I need to take for that? Despite having my unorthodox method to refine my soul energy, I wanted to know how the other card apprentices did it. Oh, you are going to love this. The answer to refining your soul energy is dual cultivation. Lots and lots of dual cultivation. You know, the higher the realm of your partner, the better the results you get. Here, let me teach you how dual cultivation is done. Anna, with great enthusiasm, started to explain dual cultivation, its merits, and how it is done. Dual cultivation, you say? Are you sure you are not making this stuff up? I asked, acting ignorant towards Anna's obvious intentions. No, why would I? What could I possibly get from lying to you? I could literally see in a dripping drool. Real, I guess you're right. But where do I find a partner willing to perform dual cultivation with me? Not to mention you said the higher the realm of my partner, the more benefits I get. But where do I find a willing and ideal partner? I continued to play along with Anna. You know, Wyatt, a partner in the card emperor realm is the best for your current situation. If you were to perform dual cultivation with someone of that realm, you may even be able to form your ego gem faster than you expect it to. Anna could not be more obvious. Did she believe that I was ignorant enough to fall for her dumb lies? Card emperor? Won't they be too old? I do like a woman with a fully grown and matured set of assets, but a card emperor will be too old for me, don't you think? After all, I just turned 17 this year. Yep, I used the age card. What an irony. A transmigrator judging others on their age. Wyatt, how could you say such sallow words? Age is just a number. Anna acted as if I was the villainous husband who was bullying his caring and lovely older wife for her age. Anna, stop it. I know you are lying. I decided to stop entertaining Anna before the situation gets out of hand, and Anna starts demanding something ludicrous like taking responsibility for her. What? How could you blame me of such a thing? I never lied to you. Dual cultivation helps in refining your soul energy. Despite me exposing her, Anna chose to stick with her story. There should be other ways to refine soul energy, right? How about we explore those options? I saw through what Anna was doing. Maybe she was not lying, but she wasn't telling the whole truth either. It's not as if dual cultivation is the only way to refine the soul energy. There are other methods, but dual cultivation is the easiest and fastest way. Since you were in a hurry to form your ego gem, I told you the best option. How could you imply that I am lying, Wyatt? Even after I have helped you so much. How could you be so heartless? Anna began with her drama once again. Enough, it's getting tedious. Why don't you tell me other serious methods to refine the soul energy? I enjoyed spending time with Anna, but she keeps going off track. Keep your panties dry, woman. There is this basic soul energy circulation method distributed by the top 10 universities to all of their freshmen. It's great for beginners as it is easy to understand and put to use. I guess it is better suited for a dense guy such as yourself. Then Anna started to explain to me the details of the basic circulation method and how to execute it. The basic circulation method had two parts to it. The first part was on how to control one's soul energy. This part involved sitting in the lotus position and meditating while moving soul energy throughout one's body from head to toe. After moving soul energy becomes as easy as breathing air, we move to the second part of the circulation technique. That is to swirl the soul energy in your lower torso as fast as possible. This way, the heavier and purest form of soul energy gathers at the center of the swirl and settles down, while the lighter impurity slowly starts accumulating at the outer part of the swirl. Later gets thrown out of the body as the sedimented impurity through the pores of the card apprentice's skin. Faster you circulate the circulation method, the faster you refine your soul energy. Being a card soldier, your active soul control should be below 30%, meaning you have a considerable amount of soul energy to refine. For every percentage of purity, you will have to refine the entire amount of your soul energy again and again. This is a tedious process that even a prodigious talent can't skip. You may be faster than others, but you still have to do the grunt work. I felt that Anna was gloating over the fact that I could not skip the hard work required to refine my soul energy. Sure, let me practice the basic circulation method. Following Anna's guidance, I started to circulate my soul energy throughout my body with ease thanks to the soul energy manipulation ability I extracted from Soul Pulse. Who knew it would such wondrous use and come in handy now of all the places? Since my control over my soul energy was as easy as breathing air, I decided to move to the second part of the basic circulation method. I spun my soul energy at the fastest speed possible with soul energy manipulation skill. And as Anna explained to me, I noticed heavier pure soul energy and lighter impurities separate as I swirled my soul energy at the fastest speed allowed by my soul energy manipulation skill. Soon I was drenched in black sediment impurities that came out of my skin pores, and I started to smell. "You, son of a gun," Anna exclaimed in utter shock, seeing me able to successfully refine my soul energy to a certain degree under 5 minutes of practicing the basic circulation method. I think I need a shower. Unable to bear the smell of my own body, I thought it would be better if I took a shower. After all, this is a stadium. They should have showers for players here. A shower. That's what comes to your mind. You freak. You just broke my reality as I know, and you want a shower. Anna yelled as she summoned her grimoire and used a weird card which cleared all the impurities of me and my dress. Even the smell was gone without a trace. What card is that? It is so useful. Can I have one? I was not a clean freak, but I hate it when I get stains on my clothes or sweat a lot. Such a card would come in handy in such situations. It's called Dirt Purge. I have only one of them on me right now. I use it to remove the bloodstains on my dress from the stupid FAQs I kill. I do not like getting bloodstains on my dress, period. That's not important right now? How were you able to master the basic circulation method on your first try? Did you know it took me 3 days to fully gain control over my soul energy? But you not only mastered control of your soul energy, but also refined your soul energy in under 5 minutes on your first try. How is that even possible? That has pressed the norms of prodigy. Fuck. Here I thought I had grown numb. Anna started questioning her reality. Anna herself is a genius, but it took her a week before she successfully mastered the basic circulation technique and refined her soul energy for the first time. You do not have to react like this, okay? I was able to master the basic circulation method so fast because of my soul energy manipulation card. I just cheated. There is nothing to be shocked about. I revealed my soul energy manipulation skill to Anna, afraid that she could not hold back her jealousy. You have such a miraculous card. No wonder. I got scared over nothing. You know, Wyatt, depending on cards too much is not good for you. I suggest you learn soul energy control rather than depending on a card, as it is a very handy and fundamental method. It will help you in the long run. Anna started to preach that I should not depend too much on cards and blah blah blah. You are just jealous that I get to skip the hardship you went through figuring out how to control soul energy and mastering the basic circulation technique. Yes, I am. I am the Southern Emperor. How come I have to learn soul energy control like mortals, but you get to do it like a royal? The world is so unfair. Can't Anna see the irony in her words? There it is. Now that is out of your system, let's head to the third stage of ego gem formation, shall we? Seeing Anna be jealous enough to show it out in such an ugly way, I felt it was worth it having gone through all the trouble to extract soul energy manipulation skills from the soul pulse. Hold your horses, buddy. You may have mastered the basic soul energy circulation method because of your cheat skill, soul energy manipulation. But you still have to refine your entire soul energy to the required degree of purity, and then use that refined soul energy to nourish your ethereal spirit to conjure it to reality. For you to achieve the required degree of purity, you will have to purify your soul energy for 2 or 3 weeks, even with your cheat skill, and then nourish your ethereal spirit to reality. So, the third stage will have to wait until you can conjure your spirit to reality. Don't think having a cheat skill will save you from the required grunt work. Anna seemed to be pretty mad about my soul energy manipulation skill to repeatedly call it a cheat skill. But jealousy was not her color, it did not suit her. Anna, I think my soul energy has already reached the required degree of purity for the nourishment of my ethereal spirit. Can you check if I have met the requirement? So that I can start nourishing my spirit and soon conjure it into reality. I did not know what degree of purity of soul energy was needed to nourish my ethereal spirit, so I had to ask Anna to check if the purity of my soul energy was enough. Ha. Oh, Wyatt, now you're sounding narcissistic, you know that, right? You have just refined your soul energy for 5 minutes, and you think you have already met the required degree of purity of your soul energy to nourish your spirit to reality. If you are not being narcissistic, then what? Anna laughed at my words and called me a narcissist for thinking that I have achieved the required purity for the nourishment of the spirit. Could you please check if the degree of purity of my soul energy is enough? I pleaded to Anna as I stretched my head towards her and circulated my soul energy in it for her to check it. Fine, since you insist, I will check. But don't get your hopes up. These things take time. You son of a banshee. What in the name of Satan? How in the hell is your soul energy so pure and thick? You are not toying with me on purpose, are you, Wyatt? I swear if you are, I will make you regret it. This is the first time you used a soul energy refining technique in your life, right? Anna grabbed my wrist and began clicking the purity of soul energy reluctantly. But soon she yelled in shock as I proved her wrong once again, as my soul energy had met the purity requirement, which led to Anna start doubting that I had already refined my soul energy long ago and was messing with her. No, I am not toying with you, Anna. This is the first time I have used a soul energy refining technique in my life, I swear. I always felt my soul energy get denser and purer every time I went through baptism. First, I thought it was the same for everybody, but after learning the soul energy refining technique from you, I realized my baptism experience differed from what others experienced, and how hard it is to purify soul energy. Therefore, I insisted you verify if the purity of my soul energy had met the requirements. Anyway, what would I get from toying with you, Anna? Yes, I lied my ass off. The two secrets that I would take to my grave were the Calamity Soul Core and the soul mutation method, both of which I created. Yes, my soul mutation was the reason why my soul energy was so dense and pure. My soul energy was 4 times denser and purer than regular soul energy. To achieve this degree of purity in soul energy, using the basic circulation method, even with my soul energy manipulation skill, I would require a minimum of 4 years. And for an average talent, it may require 10 to 20 years to reach this level of purification in his soul energy. The most revolutionary thing was how dense my soul energy was. The basic soul energy circulation technique only helped with refining and purifying the soul energy, not enhancing the quality of the soul energy. For example, cow's milk and donkey's milk are not the same, as donkey's milk is more nutritious compared to cow's milk, but both are milk at the end and nobody could tell a difference once they were mixed. The fact remains that donkey's milk is more nutritious and expensive than cow's milk. Similarly, my soul energy was 4 times denser and of better quality than the average soul energy. You're telling me that you were able to achieve this level of dense and pure soul energy due to your special baptism. Then that means you have a special physique or a trait stat, don't you? Only that can explain why your baptism is special and gives you extra benefits. Anna reached a conclusion I never could have thought of. This conclusion was bad news for me, considering how the government was actively recruiting people with the physique or a trait, and also helping the secret clans, families, and sects to hide any information about physique and trait stats from the general public. Anna's judgment regarding my special baptism caught me off guard, and I did not know how to answer her. My words and facial expression froze, which was enough to hint Anna to the obvious answer. From the look on your face, I take it that my guess about you having an extra physique or a trait stat was right. My God, you are a prodigy. The natural extra stat is a sign of a prodigy. I like you a lot, Wyatt. But this information changes everything. What to do? This is difficult, I can't decide. On the one hand, I want you to be mine, but on the other hand, I have to fulfill my duty. Wyatt, you would understand me if I chose the latter, right? I am so sorry, Wyatt. I did not want this. I realized that there are not 2 secrets that I would take to my grave, but 3 secrets. Calamity Soul Core, soul mutation method, and physique and trait stats. Got you. Haha. You should have seen the look on your face, haha. You silly goose, I cannot believe you feel for it. It was a ruse to prank you. Did you forget you, and I have a soul contract, and I have to protect you from harm? And also there are many card apprentices with extra physique or trait stat in the Southern Watch. So do not worry, it is not a big deal if you have proper backing. Anna exclaimed, revealing that her words and actions earlier were just an act. All that was an act. I was still in alert mode. I would not take any chances when it comes to my life. Yes, it was all an elaborate plan of mine to get back at you for trying to show off despite knowing that you are a cheat. A soul energy manipulation skill, and now a special physique or trait stat. If these ain't cheats, then what? Anna explained that she did that to get back at me because she was jealous of my cards and talent. Elaborate plan? Isn't it quite far-fetched from what happened? But you do know that this stunt has made me more cautious towards you. Yeah, I was just warming up to the idea of Anna as a friend, and she had to pull the wrong prank. Now I will have a hard time trusting her. Does it matter? You did not trust me from the start, anyway. I have been throwing myself at you for a while now. Don't you dare act dumb. You are aroused and attracted to me, but you do not try to make a move on me even if I pinned you down. Not because of my numerous ex-lovers, you are not that type of guy. It is because you cannot bring yourself to trust me and lower your guard in my presence. Anna was spot on. I was not a prude to give up on a sure thing, but I was calculative enough to know that fornication will lead to feelings which I rather not have towards someone I am not sure if I could trust yet. Despite my thick skin, I was not shameless enough to ask her to teach me the next step to form ego gem after she poured her heart out. If I did that, I wouldn't just be shameless, but considered as a jerk. So where were we? Yes, the purity of your soul energy is more than enough to nourish your ethereal spirit and conjure it to reality. Anna chose to live the previous matter despite how hurt she was. Who wouldn't be? Despite her status, she conjured enough courage and went out of her way to confess to the boy she likes, and then help him in every way possible, only to know that he did not even trust her yet. It was already a miracle that she did not leave, instead stayed behind and decided to help me. I followed Anna's guidance and fed my soul energy to my ethereal spirit. The spirit greedily devoured the soul energy and started to form shape and gain presence. Feeding the spirit soul energy was like filling in colors to a picture. Ethereal spirit was a colorless picture that came to reality as I filled it with my soul energy, the metaphorical color. After feeding it most of my spirit energy, I found that the spirit stopped. Seeing how it looked alive and real, I knew the spirit was full and had finally condensed to reality rather than ethereal. To test whether my spirit has completely condensed to reality, I tried to summon it to the outside world from within my soul, just like Anna did earlier. As I willed it, my spirit was summoned in the outside world. Like Anna's spirit, which showed disgust to everything in existence, my spirit carried an ominous, quietly maniacal look in its eyes with a devious smile. Yep, that look sent a chill in my spine, as my spirit painted me as a psychopath. So I hurriedly recalled it. Now I understood how Anna felt showing her spirit. No surprise there, you conjured your spirit to reality faster than I thought. Now let's head to the third and final stage. This should be easier. What am I saying? You achieved the first and second stages as easy as you were walking in a park. Then this third step should be a lot like drinking water for you. Ask your spirit to surround itself with as much soul energy as possible, and compress all the soul energy in a shape of your choice with the spirit in the center. For optimum results, I recommend you to choose a symmetrical design for your gem, for example, a sphere. This way you can easily know where the center is as you forge your ego gem. Anna tried to act unaffected by how fast I conjured my spirit to reality and started to guide me about the last step to forge the ego gem. Wait, that's it. I gather soul energy around with my spirit in the center and compress the gathered soul energy into a shape of my choice to get an ego gem. How does that work? How can just compressing soul energy for a gem? That does not make sense. Yes, this was the most illogical thing I had heard. You fool, the third step is not for you, but your spirit. All you have to do is gather enough soul energy with your spirit in the center and hold it in a place as your spirit starts to cocoon itself using the soul energy you have gathered. Now don't ask how the spirit knows this. It's like asking how caterpillars know to form cocoons. How do spiders know to weave their silk? They just do. It comes naturally to them. Similarly, our spirits also naturally know to forge a gem. They just require our help in gathering the soul energy and hold it in place. Now just shut up and form the gem. I have places to be since you do not appreciate my presence anyway. It was very awkward for Anna to stay behind after revealing that she knew that I was pretending to act dumb and did not trust her. She felt like running away and hiding in embarrassment, but still, she forced herself to stay behind and complete the task, as it was not like a heat sin to leave a job half finished. Sure, just a sec, I will forge the gem so you can get back to your work. Anna's words did not guilt me, as we both wanted separate things from our relationship. If she was looking for a friend in me, I was down for that, but clearly, she wanted more, which I am not ready for yet. I have to be heartless to make it clear to her to avoid any misunderstanding in future. You know, this is the part one like the most about you, ruthless and goal-oriented. I am in no hurry. I will make you mine soon. As the wealthiest, strongest, and most beautiful lass of the southern region, Anna never thought that there would be a day when she would say such pitiful words to a boy and not raise a single emotion. No, if it's this boy in front of her, then she should have expected such ruthless words from him. All the best then. I did not take Anna's words seriously. Instead, I put my mind to forging the ego gem. With my spirit in the center, I started gathering the purest of my soul energy around and compressed them in a spherical shape. Then I made use of Hive AI to get a perfect spherical shape and pinpoint an accurate center for my spirit. As Anna said, I soon noticed that the soul energy surrounding my spirit slowly condenses into a solid form and starts enclosing my spirit like a cocoon. This is it, I thought. Will the gem forged in such a simple way contain the endless empty space I had been in? How is that possible? So mysterious. It did not take long for the entire soul energy surrounding my spirit to condense to a solid form and finally enclose my spirit into what looked like a spherical bead more than a gem. With that, a bunch of notifications from Grimoire started to sound in my mind. I summoned my Grimoire to check what was up, and I was notified that the Ego Gem is added to my physique stat. Ego Gem is added to host's physique stat. With the remainder of the notification, I checked my stats and saw a new addition to my physique stat, Ego Gem, right next to the Calamity Soul Core. Then I checked the Ego Gem physique info. Physique name, Ego Gem. Physique type, inborn skill. Physique rank, innate grade. Physique description, the host gains the ability to communicate with the world based on the limit to which he can harmonize with the world. Additional effect, one with the world synchronization rate, 75%. Note, higher the resynchronization rate, longer and deeper you can communicate with the world. Physique name, Calamity Soul Core. Physique type, origin card. Physique rank, acquired grade. Physique description, the host gains an artificial variant human core formed using the Voltronian core and Calamity Dungeon Seed. Additional effects, soul pupils, Voltronian physique, immortal core, body restructure transformation, parent/daughter soul core, Calamity daughter core, Hive AI, mutated soul, soul echolocation, soul energy manipulation. Note, Calamity Soul Core's duty is to protect the host's soul. Alert, Calamity Soul Core reacting to Ego Gem. Alert, Ego Gem reacting to Calamity Soul Core. Alert, Calamity Soul Core and Ego Gem responding to each other. Calamity Soul Core and Ego Gem can be fused. Will you proceed with fusion? Ever since I knew about the Ego Gem, I suspect both were the different sides of the same coin. This proves it. Proceed/cancel. Proceed. I did not see a reason not to, and also I cannot get a second opinion on this since I am the only one with both an artificial human core and an Ego Gem. Proceeding with Calamity Soul Core and Ego Gem fusion. Note, please enter the state, one with the world. I followed the advice and entered the state one with the world. This was my first time entering this state, and I felt like I suddenly became a part of this huge energy or entity. I was lost in this big swarm of energies that was trying to influence me some or the other way. And so many emotions ran through my mind right now. Honestly, I gotta say it was very much similar to doing cannabis for the first time. The similarity was astounding and uncanny. Was it like this for everybody, or just me? I do not know if it was supposed to be like this. Maybe it will take me a while to get used to it. Soon I came out of the state unable to handle all the energies trying to influence me. You are finally awake. How was your first time connecting to the world? I heard Anna's voice and focused on it to awaken from the muddled state I was in since coming out of the one with the world state. The influence of the energies I experienced earlier still affected me in the real world. I was having a hard time and could not even think straight. But thankful I used Anna's voice as a beacon to focus on and close all the other thoughts and emotions affecting my mind. Hold on a minute. I asked Anna to wait as I checked my Grimoire notification to see if the fusion of Calamity Soul Core and Ego Gem was complete. Calamity Soul Core and Ego Gem fusion successful. Origin card updated. Host status is updated. Please check at the host convenience. What's so important in your Grimoire that you ignore the beauty in front of you? Was your Ego Gem formation not successful? I doubt a prodigy like you could fail at a sure thing. Anna asked curiously, seeing me intently stare at my Grimoire. Yes, I was successful in the creation of the Ego Gem. I was checking its info to see if I forged or right, as I had a very unusual experience connecting to the world for the first time. I did not tell Anna about the new mutated gem that formed in me, instead spoke about the experience connecting to the world. I can see that. You were out of it for quite a while. And also you were automatically disqualified from the tournament for not showing up. Anna informed me that entering the one with the world state, I missed my match with Corey. Really? But good try. I might have fallen for your prank if I had not checked my Grimoire. I did not fall for Anna's prank, but I would have if not for me checking the Grimoire earlier to check the notifications. Anyway, show me your Ego Gem. What shape did you choose? What is your synchronization rate? How many energies tried to contact you? Anna was not surprised that her prank did not work. Instead, She enthusiastically barraged me with questions one after the other without giving me time to answer. Here, I just summoned my variant ego gem as it answered most of Anna's questions. You chose a spherical shape as I suggested. Anna inspected my ego gem from afar, and soon she vanished from her spot, and before I could react, she grabbed my ego gem hovering in front of me and returned to her previous position. Anna, what do you mean by this? I growled at Anna in anger, seeing her snatch my ego gem. As your teacher, I am dropping some important knowledge on you, so you do not end up making mistakes that may cost you more than you ever imagined. First, never summon your ego gem out, even if you are in the presence of people you trust or you are alone behind a closed door. If you do not want to become a slave to others, then you engrave that in your mind. Anna went on to warn me about how dangerous it is if my ego gem falls into wrong hands. While I was completely focused on the small gem in her hand, she literally had my life in her hands. Okay, give it back, I yelled. There is always one idiot friend who snaps a shot of you participating in underage drinking or smoking and playfully threatens to share it with your parents. Or sometimes forcefully borrows your phone to visit questionable sites. I fucking hate that dude, but he is a good friend. And right now I hated Anna the most, but at the same time, I was grateful to her for teaching me how to form an ego gem. I was not worried Anna would do anything to my ego gem because we had a soul contract between us and also because I had other insurance in place. What's the hurry? How can you learn without any consequence? Anna had a villainous smile on her as she said those words. Anna, whatever you are up to, stop it before I get angry. Even though I was sure Anna could not do any harm to me and my soul gem, I still felt uncomfortable seeing her use it as a plaything. I think you are forgetting who is in charge, Student Wyatt. Do you want me to remind you? Anna said as she showed me my ego gem. No, Miss Anna. Understanding Anna's intent, I decided to play along till I got my soul gem back. Good boy. If you want your ego gem back, all you have to do is kiss me. Anna put forward her demands, and they were as silly as her actions. You promised to give me back my ego gem if I kiss you once. Kissing a woman wasn't new to me, but being forced to kiss a woman was new. Yes, I promise. As long as you kiss me once, I will return you your ego gem. What are you waiting for? Anna promised and urged me to hurry up. But since when did a man require to be forced to kiss a beauty? I did not think much and walked towards Anna with steady steps, neither hurried nor reluctant. Reaching Anna, I wrapped my left arm around her waist and pulled her into my embrace, causing her ample bosom to be pressed against my muscular chest. Using my free hand, I cleared the playful bangs falling on her face with a gentle touch, leaving a lingering sensation on her skin. Where do you want me to kiss you? Looking into Anna's eyes, I whispered. Feeling my breath on them, Anna's pale white cheeks turned rosy and her lips quivered. Kiss where it pleases you the most. Anna gave me a green signal to do as I please. Then don't mind me. Whispering that, I gently started to nibble on Anna's ears. Soon I felt Anna put her whole body weight in my embrace as her legs turned weak after a brief romantic session. Good. Now given my ego gem back. Placing Anna on the nearby couch, I demanded my ego gem. Let me catch my breath, will you? This wasn't your first time, right? Who knew an honest-looking boy such as yourself had such skill? Oh my God, it felt so good. I am so aroused right now. Let's go all the way, pretty please. Anna beamed and started to propose going all the way. Anna, you promised. Now give me back my ego gem, I said sternly. Even I was aroused, feeling up Anna's supple body. But I controlled myself as it was not the time or place for it. Hearing my thoughts, I glanced at Anna in fright. It was happening as she said. I almost considered doing it with her if I did not have to participate in a duel in the next 20 minutes. This minx is dangerous. She almost had me. I know you do not have to keep reminding me that. We Heatsend always keep our promise. Here, catch. Anna released my ego gem from her constraint, which was stopping me from recalling the ego gem, and threw it towards me. Feeling the constraints block me from recalling ego gem, I recalled it. I thought you had somewhere to be. I asked Anna, who was eyeing me similar to a popsicle to devour. I'm too aroused to go anywhere. I never thought that an inexperienced brat like you would make me so wet. How are you so good at your first time? Anna made excuses for leaving and continued to play her tricks on me. How do you know it is my first time? I asked her with a devious smile. I should stop entertaining her while, but I did the contrary. As I mentioned before, I did a thorough background check on you after I went home that morning. Saying that, Anna recalled her talk with her mother. Mom, you are saying he has zero experience with women. Is he into men? The report did not mention the boy showing such tendencies. Not into men and zero experience with women. Does he have some weird type of fetish? Don't know, not mentioned in the report. Stop focusing on his sexuality and explain to me how a teenager managed to trick you so royally. What kind of bullshit deal is this? He enjoys 35% royalty by sitting back and doing nothing with no obligation to contribute towards the production and supply of the product or investing in the expansion. Not to mention the one-sided soul contract between you and him. At the surface, it may look like we are making profits, but most or all of it will be invested back in for expansion of the product R&D and its production and supply chain. Meanwhile, fending off the strongest vultures and jackals of the world trying to grab a piece of our pie. Worst of all, that boy will be enjoying the biggest piece of the pie while using us as his shield. The first decade of the business is a crucial and fragile period for a business, so most of the profit made would be poured into keeping it afloat and expanding it. This would be borne by all the partners, so in the end, everybody would have small profits to show for. But in our case, because of your stupidity, we will have no profits to show for, as we will be using our entire profits to invest back in the product expansion. Since that boy is not obligated to invest or help us. We do all the work, we face all the scrutiny, and we protect that freeloader and his family. While that boy will enjoy all the profits, this basically makes us his slaves. All because of your stupidity, Anna. I got it. He must be one of those late bloomers. He hasn't matured enough yet. No wonder he did not fall for my charm or glance at my hot body. His fruits are not ripe, yet I am not the one to blame. You, prodigal daughter, you turned our entire heat-sin royal family into a money-making cow for a 17-year-old and still do not repent. Your grandparents and uncle have spoiled you rotten. So, I know you more than you know yourself. Anna was not ashamed to claim her mother's work as hers. Yeah, right. On another note, since you're staying, you might as well answer a few of my doubts. I decided to make use of Anna's knowledge once again. Well, shoot away, what do you want to know? Anna was more than willing to help. About my experience entering the state, one with the world. It was very unpleasant and awful. Is it the same for everyone? My experience with the state, one with the world, is troubling me the most. The problem you're facing is not something all card apprentices face and will not be able to help you. Thankfully, I faced the same problem when entering the state, one with the world, for the first time. So, I can help you. The reason why most card apprentices do not go through what you went through is that they do not have a high synchronization rate such as you and me. Having a high synchronization rate means connecting with the world on a deeper level. The deeper you are connected with the world, the easier it is for you to contact you, and easier for the world to contact you. Hearing Anna claims that the world can contact us, I was bewildered. How is the world able to contact us? Is the world a living being? Wait, does the world contact us? How is it possible? Is it a living being? I interrupted Anna between her explanation, as this was a huge discovery for me. Not much of the world is known to us, but it is a common belief that the world contacts us through the rules. But this is only possible with card apprentices with excellent grade ego gems. I guess when you entered the state, one with the world, you must have felt as if you had become a part of a huge entity and felt that energy trying to influence you. That energy is the rule, and the huge entity is the world. The rule used by the world to contact card apprentices is the best situated rule for the said card apprentices. Not only will you be able to comprehend that rule faster, but also create various excellent grade runes using it. When I first entered the state, one with the world contacted me by making use of 6 different rules. The influence of 6 different rules can drive a card apprentice crazy. But since these rules were compatible with me, I gained control over them faster than their influence over me increased. Anna shared that she was influenced by 6 different rules. She keeps sharing personal info with me nonchalantly. Does she trust me or think that my strength is not enough to be a threat to her? Anna's explanations of the world and the rules made me happy and worried at the same time, as many rules tried to influence me. I do not know the exact number, but it's a 2-digit number for sure. I was happy that I was compatible with many rules, but I was worried about what Anna meant by she gained control over rules before they influenced her. Anna, what do you mean by you gaining control over the rules and them not influencing you? I asked the part which confused me the most and raised alarms in my mind. The rules are like naughty children. You need to discipline them, otherwise they will run wild. Do not worry about it. First, get used to them. I will help you during the process. Anna did not talk much about what she meant earlier, but said she promised to help me with it later. It seemed like she is keeping a reason for me to contact her and for her to keep visiting me again. By the way, I forgot to ask, what is your synchronization rate? I just assumed your ego gem was of excellent grade since it was you, and because your first encounter with the world was not that great. Anna finally asked the question I dodged earlier and wanted to avoid as long as possible. Hoping Anna would not ask that question again. Can I not answer it? Because I do not want to lie to you. I indicated to Anna that my synchronization rate was high enough to make me lie about it to her. I risked being upright to Anna, choosing to bet on the newfound bond between me and Anna. Thank you. Don't worry, I will not ask any further. It seems my teachings are starting to show effect. But can you tell me how many rules contacted you? Anna understood my intention and thanked me for not lying to her face. I did not count, but it's definitely a 2-digit number. I was vague about the number of rules that contacted me, making it sound like the number of rules that contacted me was close to 10 or 11, while I know that actually number was the ice or 4 times that. Wow, your synchronization rate should be very high. Smart choice that you did not reveal it to me. Anna was amazed by my answer and agreed that I was right not having shared my synchronization rate with her. Thank you for understanding. When I have enough strength to protect myself, you will be the first to know the number. I thanked Anna for understanding and not asking too many questions. I bet Anna is curious, but she did not use force to get the answer and chose to leave it alone. Aren't you a sweet talker? I will wait for that day, but till that date comes, have you considered my offer? Anna questioned. Which offer? Anna has 2 outstanding offers for me. One was to marry and become house husband, while the other was I cuddle with her for a night interchange for the Cloud Emperor's head. Does it matter? I bet your answer will be the same for both. Anna knew what my answer was going to be. Then why ask? I was perplexed. If you know the answer, then why ask? Can't a girl be greedy? That's human nature, all right, hoping against the odds. You can, but my answer is still the same, no. I answered with a resounding no to Anna's questions. My answer would never change because one of Anna's proposals wanted me to be her trophy wife, while the other wanted me to be her boy toy. I will turn that no to yes someday, just you wait. You can have the severed head. I have no use for it. Consider it a gift. I did not experience this calmness for a long time. I missed it. Anna generously gifted me the severed head. Thank you for the gift. I was excited about getting the severed head from Anna because I had made an amazing discovery about the broken runes. The broken runes are going to be helping me a lot. Anna, excuse me. I want to make some preparations for the upcoming battle. I was preparing to excuse myself as I collected the severed head from Anna, but she added, there's no need for you to leave. I have 2 people that I need to show them their place. You continue to use the VIP and prepare for the battle. Saying that, Anna headed out. Seeing Anna leave, I sat in the lotus position and summoned my grimoire. Calamity, Soul Gem, asking permission to sacrifice Broken Rune Cloud. Allow/decline. This notification was on hold since I had come out of the Cloud Card Emperor's Ego Gem. Now I finally get to see what the Calamity Soul Gem is up to. Allow. So I permitted Calamity Soul Gem to proceed further with its plan. Calamity Soul Gem, sacrificing Broken Rune Cloud to Calamity Daughter Gem. Calamity Daughter Gem, fusing with Broken Rune Cloud. Calamity Daughter Gem, Cloud Lord formed. Switch to card form. Switch/decline. Switch. A string of notifications sounded once I permitted the Calamity Ego Gem to sacrifice the Broken Rune Cloud, as it was of no use to me. The Calamity Ego Gem fused the Broken Rune with Calamity Daughter Gem and gave the spirit of Card Emperor formed by the Broken Cloud Rune a physical body made up of the rule with the physique of a Voltronian as a named Calamity Daughter Gem. But the strength of the spirit had decreased a lot. It went from a Card Emperor to a Card Lord realm. I did not expect the Calamity Daughter Gem to be able to fuse with the remnant spirit formed by the Broken Rune. Who knew the Dungeon Calamity Seed was this powerful? This was a game changer. There are still 5 more broken runes in the Card Emperor's severed head, and they were mine for taking. Now I finally saw the hope of defeating Corey. At first, I thought I could easily form an Ego Gem and comprehend a rule to counter Corey's Ego Gem and Sinister Fire rule. This scattered after realizing how hard it is to comprehend rules. But during the process, I realized how I was lucky to have formed the core in an hour and a half. If not for my soul pupils, soul energy manipulation, and migrated soul, it would be months to forge my ego gem. Calamity Daughter card Cloud Lord created. Whether to equip it. Equip/decline. A mystery is a mystery when someone tries to understand and explain it but fails in the process. Monster cores, a mystery that is never explained but understood as natural as the air we breathe and the water we drink. I was one of those people who understood monster cores the same way. Humans have explained air and water, uncovered the mystery behind them. What are they? Why are we dependent on them? Are there enough of them? And now answers to all of these questions are common knowledge. Ever since the discovery of the Voltronian core, I started to explore the mystery known as monster cores. How is the monster core formed? What are the perks of having a monster core? And in the end, I did reach half-assed answers to the incomplete questions I had come up with and believed that I had solved the mystery behind the monster cores. How narcissistic of me. Where in reality what I did is copy the incomplete findings of another race. I thought Voltronian core and monster core are the same as both enhance the user's physique and strength. But I was wrong. The monster core did more than that. It gave monsters their skills, which I overlooked completely and believed monsters' inherent skill from their predecessor, like bloodline. Therefore, the monsters of the same race pretty much had the same skills. I failed to question where the predecessors gained their skill. If I had asked this question, then I would realize my understanding about the monster core is misguided and would not have to wait till Anna guided me to the right path by asking the simple questions. How do the monster core enable a monster to use supernatural skills like conjuring fire and teleportation? Where do these supernatural skills come from? That's when I realized that I was wrong to think the monster core gives monsters a strong physique and inherent their predecessor's skill. What monster core does is help monsters grow strong physically and develop their own set of skills. Yes, there are two parts to what monster core does. Comparing the Voltronian core to the monster core, I only focused on the part where the monster core provided a strong physique to monsters and completely credited the skills part to bloodline inheritance. But the same goes for ego gem. It is too focused on how to gain supernatural skills like the monster core and unknowingly credits the effect of the monster core on the monster physique of monsters to supernatural skills. The monster physique and supernatural skills are two faces of the same coin, monster core. Ego gem is to gain supernatural skills, and Voltronian core is to gain monstrous physique. In the end, both the Voltronian core and ego gem are incomplete copies of the monster core. They both are the same and so different at the same time. Answering the question of how I was able to enter the ego gem without forging my ego gem, I had something similar, a variant Voltronian core Calamity Soul core. The similarity between them is the reason why Calamity Soul core and ego gem responded to each other and asked to fuse, forming a complete version of monster core known as Soul Gem, which inhabits both the perks of a Voltronian core and an ego gem. The Soul Gem allows me to gain both supernatural skills from the rules of the world and a monstrous physique with no natural death. It is a known truth that the longer the monster lives, the stronger the monster becomes, meaning that strong monsters do not have a natural death or have a long lifespan gifted to them by their monstrous physique. Therefore, they continue to grow stronger as time passes instead of growing old and dying. Finally, answering the correct questions. What is a monster core? How does a monster core do what it does, and what enables it to do so? I can boldly say I have uncovered some important mysteries to the monster core. This time around, I was not narcissistic enough to claim I have solved the mystery of monster core. Card name, Calamity Soul Gem. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rating, --. Card durability, --. Card effect. The host gains a monstrous physique of a Voltronian and the ability to communicate with the world based on the limit to which he can harmonize with the world. Additional effect, soul pupils, Voltronian physique, immortal core, body restructure transformation, parent/daughter soul gem, calamity daughter gem, hive AI, mutated soul, soul echolocation, soul energy manipulation, one with the world. Synchronization rate, 95%. Note, higher the resynchronization rate, longer and deeper you can communicate with the world. Calamity Soul Gem protects the host's mutated soul. Physique name, Calamity Soul Gem. Physique type, origin card. Physique rank, acquired grade. Physique description, same as origin card effects. Physique name, mutated soul. Physique type, origin card. Physique rank, acquired grade. Physique description, the host's soul mutates and multiplies itself every time the host breaks through to the upper realm. Card student, soul. Card scholar, mutated soul with 2 consciousness. Card soldier, mutated soul with 4 consciousness. Card master, mutated soul with 8 consciousness. Card grandmaster, mutated soul with 16 consciousness. Card lord, mutated soul with 32 consciousness. Card overlord, mutated soul with 64 consciousness. Card king, mutated soul with 128 consciousness. Card emperor, mutated soul with 256 consciousness. Card demigod, mutated soul with 512 consciousness. Note, current multiplying factor is double, can be increased. Trait name, multi-consciousness. Trait type, origin card. Trait rank, acquired grade. Trait description, the host has multiple consciousnesses, which will multiply every time the host breakthroughs upper realm. Trait name, mutated soul energy. Trait type, origin card. Trait rank, acquired grade. Trait description, the host's soul energy is mutated, which gets stronger and more refined with the increase in the number of consciousness the host has. Note, the host's soul energy will get stronger and purer with an increase in the number of the host's consciousness. Sorting through my upgraded origin card and updated physique and trait stat, I then turn my attention to the Cloud Emperor's severed head and my new Calamity Daughter card, Cloud Lord. The new ability of Calamity Daughter Core to switch from the core form to the card form was thanks to one of the perks Calamity Soul Gem picked up from Ego Gem. Now I understood what Anna meant by using runes to make cards. But this also left many unanswered questions in my mind. Why not directly use the comprehended rules instead of extracting runes from them and forging them into cards? I was yet to comprehend a single rule, so I could not experiment as to why I cannot use the rules directly rather than going through all the hassle of forming runes and then turning them into cards. What was the reason behind this? And why were the rune spirits amazed that I could see their runes? I guess I will be contacting Anna very soon again. So much for hoping to not meet that minx again. There's still so much Anna has not taught me about the ego gems purposefully. Shaking my mind, I brought my focus to the matter at hand. Calamity Daughter card, Cloud Lord. Card name, Cloud Lord Claude. Card type, named Calamity Daughter Gem. Card rank, A rank, upgradable, unique grade. Card rating, --. Card durability, --. Card effect, the broken rune Cloud has fused with Calamity Daughter Gem and revived in the form of its deceased owner Card Emperor Claude using the false spirit created by the broken rune from the memories of its owner. Additional effect, Rule Cloud, Hive AI, Voltronian Physique, Immortal Core, Body Restructure, Transformation. Note, due to its broken state, the rune's realm has decreased to Card Lord realm. The rune can be upgraded by providing nourishment from Calamity Soul Gem. The broken rune Cloud, which had manifested as its creator's spirit using its memories, has fused with Calamity Daughter Gem, giving it a body made up of clouds and properties of Voltronian Physique. Basically, the rune has turned into a replica of young Claude with a cloud elemental body and Voltronian Physique. Due to the influence of the Voltronian Physique, the cloud element body of Claude looks young. After all, a millennium is nothing in terms of a Voltronian's lifespan. The Cloud Lord also inherited the core additional abilities of the Calamity Daughter Gem, such as Hive AI, Immortal Core, Body Restructure, and Transformation, making it a named Daughter Gem. What's eye-catching is that the card info shows that it has a unique grade, an upgradable rank with no card ratings, and durability. Not to mention its ability to rule Cloud. The most incredible thing is that I can control this Cloud Lord with Hive AI, meaning I did not have to worry about the repercussions of using a broken rune as it was a slave to my Hive AI. I never had to worry about the broken rune trying to possess my body. Not that it's possible since it was reduced to being my slave trying to possess me in the first place. The juiciest part is that thanks to Anna's gift, the severed head, I could create 5 more of such slave cards. Without any delay, I entered the Dying Ego Gem to find the other 5 broken runes. Guys, I am back, I yelled entering the Dying Ego Gem. The 5 broken runes which had manifested into spirit form in the shape of their owners from their memories looked at me speechlessly. Wait, aren't you supposed to be erased? Where's Old Black? The old green broken rune asked the obvious questions that came to all 5 broken runes' minds. Who cares? He is mine. Old Purple, having learned his lesson from last time, he did not hesitate this time, and rushed towards me before his compatriot could react. Alert! Calamity Soul Gem detected an imminent threat to the host consciousness. Calamity Soul Gem activating. Calamity Soul Gem active. Host Soul recalled to Calamity Soul Gem. Calamity Soul Core engaging the threat. Calamity Soul Core eliminated remnant spirit, Brontes. Threat neutralized. Calamity Soul Core swallowed a broken rune lightning. Broken rune lightning, now available in Calamity Soul Gem. Calamity Soul Gem seeking host permission to sacrifice broken rune lightning. Will you allow it? Allow/decline. Now that was easy. I went fishing in the Dying Ego Gem and caught a broken rune without much effort. I thought they would be more cautious seeing me alive and their buddy Claude dead. I guess the Brontes fellow is not good at using his brain. Well, time to go fishing again, and I dove into the Dying Ego Gem. Let's see if I can catch a broken rune faster than the last time. Fellows, your ride is back again. Which one of you wants to go next? I said to the remaining 4 broken gems. How are you doing that? Where are the Old Black and Purple? What happened to them? Old Green no longer dared to look down on me because of my age and low realm. You mean Claude and Brontes? They are recuperating in my Ego Gem. I asked them to come and help me invite you guys to my Ego Gem, but they rejected me, saying it will become crowded, and they do not want to share an Ego Gem again with you guys. I get what they are saying, but I have a card duel soon, and the opponent is too strong, and I need to win no matter what. So I need all the help I need, therefore I came to make an offer to you folks. Help me, and you can stay in my Ego Gem. I can see that all the remaining broken runes are cautious towards me and did not dare to underestimate me, as I took down the second strongest of them without effort. There I cooked up a cockamamie story to lure them into a trap, my Calamity Soul Gem. Fine, I will move to your Ego Gem. But know this, I will only help when the situation is dire. Old Green was the first to fall for my trap. Old Green, what are you doing? It may be a trap. Old Yellow warned Old Green. So what? We are going to die if we stay in this Ego Gem anyway. I do not know about you guys, but I want to achieve my creator's wishes. For that I have to live. So, I will take my chances with the kid. Old Green was practical about his current situation. As expected, these broken runes are slaves to the feelings, desires that their card apprentice had while creating them. I am coming too. I have to reach the demigod realm, as my creator hoped. Old Blue followed Old Green. Seeing Old Blue and Green, Old Yellow followed them, adding, I too am yet to achieve my master's desire. I will not rest till I do. Old Red did not say anything. He just followed the other 3, as all of them had no choice but to take the risk or die with the Dying Ego Gem. This is the city's famous bakery. If you visit Sky Blossom City, then you must taste Helen's homemade bread. Lorenzo Lorne, as ordered by his new employer, was entertaining the 2 guests from the capital. Master Lorne, I am filled to the brim after the 36-course meal earlier. I do not think I have room for baked goods in me, Barnard declared as let out a huge burp. Vincent, it seems your nephew doesn't understand the meaning of supporting the local businesses. Lorenzo reminded Fire Fist Emperor in a rather calm tone, but these words were as cold as the blade of the guillotine for him. Master Lorenzo, my sister has spoiled him rotten. Please forgive his insolence. I will remember to properly educate him in my sister's stead. Vincent Duskborn roamed the entire Sky Blossom City with an amputated arm. The force stopping him from regrowing his hand had long disappeared, but Vincent did not dare to regrow it, not until his back in the capital. This may be the most shameful moment in his life after becoming a card emperor, but Vincent chose to swallow it, as he knew he was not a match for Anna or her slave Lorenzo or the family behind her. Good, I trust you. Now go order something for yourselves. None for me, though. I have had digestion issues lately, maybe because I am getting old. Lorenzo was not afraid of being called shameless. He only cared about fulfilling his master's employer's orders. No, Master Lorenzo, you are not old. I heard you can take down SS-ranked dungeons with ease. The problem may be with the food. Please rest while we support the local businesses. Vincent did not hide his art of ass lickery. He appeared to be more shameless than Lorenzo himself. He knew that his family was wondering to get under the shade of the heat-sinned royal family umbrella, so would have to lick the royal family's ass anyway, so why not get a head start than the rest of his family? Haha, you were right. Something must have been wrong with the food. The SS rank dungeon clear is old news. Last month, I raided an SSS rank dungeon with a 3-member demigod party. I just did not want to brag in front of you younger generation. Lorenzo bragged regardless and forgot to mention during the SSS rank dungeon raid, he acted as a porter for the demigod party of the Heatsend royal family. SSS rank dungeon. Master Lorenzo, meeting you in person, I knew you were nothing short of the rumors about you. Vincent believed Lorenzo, and his mind skillfully skipped the words demigod party and thought Lorenzo was the one who cleared the SSS rank dungeon. As the saying goes, you only hear what you want to hear. Unlike him, his nephew Brandon was a little skeptical about the old bones because he had never seen a strong figure, the one the old bones claimed to be so shameless and narcissistic. What do the rumors tell about me? I am always holed up in research or dungeon diving, so it has been a long time since I have contacted the outside world. Do the people still remember and talk about this old man? What do they say? Don't hesitate. I can take a little criticism. Lorenzo was enjoying Vincent's flattery and seamlessly asked for more. Well, Granddad will love to hear how you cleared the SSS rank dungeon, old man. I bet Grandpa and Uncle will love to hear about it too. Anna appeared next to the 3-card apprentice out of the thin air. Ha! My dear grandniece, you already own me. Why do you have to go one step further to torture and humiliate me? Show this old man some mercy. The arrogant and shameless Lorenzo started to purr like a docile, yet shameless cat hearing Anna mention his wife. Snorting at her shameless old man, Anna turned to Vincent and Brandon and questioned them. How many of you have come? Before you answer, know that for every lie you tell, I will claim one body part of yours, and that includes your genitalia, especially your genitalia. Just the two of us. Vincent hurriedly answered Anna. He knew this BTCH was crazy and would not turn soft with a few words of flattery and honeyed words like Lorenzo. The family did not want to attract too much attention, so it only sent 2 of us. I swear. Brandon hurriedly yelled while his hand covered his genitals. Seeing his invincible uncle lose an arm to this woman, Brandon no longer dared to make light of her words. Therefore, he did not voice an opinion when she ordered them not to contact Wyatt until after the tournament was over. They are not lying. Lorenzo vouched for the uncle and nephew duo. Not because of the flattery of Vincent earlier, but because of his special rune balance. One of the reasons why he was able to become the most important minister of Demigod Heatsend and marry his elder sister Demigod Autumn March. Then who else knows about your visit and purpose of visit? Anna asked with a deep frown. Except for a few family elders, nobody else knows about our visit and its purpose, Vincent answered, and Brandon hurriedly nodded, showing agreement to his uncle. Anna looked at Lorenzo for confirmation, who nodded, indicating that the uncle and nephew duo were not lying. Then, the only possibility is that somehow the information of your visit and its purpose has been leaked. I just sensed 2 other card emperors in the vicinity. They are skilled and were able to hide before I could trace them back. Anna revealed her intention behind interrogating the Duskborn uncle and nephew. What? That's not possible. This is very important to our family. There is no way there was a leak on our side. I am not pointing fingers, but maybe these people have nothing to do with my family, and they are just here to kidnap the creator of the silver powder. Vincent defended his family and was alert. Having witnessed Anna's street firsthand, he knew a person who can escape her trance is not someone to trifle with. That is a possibility, but I do not think so. The origin of unknown visitors doesn't matter for now, but their target is Wyatt for sure. If not for me being next to Wyatt, I would not have been able to sense them. Old man, how come the city array once again failed to alert us? Didn't you fix it? Anna did not know much about the unknown visitors, but she knew their target was Wyatt, which was enough for her to flame onto Valkyrie mode. No, not yet. I did not have time to attend to that matter since I was busy entertaining these 2. Old man Lorenzo responded with a negative reply. So, you are blaming me for asking you to do your job. Wow, old man, it's your first day, and you are already showing signs of the negligence of duty and rebellion. If I leave it here, it will only grow, so I will be cutting your first year's salary as punishment. Anna did not think twice before pushing the blame on the old man and punishing him ruthlessly. No, you can't do that. I have a granddaughter back home to spoil, not to mention numerous research and experiments to fund. If you do not pay me, how will I take care of my granddaughter? Lorenzo made his priority clear that his granddaughter came before his work. That itch is already 78 years old and a card emperor. She can take care of herself. And I could care less even if she had to sell body at the brothel to make a living. How dare she call me a slut? Fuck, your punishment was too light. Correction, I will be cutting a decade worth of your salary. Speaking of her younger cousin, Anna got angrier with every sentence she spoke and vented it on Lorenzo. Why are you blaming my cute granddaughter? It was you who slept with her, finance arranged by the family. Because of you, the decades-old arranged engagement was broken and she became the talk of the town. Old man Lorenzo narrated the feud between Anna and his granddaughter. His granddaughter was too good and well-behaved for her own sake. This helped her climb to the card emperor realm and become a talented diamond-grade card creationist at a young age, and become the youngest academician at one of the top 10 universities. But this also bound her to sacrifice herself to keep the promise that his drunk son made decades ago to one of his colleagues. Being bound by the honor of the family name, old man Lorenzo's hands were tied, but he couldn't sit and watch his precious granddaughter's life be ruined because of his stupid son and his drunk promise. So he researched every aspect of the man who was supposed to marry his granddaughter and hatched a devious plan to save his granddaughter. First, he took Anna under the guise of work to a common place where the supposed finance of his granddaughter would periodically visit, and so that man caught the eye of Anna, and then let nature take its course. Anna, being Anna, got what she wanted, giving old man Lorenzo enough reason to cancel the arranged marriage that his stupid son has set and saving his granddaughter from sure hell. After that, old man Lorenzo disowned his stupid son who dared to play with his granddaughter's life and sentenced him to way beyond for a century. But Lorenzo was not without consequences. This devious plan of his cost him Anna's respect for him as an elder, and to date, she hates him for using her to achieve what he wants. Not to mention his granddaughter and Anna became the gossip of the year, which brought cracks in Anna and her cousin's relationship. Shut it, old man. If you dare to argue, I will extend the salary cut to a century. Old man, just give me a reason. Anna warned Lorenzo. Your Highness, I'm sorry to be rude, but please can we focus on Wyatt's safety and the unknown card emperors? Vincent reminded Anna of the pressing issue. He knew someone who could escape from Anna, either had a special origin card or was stronger than her. Either way, these new people were too much for him and his nephew to handle, as protecting is harder than killing. It was too late to call support from family, but thankfully, he had two powerful card emperors like the Southern Emperor and reigning alchemist with overlapping goals. Don't worry about Wyatt's safety. I have left a mark on the back of his head. If he is in danger, I can rush back to him. What worries me the most is the head count of the enemy. If two card emperors came to locate their target, then how many of them are there in total? We are outnumbered, and adding you two liabilities to our team. It will be difficult and also fun. A brilliant light shone in Anna's eyes as though of the upcoming ambush. She acted as if all this was a game to her. With all due respect, Your Highness, I am a lot stronger than I look. Brandon did not take it well being called a liability. He was card emperor and had his dignity, so he voiced out his grievance. Itch, you did not even react when I attacked you earlier. If not for your uncle sacrificing an arm, you would be dead, and I would have gifted Wyatt with not one, but two severed card emperor heads. And you can regrow your arm as a reward for your good behavior. And also make sure your nephew doesn't do something stupid in the fight to come. Anna's brutal words hit Brandon harder than any punch he has taken to date. The condescending tone to Anna's words still rang in his ears. No matter the era, every being prefers to be wanted and best to the opposite sex. The same goes for Brandon. Being savagely ridiculed by a beauty like Anna who was known to be generous when it comes to choosing her men was devastating for him. Lord knows if he is ever going to recover from this. Thank you, Your Highness. I will keep an eye on this idiot. Vincent hurriedly summoned his grimoire and grew back his amputated arm. He was Fire Fist Emperor. His arms were his weapons. Regrowing the arm, Vincent felt like the fish back in the water. Hey, old man, call that bookworm here. We need all hands on deck. Anna knew the card emperors she sensed earlier were only here to reckon the situation surrounding Wyatt. Now that the enemy knows that 4-card emperors are protecting their target, they will try to attack them with more headcount and stronger players because normal card emperors are not a match for her and Lorenzo's prowess. What? She is busy conducting her research. How can she possibly get her in time? Old man Lorenzo's heart jumped out of his mouth when Anna asked him to involve his granddaughter in the upcoming fight. Don't act. Knowing her, she must have followed you here once Uncle introduced silver milk powder to you guys. Anna knew her cousin well. When it comes to hunger for knowledge, she is an exact copy of her grandfather. There is no way she would sit back having seen something so miraculous as the silver milk powder. She must have followed her grandfather to verify and research silver milk powder. I am telling you, she is busy conducting experiments. There is no way she can make it here in time. Besides, she is just a little girl, and she will be of no help to us. Old man Lorenzo did not want his darling granddaughter to participate in a bloodbath that is about to come. She has your teleportation card, right? Call her and ask her to bring some reinforcement. Anna clearly remembered old man Lorenzo gifting his rare long-distance teleportation card awarded to him by her grandpa to her cousin. Aren't you forgetting something? Her long-distance teleportation card only lets her teleport to the places she has been to and recorded in her grimoire. Besides, she is just a little girl, and she will be of no help to us. Lorenzo reminded Anna that his granddaughter's teleportation card was useless for their current dilemma. Fine, I will find out if you are lying. Know this if you lied to me. I will lock you up in a dark room and have you create cards for the rest of your life, rest of your term of employment. And that bookworm is not a little girl. If you hadn't broken her arranged marriage, she would have made you great-grandpa decades ago. Having warned Lorenzo, Anna looked towards the card stadium and strengthened her connection with Mark she had left on the back of Wyatt's head and then contacted her subordinates. Anna knew that the upcoming fight was not about defeating the enemy but protecting Wyatt, so she made it her priority and then came enjoying the fight. As long as she and Lorenzo were able to protect Wyatt till her reinforcement arrived, then it was her victory. Placing Wyatt in trusting hands, she can let loose and enjoy the carnage that is to come to her satisfaction. Yes, sweetie. What is it? The experiment was successful. Good. Yes. I have met the creator of the silver milk powder. You want to meet him too? That will be a problem because he is busy now. How about I set a meeting between just the two of you? Yes, that is possible. Who do you think your grandpa is? Anything for you, sweet pea. Timings? Tell me what time you prefer. I will arrange the meeting then. Tomorrow morning it is then. You head home first. Grandpa has some work with your cousin. Let's meet tomorrow morning. But, while Anna was busy calling for reinforcement, old man Lorenzo received a call. The call was from Lorenzo's beloved granddaughter informing him that whatever experiment she was conducting was a success, and she would like to come to visit him to meet the creator of silver milk powder, but was rejected by Lorenzo arguing that Wyatt was busy and promised that he would set up a meeting with Wyatt for her tomorrow morning. He did not want his granddaughter to be involved in the upcoming battle, so he made sure she did not come to him. Lorenzo was not lying. Wyatt was indeed busy participating in the tournament semifinals. You, son of, call her back. Call immediately before she uses her teleportation card and ask her to meet us here. How dare you lie to me? Anna, who was calling for reinforcement, seeing old man act suspiciously, receiving as he answered the call, she eavesdropped on him. She did not trust this old bat. He was loyal, very loyal, but when it came to his granddaughter his loyalty was questionable. And she was right to eavesdrop on the old bat was even though he did not lie he hid that fact that she was conducting experiments somewhere nearby and could reach them to assist. Technically, I did not lie to you. She was indeed busy conducting an experiment. Lorenzo was trying to buy some time so that his daughter could leave using the teleportation card. Once the card is used it enters a cooldown period and cannot be used. So his granddaughter cannot be involved in the upcoming battle no matter what. Pick up. Realizing Lorenzo trying to stall for time, Anna called her cousin herself before it's too late. Hi, cuz. It must be very urgent for you to call me. Anna's cousin answered the call. She was a little surprised that Anna called her because since their last fight neither of them has talked to each other. Luna, where are you right now? Did you return using the teleportation card? Anna did not waste time talking nonsense with her cousin and directly went to the point. Right now Anna hoped that her cousin did not teleport and leave, because even though she was confident in her and Lorenzo's strength, She was worried what if the enemy would be ruthless by attacking the city, or worse, use the city to negotiate with her. Anna was confident of protecting Wyatt, but protecting the whole city at the same time was a difficulty of another level. I am at home, and yes, I returned using the teleportation card. Sensing the urgency in Anna's tone, Luna Lorne answered truthfully. Sigh. Luna, what experiment were you conducting? And where? Anna asked to decide on how to punish the crazy old bat. Due to the overprotective nature of Lorenzo, he might have endangered the entire Sky Blossom City and Wyatt. I followed Grandpa to Sky Blossom City and went to that Dirang Gate dungeon Silver Beach to experiment to check if the method of extracting the silver power was accurate, and the result was the same as promised. What did Grandpa do now? Luna Lorne, despite her differences with Anna, answered patiently to her cousin's questions. He might have potentially endangered the lives of everyone living in the entire Sky Blossom City, especially Dalton Wyatt, the creator of the miracle drug Silver Milk Powered. I am thinking of branding him insubordination and looking up in the card room to create cards for the rest of his life if we survive the upcoming battle. Feeling the weight of the lives of everyone living in the entire Sky Blossom City who might be implicated in something unrelated to them, Anna was a little chatty with her estranged cousin. I think that will be for the best, and I can finally experience a life without adult supervision. The enemy you are facing might be strong enough for you to call for help. Luna knew when it came to battle her cushion was afraid of nothing, and in some way was invincible. But for her to call for help, then the enemy might be quite powerful. No, they are just a bunch of rats hiding in the shadows. I am worried that they might use the innocent people of the city as hostages. Anna was not worried, with her strength that if she saw no hope of winning, then she could flee with Wyatt. But what if the enemy threatened her with the citizens of Sky Blossom City? As the Southern Emperor, the ruler of the Southern region, this kind of situation was new to her, but she wanted to avoid civilian casualties altogether if possible. Anna, you do know that the life of the creator of silver milk powder is more important than the lives of the citizens of the Sky Blossom City. And not to mention your soul contract with him. You know what to do. I do not have to remind you. Just take the boy and escape. Luna thought Anna was stupid to confront the enemies with a disadvantage. It would be in her best interest to take Wyatt and escape. It's not that simple. Wyatt's friends are in the city, and he will never leave them behind. Anna did think of escaping quietly with Wyatt, but she knew Wyatt would never agree to her plan. The Anna I knew does not care about somebody's feelings. She does what she wants. The boy must be quite special for you to consider his feelings before acting. Luna knew her cousin well. If Anna thought something was right, she would do it without caring about the consequences. It was fresh to see her think about the consequences before acting. Something like that. Got to go. It was good talking to you again. I missed you. Having a proper conversation with her little cousin after a long time, Anna was happy, but she did not forget the matter at hand. Send me your coordinates. I will be there. I need to meet the guy who has you hooked. Luna was curious and wanted to meet the being who had her cousin hooked. What? I thought you used your teleportation card already? You have another teleportation card. Anna was surprised to hear Luna ask for coordinates, and it meant she wanted to teleport to her location. But soon realized Luna's teleport card did not require coordinates. It worked only on places Luna has been and recorded in her grimoire. So does she have another teleportation card? No. I will borrow JJ's teleportation card. Though his card is of the lower grade, and it only supports long-distance teleportation for one person. So I cannot bring reinforcements. Send the coordinates. I will be there soon. Luna did not have a second teleportation card, but their cousin JJ had a lover-grade teleportation card which she could borrow. Great, see you soon. Anna hung up the call and sent Luna her current coordinates. It's not that Anna did not think of asking for help from other people with the teleportation card, but the ones she knew of were all conveniently out on a mission. As for the Heatsin family teleportation array, it is an ultra-long-distance mass teleportation array that is currently out of juice as it was used by Old Man Lorenzo, Luna, and others. By the evening for the array to be up and running once again, but that is too late. Hi. I am here. Soon Luna appeared right next to Anna. And turning to her grandpa, she yelled, Grandpa, you went too far this time. Thankfully, I was able to get hold of JJ in time before he left. Old man, enjoy this freedom as much as you can. After today, you will be locked in a dark card room and will be creating cards for the rest of your life. Anna gave her verdict to Lorenzo, and from her tone, She did not seem to be kidding. That's okay as long as my granddaughter comes to visit me. It will be fine. Lorenzo was a researcher who was titled Reigning Alchemist. Being locked in a room for years was not new to him. So Anna's punishment was like the doctor prescribing addicts more painkillers. Sorry, Grandpa. I think I will be too busy with the new project that Auntie gave to visit you. Luna apologized, saying that she cannot visit Lorenzo in his dark card room. No problem. I will call you whenever I think of you, sweet pea. Lorenzo tried to stay positive. You wish. All the grimoire privileges except for card creation will be banned during your incarceration. So, Mother hired you for the project of silver milk powder mass production. Congrats. Anna congratulated Luna for getting the new project, hiding the fact that she was pissed at her mother for going behind her back and recruiting Luna without informing her. And here she was like a fool tiring to hire this crazy old bat Lorenzo for the mass production project. Fuck, that itch's senses are too strong. If not for the newbie's origin card, we almost got caught, said a middle-aged bald man as he landed in a makeshift underground base. Hey man, what was that? You almost got me killed. The plan was to do a quick reconnaissance and return to the rendezvous point. What were you thinking? 1 second. If I were a second late, then we both would be dead. Norman Jones yelled in anger at the middle-aged bald man. Calm down, newbie. No harm done. We are alive, aren't we? I thought I had a clear shot and wanted to take it, saving us all the trouble of ambushing the freaking Southern Emperor. But who knew that BTCH would sense me from that far away? The middle-aged man summoned a long-nosed rifle with a huge scope and caressed it as if it was his only love. Sniper, flower thief is right. That was too much of a risk. Thanks to your stunt, we lost the element of surprise, and we'll have to speed up the plans. Madam is not going to be happy to hear about it. A bulky man with gray hair reprimanded the middle-aged man and addressed Norman and the middle-aged man with their code names Flower Thief and Sniper. Gray fur. Then we do not have to add it in our mission report to the Madam, Capish. Sniper gave Gray Fur an intimidating gaze. Sigh. You fool. You are not new to how Madam works. Our mission report doesn't matter. Even if we do not report to her about this incident, she will know everything with the regular memory inspection. Our mission reports are just to see if we are docile enough. Now hurry and report what you collect during reconnaissance. Grayfer looked at Sniper as if seeing a fool and thought, how can this fool be among the world's top 50 deadliest snipers alive? He doesn't have the patience or the attitude of a sniper. I guess if not for his origin card, he would just be an average bald fool. The situation has changed. We will be facing the reigning alchemist along with the Fire First Emperor, Axe Emperor, and Southern Emperor. Our 5-man team is nowhere near enough to face the Southern Emperor, and now adding reigning alchemist to the mix, we are all going to end up dying if we act now, ambush or not. Norman honestly reported what he observed and gave his honest opinion. Who told you that it's just us? Gray first summoned his grimoire and ordered, update status, Team 1 reporting. And soon various voices reported their status from the other end. Team 2 reporting, 1 hour 20 minutes from the rendezvous point. Team 3 reporting, 15 minutes from the rendezvous point. Team 4 reporting, 45 minutes from the rendezvous point. Team 5 reporting, 1 hour 15 minutes from the rendezvous point. Team 6 reporting, 1 hour from the rendezvous point. There are a total of 6 5-man teams. All of us are card emperors. Now, do you still think we will die? Be it Southern Emperor or reigning alchemist, 30 card emperor is not something either of them can deal with. If we successfully take the city hostage, a righteous ruler like the Southern Emperor will have no choice but to cave to our demands. So relax, newbie. I do not think we will need you or your origin card, but just in case, we should be prepared for all outcomes. Grayfer laughed villainously, after explaining to Norman how prepared they were. The Southern Emperor, I heard, is a cruel butcher who killed her half-sister and her family in cold blood. I do not think that taking the city as a hostage will work on her. Norman was surprised to hear the Grayfer call Anna a righteous ruler, which was very different from the rumors he heard that painted the Southern Emperor as a ruthless, blood-hungry ruler. Newbie, I do not have to teach you that rumors are not always true. I am someone who has worked close to Her Majesty. Despite her cold and distant look, she cares a lot about the people and her family name. Just follow my lead. If we are lucky, we do not have to fight to complete our mission. Grayfer seemed to know the Southern Emperor in person and seemed pretty confident about his plan. Ever since Norman got his suppressed memories back, he was trying to think of various ways to get rid of Sansa's shackles. He never gave in to Sansa's coercion, despite his memories telling him that he had already tried everything and there is no way out of Sansa's clutches. Norman planned to play along until he came up with a plan for his freedom. But Norman's all thoughts of rebelling came to an end when he saw Sansa gather 30 card emperors just to get rid of a low-realm boy to hide her dirty secrets. Just how much power did that woman gather? Are there more card emperors other than these 30 card emperors in her hands? Even if she can control memories using her origin card, it is still impossible to control these many arrogant card emperors. Each one of these card emperors is more arrogant and prideful than others. There is no way they are willing to be mere tools under someone. But seeing how the arrogant and brazen sniper was worried about being punished by Sansa, Norman realized there is something he is missing here. How come they are so docile towards Sansa, the woman who is blackmailing them to do her bidding? What is it that made someone like Sniper so docile towards Sansa? Unable to think of the reason why Sansa's grip was so strong on these card emperors, Norman decided to test the waters to get his answer. Not the brightest of the plan, but he was on a clock. Before Sansa suppresses his memories again, he had to collect as much information as possible for his future self. Norman was not arrogant enough to think that he could break free of Sansa's web in a day, so he decided to gather enough hints and clues for his future self. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.